11-10. There were two of those games last night. The Mets and the White Sox.
One of those games that pisses you off.
I know.
It really does. From Haas being in left to Skubal being left in way too long. It's annoying. They should have won that game.
They should have. You know what?
There'll be 5 out.
Yeah, then you can go the Toronto game and the end of that series, and the last Minnesota game where Maton made the error.
Oh, that was bad, too. Yeah, there's been a couple of them.
Yeah, I'm sure Minnesota has some, too.
I doubt it.
This just goes back to my theory that anytime the Tigers lose, you're just going to be mad about it, no matter how they lose. Look, they scored 10 runs, they gave up 11. You're mad about that. The bullpen blows a 5-run lead, you're going to be mad about that.
I disagree.
They lose 2-1, you're going to be mad that they didn't hit.
I disagree. In September, I'm never mad when they lose because I'm watching football. I don't care. I've moved on. Usually the last, since 2016, really? Yeah. Since 2014, I've moved on.
That's a very valid point. All right. We briefly mentioned it in Heather's news, but this weekend, Barbie and Oppenheimer premiere the same weekend. The betting odds we talked about. I have a question about Barbie. Are there any gentlemen in our listening audience that will go see Barbie on their own? Meaning either with another guy friend or by themselves, or will any guy go see Barbie without a significant other or a child?
I don't think so. I don't see two guys going to see Barbie on their own. And not a lot of people go to the movie by themselves in the first place.
That's true. I have done that in the past, but I don't think I'd see Barbie. You hate going to movies by yourself?
Oh, yeah. I don't do it. I need to be talking to somebody. Heather made a good point at the break. She enjoys the post-movie conversation.
Yeah.
So if you go by yourself, you're talking to yourself.
You've got nobody to discuss the movie with when you walk out.
That's true. But as far as talking during the movie?
No, not during.
No, not during the movie.
Okay.
I just like sitting next to somebody I know, I guess.
Yes. But there's certain movies that I know Cindy would have no desire to see. Sometimes she'll go just to appease me, just like I'll go see movies to appease her.
There you go.
But not every movie. Like there was a stretch a long time ago, 2 hosts ago, and when Bill was working here, I remember they were then, I don't know what it's called anymore, the Star Southfield. Are they still in existence?
Oh, yeah,
they would
down the road.
They would show movies at 11:30 in the morning, and I went and saw a couple by myself because I had nothing else to do. So I went to the movies.
What a life this guy has.
I know, right?
Yeah. Well,
play golf all day, go see movies at night.
It was in the winter, 11:30 in the morning.
Fair enough. No, but to your original question, I agree with Heather.
Guys, are you going to see Barbie, and are you looking forward to it, no matter who you're seeing it with? Because some
guys might want to see Margot Robbie.
There's the answer. So maybe guys will go see Margot Robbie by themselves or with another guy.
It looks like, and again, the only reason I'm seeing it, and I'm already getting crap on the ticket text.
You have a daughter.
I'm only seeing it because of her, and people are like, there's going to be sex jokes constantly. What are you, stupid, taking a 7-year-old? Which maybe they're completely right.
Well, there could be. I don't know.
I don't know either, but we're going to give it a shot. It is what it is. But I would never go by myself or with a buddy. In fact, I haven't gone to a movie with a buddy in years, I feel. Probably decades.
I'm trying to think. Oh, I went to see a friend of mine rented out the Maple Theater a few weeks ago because he was very upset that we can't see movies like we used to see anymore. So he rented out and just invited his friends to see Blazing Saddles.
Again, what a life.
Okay, yeah,
right?
exactly. That's a Stony experience. 99.999% of the people listening right now. Right. When's the last time your buddy rented out a movie theater so you could see a movie from the 70s?
I know. I agree. It's crazy, but it was great seeing that movie on the big screen again.
People are saying on the ticket text that Barbie is supposed to be a movie.
It's supposed to be funny.
It's supposed to be like genius, right? Let me just read this ticket text. The Barbie movie is written and directed by 2 outstanding award-winning talents. But this will be a smart, fun experience for most people who do not have stodgy, preconceived notions. That's from Richard. Sounds like Richard's going to go then.
Good for him.
Yeah. I have no interest.
I feel like I have to go. I feel like there's so much hype now that I need to see it just so I can I can see it and talk about it.
Yes. You could actually go dressed as Barbie and you
I
would
should.
fit in.
I bet there's going to be
Perfectly.
a lot of pink. I bet there will be a lot of people in pink.
I'm just a little surprised that Barbie is so talked about. Like, I know Barbie is like iconic and, you know, everybody played with the Barbies growing up, but I didn't think a Barbie movie would create this much buzz.
I think it's because you've got some good actors in it. Apparently, you've got some award-winning directors
That's
that I didn't
right.
know about. I mean, there's been kid Barbie movies.
People like Ryan Gosling. People like
Sure.
Margot Robbie. Will
Yes.
Ferrell's in it, correct?
Yes, I don't know what
Who
kind
does he
of
play?
role he plays.
What other characters are there?
Maybe he plays Ken's good
Well,
friend. I don't know.
think Barbie and Ken leave the Barbie world for the real human world.
So are they in the Barbie Corvette?
I hope so.
So wait, let me get this straight. They leave the Barbie mansion.
Yeah, and they enter the real world with real humans.
So they go from
stupid.
animation to.
No, it's
Oh.
never animated because
they're real.
Margot Robbie and
I know, I
Ryan
figured-
Gosling. I think they just have their Barbie's world is perfect, right? I mean, it's perceived
Correct.
that way.
Yes.
So they leave this perfect Barbie world and then enter the human world, and they have to see. I have no idea. I haven't seen a
Are
trailer
Ken-
for it. I'm just
Here's
from what I've heard.
Here's a question that may be really stupid, but obviously it's from me, so it's going to be stupid. Does Barbie ever age?
no.
No, like the Simpsons. Like Lisa and Marge, Homer, they never age. But are Barbie and Ken an item?
I thought so. I mean,
Or
Barbie and Ken
are they just platonic friends?
I don't know. I thought Barbie and Ken were an item, but I don't know.
I don't think they are an item.
I don't know.
No.
I've never heard any, gory details and, scuttlebutt about
Well, because
Barbie and Ken
usually
doing
people
it
that
together.
play with the Barbies are not thinking about Barbie hooking up with Ken. They're just thinking about playing in the Barbie plant house.
I agree.
But Barbie and Ken always go together.
But I don't think they ever date.
I do.
I don't.
See-
I think Ken dates other people.
I think
Like
Ken,
who? Skipper? Oh, no, Skipper's a kid. No, that wouldn't be it. Who's the other Barbie? Who does Ken date?
I don't know. How many characters are there?
I don't know.
Well, Barbie's got her friends. I think Ken's more interested in her friends.
I always thought Ken was very underappreciated. He always got the short shrift.
It does seem like Ken's got a good life, though.
Yeah. I
Like,
mean,
he's a good-looking guy,
hanging out with Barbie.
hanging out with Barbie in the mansion.
Right.
Why would they leave the mansion? That makes no sense to me.
I know.
Stay in the damn mansion. They don't have to work.
Plus, when you look at it, from the actor's perspective, Ryan Gosling hanging out with Margot Robbie, I mean, that's a great duo there, right?
It is.
I mean, Margot Robbie is outstanding.
She's your favorite, right?
Right now, yes. I mean, she's very versatile. I mean, look at Wolf of Wall Street.
Has she been in other things? I know she has,
Of
but
course.
that's the Margot Robbie movie, right?
Oh, yes. I
you,
mean,
you got the,
when they're
see
doing
her.
when they're doing lines off her.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a wonderful thing.
Yes. But that's where Margot Robbie came on the scene.
I was where she became
And
huge.
I know
yes.
she's a superstar now, but
Yes.
I don't think you're going to get that kind of Margot Robbie and Barbie.
She surpassed my infatuation for the recently engaged, and I forgot who she just got engaged to, Nina Agdal.
Oh.
I love Nina Agdal. When she burst onto the scene with those burger commercials for Carl's Jr. or whatever, and she just looked unbelievable.
You want to see a couple ticket texts?
Sure.
All right. Stop trying to convince yourself. Just go see Barbie, Stoney.
Okay. I'll go. My wife wants to go. I'll go with her.
It looks cartoonish, plastic, fantasy land like the Wizard of Oz. That's from Mr. P.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then people are making inappropriate jokes about Ken.
Uh-oh.
I don't think I can read most of
Uh-oh.
You probably can't.
these. Yes.
I get it. 248-539-9797. The big question, asking every male, are you going to go see Barbie? 97-1 the ticket. I got to tell you about the great place in Vegas. We call it the D. Lots of fun there. The D is located downtown Vegas, where all the action is. And John and I and Greg Hargrave will be there for opening night. The Lions and the Kansas City Chiefs will be watching the game in Vegas, doing our show the next day, breaking it all down. Going to have a great time. And at the D, they got great food, like Joe Vaccaro's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse or Bacon Nation. I just want to see Jansen just chow down on bacon. Now, If you're looking for something a little more casual, they got American Coney Island. You want to play golf? The folks at the D will hook you up with some great golf courses. And if you book at the D, everyone stays there, gets 2 free stadium swim passes located at the amazing Circa Hotel and Casino. The odds are better downtown. The fun is better downtown. So book your room today. Best bang for your buck. The D Las Vegas. Go to thed.com. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas. Well, if this is part of the soundtrack, maybe
That's
I won't go
Aqua.
see it.
This is
totally
Aqua.
is.
Oh, okay.
This is from
You've never
like-
heard this before?
You don't know this song?
Okay.
Come on.
It's super old.
Yeah, okay, I've heard that. I don't,
Heather, he's old.
Jam
He
it.
doesn't know this.
I don't listen
But
to
this
that
song
much
is
music.
old.
Here's my problem with music right now. When I'm in the car, first of all, I don't listen to the radio usually at home at all. Once in a while, the Odyssey app to listen to our station, okay? When I'm in the car, I'm either listening to our station, some kind of classic rock, some other sports stuff, or, E Street Radio or whatever. That's what I listen to. And it has definitely, shall we say, minimized my modern music tastes. Although I
song-
do love Maneskin.
This was released in 97.
Okay.
I
Wow.
was in 7th grade. And
Wow.
I
I had
know
my
all the
whole life
words.
ahead of me at that point.
Eh,
You guys want some ticket text on this?
of course.
And then we can obviously go to the calls. But here we go. My movie location held a 70 millimeter screening of Oppenheimer last night. Jam-packed theater projection for Barbie, 140 million. Oppenheimer, 80 million. Keep in mind that the reason that Barbie may do better is because of the runtime too. Stephen Frazier. Is Barbie shorter?
Oh, I'm sure it
Is
is.
sure.
Oppenheimer like 3 hours? I hate 3-hour movies. Way too much of a time commitment.
Just wait till you get to be a certain age where you have to go to the bathroom in the middle of movies.
No, yeah, I don't drink anything during movies because I'm afraid of that. Here's another one. Last time I went to a movie with a buddy was 2008 in Greensville, Tennessee, just outside of Vandy. Middle of the day, both had the days off. There were 6 total people in the theater. Yeah, I never, ever go to a theater.
It's a beautiful
with a buddy.
thing, except for like sometimes you want to see comedies with other people because the laughter and things like that. But there are certain times where, it doesn't really make a difference. Give me that big tub of popcorn, give me my Diet soda, and I'm there.
And then there's a fantastic Barbie joke
Okay.
that's been going around, I'm sure, forever. I'm not quite sure I can read this, though.
Oh.
I'll just read the start of it. You guys can finish it off.
Okay, and then we can dump it if we feel it needs
Why
to be
did they
dumped.
never sell a pregnant Barbie?
Why did they never?
Now,
s-
mind you, Ken is the official boyfriend of Barbie.
Right.
It says because Ken. Never mind. I'll tell you, I'm sure you can figure it
I'm
out.
sure I can.
Clean it up. Can you say?
Yeah, it's because Ken came to you in another box. He was available in another box.
Okay.
Get it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a funny one.
Yeah, absolutely. Alan in Bloomfield Hills. What's up, Alan?
Hey, guys, enjoy the show. You really got me thinking. I had to call in because I check all the boxes here. I'm 72. My wife is a voracious reader, and I'm more of audible and visual, so I go to the movies myself frequently. So I'll probably see Oppenheimer and Barbie by myself. One of and I'm a Gosling fan as well, and who doesn't like Margot Robbie?
Right.
But one of the ticket texters stole my thunder with the association to The Wizard of Oz. And if this movie is as plastic as The Wizard of Oz, I don't know where this person is coming from, but if there is a statement or a moral ending that there's no place like home, if this movie sends a message to my grandchildren or young people that gives them something the next 50 years like The Wizard of Oz, I am all in. Enjoy the show.
Thank
Talk to
you.
you later.
I'm
would-
sure there's some
There's got to be.
moral lesson.
That like touches your heart
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Like always play
There's got
hard.
to be.
Right. Yeah. Well, apparently she goes to get a real job, so
Well, that's good.
maybe she works her way up. Maybe the lesson is, sure, you can live in a mansion and have everything
Okay,
paid for, but it's better
But
to work.
Barbie has jobs. She's got multiple jobs. I mean, you can get flight attendant Barbie, veterinarian Barbie, doctor Barbie.
But are they jobs or are they just uniforms or outfits?
Well, you then make them into that job as the
as the child's
puppeteer.
imagination.
Yeah.
Right. I just thought it was for her Instagram account.
Who's had more jobs, Barbie or Heather?
Ooh.
Was she a bagel slicer or an elementary school teacher?
I wonder if they have that. Bagel slicer Barbie.
Bagel
Valet
slicing
Parker Barbie.
If they don't, they're
Yes.
really missing out, I feel.
Auto show hostess Barbie.
Yes.
Whoa.
Cheerleader Barbie.
They probably have that.
Yeah, you
Maybe.
would think so.
They got to. That's a staple of the Barbie community. Of course, a lot of people on the ticket text also very upset at us, saying, this is a political station one way, and we are promoting bad things. If you're talking about Barbie,
What are we promoting? What are we
trafficking? Apparently,
What?
I don't.
we've
you
got
have to explain that one to me.
multiple
All right.
ticket
I don't
texts
know
about
it.
that.
Somebody please verbalize what you're talking about, because I'm not saying you're wrong. I've
never heard
I've
it.
never heard that Barbie has anything to do with child trafficking.
There's many ticket texts about
Really?
that as well. So.
Just the movie or Barbie, actual Barbie, like the brand Barbie?
You call yourself parents, I pray for your children, or
Oh
I
my
pray that
gosh.
your children are never taken. You're ignorant of 2 million children trafficked.
Because of the movie
they
or because
will
of
never
Barbie?
see a Barbie movie, enjoy the fantasy. They don't.
Okay.
And somebody else says,
Well,
I saw the
hold on,
Barbie
hold on.
movie, sends a huge message to women and young girls. That's very nice.
Well, let me ask you this question, okay? How does child trafficking? I am just dumb. How does that?
Are they
go-
saying
how,
because
no? How does that go on political lines? You tell me one party is for child trafficking and one's not?
According to some of the
Who
ticket texters,
who the
yes.
hell's for
I don't know.
child trafficking?
Are they saying because there's going to be so many people at the theater and you shouldn't bring your child because they could
I don't
be
know.
trafficked at the
I-
theater?
I guess the
or
child-
the movie promotes it.
I guess there's more child traffickers that come through the border, probably, I guess, in some people's mind. I don't know. To me, it's a movie.
It is.
So don't be so deep in theories on movies. I could see you don't want to send your kid to the mall or a multiplex theater by themselves if they're 7 years old. I get that.
Now we're getting the ticket texts that are responding to those other ticket texts. What the hell are these people talking about? Barbie's a doll.
Maybe I'm just a moron for more reasons than usual. I don't get that.
I don't either.
Multiple texts.
Well, those
That's
people won't be going to see Barbie.
Yes.
all. Obviously not.
You know what?
No.
They'll be in the minority probably.
They'll
but
go and see Oppenheimer.
That's fine too. Oh,
Yep.
Oppenheimer. Oh, there's got to be something drastically wrong with that politically. Has to be. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Now, coming up next, one of Jeff Rieger's least favorite former Detroit athletes did something, and I'm curious. I'm very curious to hear what Rieger has to think about this. 97 won the ticket. All right, 248-539-9797. Jeff, you have always been known for your love for Matthew Stafford. Tongue in cheek here. You're not a big Matthew
Didn't
Stafford
start that way, Stoney. I liked him at this very start.
When did it turn for you?
I don't know. Maybe it could have been 2016. Not even a touchdown in Seattle. It could have been every excuse this man was given while he was here in Detroit. Never having won anything meaningful, probably. It could be making $250 million and never giving the Lions a meaningful moment, with the exception of like some regular season moment that people think is impressive. Yeah, I'm just not a Stafford guy, that's all.
Okay.
Why? What do you do now? I forgot about Matthew.
Well, you know,
He won a Super Bowl. I know that.
A couple of weeks ago, it was reported that the Rams were trying to trade him because they want to completely, go through this rebuild because
They realize he's not good anymore. Yes, of course.
Well, he's coming off an injury, and they decided to, F the picks. It worked. It got him the Super Bowl, but it also got him in salary cap hell, which led to them getting rid of people like, Leonard Floyd and Bobby Wagner.
Sure.
Now,
It's amazing Aaron Donald's still there.
Right. According to Colin Cowherd, and I'm just going to quote here, I was told by a source I trust that they wanted to redo Stafford's contract. He wasn't interested. It limits what they can do, and we're frustrated with him. And I could also see them next year taking a quarterback because the way to catch up in this league with personnel is rookie quarterback, go buy 4 good players.
Okay, so redo his contract, meaning he would get paid less now, but he'd still get his money.
Probably.
He's not going to lose any money over this.
Probably not. He did that a few times here to
he
help
did
the
it in
Lions
Detroit.
with salary
Right.
cap issues.
Now he
Yes.
doesn't want to do it in L.A., and we don't know the whole story, but sounds like pretty selfish to me. And I know what you're going to say. Oh, you don't like Stafford, so you're going to call it selfish, but he's going to get his money. He's made a boatload of cash regardless.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, why not restructure, help your team get some more players or be more flexible, and maybe you're not going to be a laughingstock. Because let's be honest, okay? Matthew Stafford won his Super Bowl. He wasn't the MVP of the Super Bowl, but he still won his Super Bowl. He proved that he is what he always is. He throws 2 picks a game, but he's won his Super Bowl.
And he had a really good playoff run. He beat Brady. He made
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Can't take that away from him.
No question about it. Didn't have to play the Chiefs, instead played the Bengals. But whatever. It doesn't matter. He won his Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But now you look at it, like, does he not care about trying to have some form of success? They were bad last year. He got injured. This year, he's supposed to be better. He's 35 years old.
Right.
I have no idea how much longer he can play. But if he's going to get the money regardless, you'd think he would actually restructure.
You would think, but
Or
sometimes
come to Detroit to be the backup.
But sometimes, even in restructuring, it's not all guaranteed. And sometimes you don't get your money. His contract right now pays him an average of $40 million a season,
Jeez.
and he's not cuttable till after the 2025 season.
Don't you think, though, like, I don't blame him at all if he would lose a cent over this.
Right.
Because, yes, what he has now is guaranteed. It's his money. He's deserved it. He's earned it. But if it helps your team and you'll get it eventually, which most restructures do, then what's the big deal? Like Tom Brady restructured all the time.
Correct.
And he actually took less money.
Yes.
So his team could sign and continue to win.
I don't know the actual details, whether it would be actually less money or just a restructure that you're going to get back later. It doesn't say that in this information that I've been reading.
I'm looking at this ticket text. It says Matthew Stafford didn't do any of the things. He was just, that Stoney just said, star-studded, overloaded team with the talent. That's what did it. He still gets credit for winning a Super Bowl.
He should. It was a combination of everything. He played very well in the playoffs. He played good for most of that season. He went through that one stretch where he wasn't very good.
He led the league in interceptions 2 years ago, but still won a Super Bowl.
Right.
So it doesn't matter.
Right. Unless the Lions end up winning a Super Bowl with Goff or with J-Mo or anybody else from that trade, the Rams win the trade.
100%. But you know what always interests me about Stafford? He's not going to win another Super Bowl. He's pretty much done. The Rams obviously are trying to rebuild, which they should. I mean, they always, Les Snead talked about F them picks,
yeah,
right?
Right.
Well, now it's coming back to haunt them. And that's fine.
But it was worth it because they won the Super Bowl.
100%, and had a parade of 100 people that showed up to celebrate. I mean, really impressive stuff, you know? However,
Yeah.
the next thing is, and you brought up Stafford, I didn't.
I know.
But now that you brought it up, I got to ask you.
Yes.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
Oh, wow.
He's not.
Eye test says no. Statistics, the way, depending on how his career ends, may say yes.
Okay, so let's say
Definitely not first ballot. I might have to wait a while. It's borderline.
never once has he been named All-Pro, which Hall of Famers tend to get.
You would think. I don't.
He's been named to one Pro Bowl. He's been Player of the Week in the NFC a combined total of 3 times, 1 in Detroit, 2 more times in LA. Okay? His stats are pretty good because he's thrown for a lot of yards.
Mm-hmm.
But this era, everybody throws for a lot of yards.
That's true.
So
That's
yards
true.
alone don't get you in.
So
What gets me about Stafford is the people that are so quick to say he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's not going to be a Hall of Famer. He's not a Hall of Famer. He's a good quarterback. He's not a Hall of Famer, though.
It's close. I wouldn't have I wouldn't be hugely outraged if he got in, and I wouldn't be hugely outraged if he didn't. He's one of those guys that I see actually both sides. Personally, as of now, like if his career ended today,
Which it could, by the way.
right, I would say no.
Yes.
But I believe if he still gets a lot more, if he has a couple more years of good play, not necessarily Super Bowl play, I would think he would get in. I mean, to me, and I know he would have won one more Super Bowl. He's more of a Hall of Famer in my mind than Eli Manning.
Yeah, but fair. He's a better quarterback.
Right.
I would agree.
Yeah.
However, if you look at quarterbacks, if you win 2, you're in. That's just.
I
think there's
know.
one quarterback that's not in the Hall of Fame that's got like multiple Super Bowls. That's Hall of Fame so-called worthy. So I agree with that. My thing about Stafford, and we can go to the calls here, because people apparently have thoughts about him not restructuring.
Right.
But why? Maybe you can explain this to me. Why did Detroit fans still care and get so upset when I've just never been impressed by the guy? Like, what did he ever do here?
Because
people love him so much.
Because you've made it. That's the hill that you will never die on, and people just give it up already.
Okay, but you brought it up. I didn't bring it up.
But
I had no intention of talking about Matthew.
In general, well, it was news. And I framed it a little bit because he's your guy, and, wink, wink.
He's a very nice guy. Can I tell the story of what happened at Comerica?
Yeah.
Can I tell it?
Yeah.
Very quickly. Miguel Cabrera got his 3,000th hit.
Mm-hmm.
It was game 1 against the Colorado Rockies on a Saturday. Matthew Stafford was there after he had won the Super Bowl. All right? He did a little hit with Matt Shepard and Bally's.
Mm-hmm.
He was up in the Illich box, and Stoney and I were at the game. And I go to Stoney. I'm like, that's Matthew Stafford. And Stoney's like, you're right. That's Matthew Stafford. He was in Chris Illich's box. So apparently Stafford came down to do the TV hit. And Stoney went to the bathroom. And he comes back. He's like, Stafford's down there. Come get a picture with me. And I'm like, I'm not going. No, I'm not going. And then I should have went. Stoney got a picture with Matthew Stafford. I now wish I would have got a picture with Matthew Stafford. Because I would have told him, dude, I rooted against you. And I never thought you had what it takes. And I would have taken a picture. I would have taken a picture with Stafford. I would have posted it on social media. And I would have had the caption, never had a doubt that my guy would have got it done. Could you imagine? That would have been the greatest post in social media history.
Absolutely.
But I wussed out, and I wish I would have got that picture. But you got a picture somewhere, you and Matthew at Comerica Park.
Send it to my daughter. She went to Georgia for a semester, so she had an affinity for former Georgia players.
He wasn't even that good at Georgia.
He was good enough to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft, but he didn't win anything at
Did
Georgia.
he beat Michigan State in the bowl game?
I don't remember.
I think he did.
Yeah, I think he did too. But he wasn't. Look, one of the worst takes of all time. I didn't want the Lions to take him. I wanted them to take What was it? Oh, Aaron Curry.
Aaron Curry, the linebacker.
Yeah, from
right?
Wake Forest.
Yeah, no, they probably
Who's
made
now
the right
like an
move there.
assistant coach somewhere in college or something. I was
Okay.
reading about him. Yeah. That's one of the worst predictions takes I've ever had.
Okay. I mean, we all have bad ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Matthew Stafford had a very good career here. It wasn't as good as you would have liked, and any of us would have liked, but some of it was not out of his control, and some of it was in his control. Let's go to Butch here on 97 on the Ticket.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Butch, how are you?
Hey, so let me get this right. Stafford restructured multiple times here in Detroit, but he didn't restructure with those guys, but he's selfish player now?
No, Butch, nobody said that. No, he said, I simply said if he gets every bit of his money that's coming to him, then it seems selfish to not restructure. But if Stoney's right, and he does, well, hold on a sec, and he doesn't get the money,
I don't know if he
or
is
if he
or
were
not.
to lose any money, even a dime, then I agree with him. I wouldn't restructure either.
I wouldn't restructure with the Rams because they're not going to win. They've taken everything away from him. I would not restructure with no team if I'm 35 years old that has taken away weapons and
Then
don't
why
seem
wouldn't
to figure
you?
out.
But why wouldn't he want to get traded then? He can't get traded, right? It's impossible for them to trade him. So why wouldn't you want to get traded then? Go someplace else and try to win again.
I don't think it's so impossible that he can't get traded. But my other point I want to make real quickly is I just think that Stafford proved everyone who thought he couldn't win a Super Bowl if he had competent management in the front office. They were wrong. The people who thought that the Lions, it wasn't just on the Lions, it was some on Stafford too. No, I disagree with that.
So you give him a full pass?
He got with competent management. He didn't have a 1,000-yard back in the backfield, so I could make a case. I don't even think the offensive line was that great. They had a 40-year-old left tackle, but he made it work, and I think that pass he made to beat Tom Brady, the one to Cooper Kupp.
Yes, that was a great play.
There are not many quarterbacks that can. There are not many quarterbacks that can make that throw. So I don't think the Rams win without Stafford. I just don't.
Did you guys plan this?
In this town,
You know, I was filling in today.
No.
Did you guys plan this?
No,
Come
look,
on.
I tend to agree. Stafford does deserve credit for
Sure.
winning the Super Bowl. There's no doubt about
But
it.
again, look at the postseason. Dude threw 2 picks in every game in the postseason. Like, that's what we've always said he was. He's a quarterback that turns over the football.
But he got 4 W's or 3 W's
He
to
did.
win, and that's the
He
most
did.
important
And
thing.
nobody could ever take it away from him.
Because that's what he got criticized here for, not getting enough W's. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. Some guy named Wojo, speaking of W's, will join us at 9:35.
No, I see what you did there.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Rieger pointed something out to us in prep that I didn't realize that I think it was yesterday or today is a big anniversary in Detroit sports.
That's right, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
6 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
J.D. Martinez was traded away from the Tigers to the Diamondbacks.
Right.
And in that time, he's been an all-star 5 years, and he's hit 172 homers. Meanwhile, DeWalt Lugo and Jose King are no longer in baseball, I don't believe. And was it Sergio Alcantara?
Yes, Sergio Alcantara, who last season with the Arizona Diamondbacks had a OPS of 762 with 5 home runs, 19 RBIs, and a batting average of 265 in 117 at-bats.
Now, nobody talks about JD, I feel, because like they traded JV away, they traded Scherzer away. Everybody ends up winning a World Series for crying out loud, including JD Martinez. But JD Martinez is still getting it done at age 35. He's got over 20 jacks. He's playing in L.A. now. Stoney, of all the people that have left town, all of them, I don't care how they left, whether they got released, whether they got traded, whether they left in free agency. Was JD the biggest loss? Was he the biggest one that got away? Or would you go somebody else?
For the Tigers?
Anybody.
Oh.
I mean, like, for instance, I'll give you a guy like Isaac Paredes. He's having a great season, killing it with the Tampa Bay Rays again. He's played in 100 and almost 200 games with the Rays.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 36 homers and an OPS of over 800. For a guy that, unfortunately for Austin Meadows, he just can't get on the field because
Correct.
he's dealing with stuff.
Yes. So, I mean, that trade or whatever deserves somewhat of an asterisk because of the Meadows situation. If Meadows was having his career stats that he had with the Tigers, it wouldn't look as bad.
I agree with you, 100%.
So, it's right up there. The thing where J.D. Martinez, that Avila, I wouldn't say gets a pass. No, it was still a horrific trade. If you remember at that time period, he was going to be a free agent at the end of the season. There really was not a market for him at that time. I mean, he went to Arizona and played a quarter of his season, got him for one playoff game.
Guatemala is back in the postseason, by the way, and they got swept by the Dodgers, but because of JD, heck of a lot closer than it even should have been.
Yeah, that's true. It was a really good trade for Arizona, considering they didn't end up giving up anybody.
He hit in his time with Arizona. This is going to blow you away, okay? 62 games, 302 average, 1,100 OPS, 29 dongs. 29 in 62 games.
Right.
He's got 305 homers career. At age 35 this year, he's got 23. And we've traded a lot of guys away. A lot of guys have left. J.D. Martinez, man. I feel people forget about that guy, good he was.
The biggest mistake was, now I don't know how much of that is on J.D., is not trying to re-sign him before it got to that point.
Well, if you think about those teams, like when they traded everybody away from 2016, 17, 18, whatever the case was, don't you wish they just would have kept everybody? Made another freaking run at it?
Of course.
God. Yeah, I remember back then thinking okay, you got to trade guys. You got to kind of rebuild. Boy, was I stupid.
Yeah, because most people said you got to trade J.D. Martinez. You just didn't like the return that you got from him. That was the problem, right?
I remember Al Avila telling us, Jamie Samuelson, the late, great Jamie Samuelson and I, you must have been off. We were at the Illich Charity Golf Outing.
I love that event.
And they had, Oakland Hills, they had just traded away JD a couple days before. And Al took us aside after he came on the radio with us and said why he did it. And he said exactly what you said. It's impossible to get great return for a corner outfielder that's a rental.
Right.
The guy is not slowing down.
No.
I mean, my God.
You had to think that they could have got something more than that, like better prospects. I mean, what was Arizona going to do? You would we're not going to make the trade because we're not going to give up. That said, similar vein, many people thought that you should have just held on to Verlander until Houston would have said, okay on what's his name, the outfielder.
Oh, yes. I'm drawing a blank. I know. Yes, their number one prospect,
Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, and instead, we know what the Tigers got. You got Jake Rogers, who's still a major league player. You got Franklin Perez, who just keeps getting hurt and hurt and hurt. I don't even know what he's doing right
brutal.
now. And
that's it.
And Daz Cameron,
right,
who was a major disappointment. Because at the time, not Tiger slap you-know-whats, but national pundits thought that was a very good return for Justin Verlander. Because you had 3 of their top 15 prospects.
Traded them when the waiver deadline was over, damn near September, the last second. Had to have Avila go over there and have him sign the contracts. Stoney, there might be another guy that we're adding to this list, okay? Mm-hmm. Tell me what you think about this guy. This individual was not re-signed by the Tigers. Could have been. Wanted to be here. Currently, 260 average, 816 OPS, 14 homers. He would be maybe Detroit's best player, and he plays a position of need, third base. Jeimer Candelario.
Yeah.
Killing it in our nation's capital. And Scott Harris had a chance to bring him back.
Right. That's not
decided
an
not
thing.
to.
Right.
Same thing with Willie Castro having an okay season with the Twins.
It's funny you mention that. We'll get to Heather's news in a second. But I was thrilled, and many other people were thrilled coming into this season that we didn't have to go see the new band, Candy and the Castros. We didn't. I mean, Jeimer, people were very happy about that.
I do hear you, but I do hate the people that have the opinion, well, at the time you liked the deal, so you really can't talk about it now.
It's not our job.
I don't get paid $5-6 million a season to make these deals.
Right.
You got to get it right, or you get criticized.
We are allowed to be wrong.
Of course.
They are not.
Wrong too often.
Here's Heather.
Well, the search is on for the suspect in a fatal shooting on a really busy Ann Arbor freeway Tuesday afternoon. Michigan State Police were called to westbound M14 near Earhart Road after receiving reports of the shooting. And when they got there, they found a person in a vehicle on the shoulder with an apparent gunshot wound. That victim was pronounced dead at the scene. And authorities say it's unknown what happened to that driver, but they are believing that through a preliminary investigation, they believe there was another vehicle involved that sped away from the scene, because there are some witnesses that say they saw a black 4-door older model sedan fleeing the scene. And they say the driver of that sedan is believed to be a man wearing a hoodie, and they're searching for him. So if you have any information, obviously get in touch with police. Oh, this is a sad story. A Farmington Hills teen died in Alaska while he was on a summer camp trip.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Officials say the 16-year-old was attending this month-and-a-half-long camp in Alaska, and the camp sounds unbelievable. It was the trip itself was for teens entering 11th grade. They got to do all of this really cool stuff. Just a ton of hiking, sightseeing, fishing, ice climbing, just amazing.
I know a lot of people who've been on that trip. It's with Camp Tamarack.
Yeah.
It's the Western trip, it's called, I believe, in the Alaska trip. And I know somebody's relative of that child who died.
How did he die?
He collapsed during a hike.
Yes.
So they were out hiking, camping, and he collapsed. They're not saying exactly where. At least there was a letter that was sent home to all the other parents of other campers, and it said that the teen did receive CPR right there, but tragically passed away. They said all the other campers are safe. They're doing well. They do have emotional support there. They're going to send more emotional support in. Obviously, they've got food. They've got a place to sleep, and they're all safe. But just a tragic story to something that should have been just this amazing trip, God, it sounds, I would love to do something like that. He was a student at North Farmington High School. Yeah. Multiple passengers passed out while they were waiting to take off on a flight from Vegas to Atlanta, and they needed to be revived with oxygen, basically, because they were waiting so long and it was so hot on the plane. There was no air conditioning, so they were just sitting there. And the The pilot ended up telling everyone that we got to turn around because there's so many emergencies. Flight attendants were running up and down the aisles with oxygen tanks. They say passengers had passed out and some had even soiled themselves because it was so hot. After a total of 4 hours, at least 5 people were wheeled off the plane on a stretcher.
You know, that trip back from Vegas is always brutal, at least for me, because I always lose. But then add that to my losing.
Gosh.
That's brutal.
And then the passengers who were okay and not passing out, they were told, you have a choice. You can now get off the plane or you can stay on it. But if you get off, it's probably going to take days to get another flight to Atlanta. So some people continued to stay on it. Ultimately, the whole flight was canceled. It was delayed to the next day and then canceled again. So.
I would have stuck. I would have gone off. There's worse places to be than Vegas. Great city.
Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman, has dropped her $30 million lawsuit against him. If you remember, the lawsuit claimed that he violated this tenancy agreement following their split. So she filed the suit last year. She was claiming that she should be owed $30 million because she said that's how much it would cost her in rent if she had to pay for a similar piece of beachfront property for 6 years, because apparently he had promised her that she could live in his house for 11 years.
Now,
and they broke up after 5.
That Tiger had his people break up with?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Met her at an airport. You're going on a fabulous trip, sweetie. Oh, but you're never coming back. Not to my house, at least. Yeah, that was it. She also challenged that NDA that she apparently signed. The judge had basically said, no, that agreement is being upheld. And her lawyer was going to challenge everything and then just suddenly dropped all charges.
You ever wonder how that works? Like, I want you to be my girlfriend. And the woman's like, oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But after we go on Facebook and make this Facebook official, I want you to sign this NDA. What's that for? Don't worry about it. Just sign it.
Well, for that kind of money that he has.
A lot of celebrities do that.
Yes, and I don't blame him.
Lots do.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. It is Wednesday. Coming up next. Wednesdays with Wojo.
I signed an NDA working with him.
I know.
I know you
97
did
won the
too.
ticket. Now, Rieger, you don't play this song from 6 to 8 usually. This is one of the greatest songs in Detroit music history, the Detroit Grand Poobahs. Making sandwiches. And I think you need to play this as your theme song at 6 o'clock every evening.
Oh, that's up to Wojo if he wants to do this.
Oh, the sandwich
I can't get away from this
song
guy.
moving to 6 p.m. Oh, my God. What an idea, Stoney.
I know.
Your greatest idea ever, yes.
Thank
Ratings
you.
bonanza, I would assume.
Yeah, but by the way, I was up very early this morning. Don't take that as a compliment to your little show.
Look at that.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of work done on my house, and workers are funny. They like to get there early, like at 8. That's weird.
You
Yeah.
consider 8 early? Do you have any idea what time these people get up?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. But I said, hey, can't you start at 11? No. I get that. But I did hear the early part. And, Stoney, you discovered what I've always known.
Uh-oh.
Rieger is forever an 11-year-old. He was talking about, eating ice cream for breakfast to wake him up or something?
Wow, you really were
Well,
up
you were up
early.
at like 6 a.m., dude.
Yeah, hello. That's the new me forced upon me. But do you know I shamed him because he won't stop buying a big bag of gummy bears right before our show and swallowing them on the air. Gummy bears.
$2.99 a
11
bag at the
years
bistro.
Old. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Grow up, kid.
Could you ever see?
And
Now, Wojo, you've eaten a lot of things in the morning. Cold pizza, things like that. I get that.
Sure. Yeah.
Would you ever eat ice cream in the morning? It makes to me.
Well, I would. I wouldn't not do it for any reason. I guess I'm not really craving it at that hour. I'm craving coffee and then maybe a Pop-Tart and then coffee.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, according to Koirin University in Tokyo,
Oh, God.
found that eating ice cream in the morning improves alertness and mental performance. This is what I'm telling about.
Oh.
If you really took your job serious enough,
Okay.
you would down the ice cream before you came in.
I probably gain a lot more weight though.
It's worth it, though.
Not
that's
really.
a
Maybe
good
not.
point, yeah.
No, not really. I'd rather be adult. Not adult. Adult.
You're in charge of 11-year-old Rieger today, Stoney.
Yes. All right, Wojo. I don't think Rieger knows this unless he was listening yesterday.
Ooh.
But we posed a question in a Twitter poll yesterday on our show. Of the 4 number 1 draft choices, or their first pick, that all signed within about 3 weeks of each other, Thompson, Clark, Danielson, and Gibbs, who do you think is going to have the best pro career? Career, not short term, but career.
Did you mention Jack Campbell?
No, because he was not their first pick. Each team's first pick.
Okay, all right. I didn't want.
And we didn't mention Marcus Sasser either.
Marcus Sasser
He had 4
would
to
be
the
in
other
the
night.
mix.
I know.
Yeah, out of those 4, the best pro career, not start, but career.
Correct.
Ooh, you know what? I'm sort of tempted to say Max Clark just because baseball players can have longer careers, but he's 18. I know very touted, but I think I would go with Jahmyr Gibbs. Whether it's a typical running back, hybrid, shortened career or not, I think he's going to have a swirl of a big impact in a short amount of time. Give me Gibbs.
Well, the voting populace agreed with you, and I voted for Max Clark because of what you said. Baseball careers tend to be longer.
Yeah, but baseball players, especially top picks, seem like they never pan out. It seems like it's hard to project
That's true.
the baseball draft.
You know what you should do? Match up, and it'd take a little research, Tony, so you'll need to get up earlier tomorrow. But match up how many busts there are that are taking 3rd in the MLB draft versus how many busts taking, what was Gibbs, 12th or 13th in the NFL draft.
Well, do that research.
Well, we know that taking a pick 3rd in the NFL draft, Jeff Okuda can be a bust.
Oh, boy, yeah.
Till he kills
I
it
think
this
you
year.
You could pretty much pick any slot in the first round and find a lion.
Yes.
Bust
Well,
it out.
I have a
Old
question
lion,
for you.
Old lion. Yeah.
This is fun. Usually I just give you my opinion, but this is fun. You as the guest. Am I allowed to be annoyed
No.
at Javier Baez because he's so good after being so bad and benched? Your thoughts?
No. What you should ask me in your whiny Rieger voice is, well, should I apologize to Javi Baez
For
today?
one game.
Yes. Well, no. Obviously, the strategy is laid out, and I think AJ bench him every other game, right?
Is AJ on this
let him
week? We
play-
can ask him that. Like, if you bench him every other week or every other game, then every other game he comes back, he's going to be great.
I mean, as if we needed further evidence that it's totally mental because it happened the last time he was benched, and he was fantastic last night defensively, running the bases, hitting the ball. It is. I wouldn't be irritated with him. I would at least say, okay, we know it's somewhat fixable because it's mental, not physical. I'd be mildly encouraged by it until the next, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, which will probably be in a
Could
week.
be tonight.
Woj, did you
No.
did you realize that game last night was the first time in Major League Baseball history, because there was an offensive explosion yesterday? 12 teams had double-digit runs yesterday. First time ever.
I heard that in a little update. And I am somewhat during the juiced ball era or juiced human era, whatever. I thought, but 12, and obviously some of those 12 teams lost with 10. There was more than the Tigers that lost with 10 runs.
Yes.
I got to admit, confession, real quick, 11-6. I said, all right, I've gone long enough. It's time to turn on the first episode of Justified, set in Detroit, and I missed the stirring comeback that fell just short.
How was Justified? Pretty good?
I'm halfway through the first episode, but then I got
Raylan
tired.
Givens?
Yeah, Raylan Givens, and it's set in Detroit because I had to get up early, so I got tired.
Oh, I have a question because I never watched Justified. Can you just?
Oh no!
Good show.
Okay, my question is: can you start this season without knowing anything about what previously happened?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay.
Although you kind of need to know what Raylan Givens' character is about. Very cool customer. So he was, and we've talked about it before, the late, great Jamie Samerson, his favorite TV character of all time, and he's one of my favorites. So, yeah, you need to watch it.
Yeah, well, we watched, myself and my wife, we watched during the Tiger game while I was following it on my phone, The Righteous Gemstones, which I love. You ever watch that?
Oh.
John Goodman and Danny McBride, and it's awesome.
No, I have not. Is it a jewel heist story?
No. They're in exaggerated evangelical
I have heard about
family.
that. Yeah.
And it's very, very funny. This episode's a little weird and dark, but it's very
Rieger
funny.
knows this. Sony, I have too many stories watching right now. I can't keep up.
It's very impressive. But you know what's interesting about Wojo, and he gets upset when I say this. He's a sports writer. He's a sports radio host, but he has no interest in watching quarterback because it has no nudity. It has no thrilling type of moments, and it's got no mystery. Although, where did Marcus Mariota go? That's a big mystery.
All right. Shut it down for a minute, blabbermouth. I did, in the early innings of the Tiger game, watch the first episode of Quarterback last night. It's okay.
No, it gets better, though. It gets better. Keep it going.
Okay, but, I mean, what interesting things did I find in the first that apparently every one of the quarterback's wives is pregnant, I guess. Beyond that, there was nothing interesting.
Well, Cousins lives in a weird place. He has a weird second home in Michigan. It has some weird crap in it.
Oh, okay. I haven't gotten to that part yet.
There's a little mystery. Look at that. Stoney's selling you.
Right.
Little intrigue.
Yes.
I mean, the behind-the-scenes stuff and mic'd up during the game is cool, but we've heard players mic'd up during games.
No, but it gets better. It gets better. Like you get to follow. You get to follow Mahomes. No, okay. I heard Valente. He's a very. I know you guys, Mike Valente. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very popular radio host. He hates Michigan, likes Michigan State. Him and Rico did an hour yesterday. I was mowing my lawn. It's when I always listen. First hour, they did it all about quarterback. The people that called in, just rave reviews. It's a good show. Give it time.
I'll give it another shot. But the first episode, you're right, it's kind of dull. Kind of.
It gets better.
All right. I've heard that before. And it never does.
Well, Woj, I assume you're going to be doing Oppenheimer instead of Barbie, or are you going to do the both?
I'm not doing the Barbie. What is the Barbie controversy that she's a loose young lady or something, according to some people?
I don't know.
She's
What's
a
the
doll,
deal?
dude. Come on, she can't be loose.
Margot Robbie's hot.
Oh, I mean, her legs are on a swivel, right? Isn't that how dolls are made?
Yes, exactly. That is correct. Hey, the rookies are showing up for the Lions today. Where training camp, actually, with everybody, starts July 22nd. Let me ask you this question off the top of your head. What do you think is going to be the biggest surprise positively and biggest surprise negatively as we head into the season? So before we even get to training camp. Before we get to the regular season.
Right. Surprise positively, and I'm not breaking new ground here, but a lot of people, and you've seen it in the mini camps just listening to teammates, the rookie tight end Sam Laporta, I think, is going to be very impactful. Now, that's not saying a ton, obviously, but the teammates just rave about the guy, just energy and speed and catching the ball and everything. So I'll say Sam Laporta, the tight end, will be I don't know if it's a surprise, but a pleasant outcome. And downside, does it have to be rookie-oriented or anything oriented?
No, anything.
Anything? I will say this, and it's not right away. I do think after 6 games, when Jamison Williams comes back, I think he's still going to be slowed down. I losing all that time and having issues catching the ball with his hands. And I'm not even talking about the off-the-field stuff. That still has me concerned. Beyond that, I mean, Jared Goff, can he really go 250 more passes without an interception? That's one thing people don't realize. Some of those streaks, some of those really good things that happen are not sustainable.
Sounds like Wojo's being negative. I like it.
No, well, he asked me to be. Oh, I got squeaky there. Yeah. He asked me to be negative.
Yes, exactly. Final thing, I don't know if you were listening when we discussed the Jordan Lewis tweet yesterday.
Oh, no, I was not. See, I dozed back off. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well,
No, not because of you guys.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Jordan Lewis tweeted this, and I think I know where you stand on this, but here, his tweet was, "If you do get invited to my home, you will not wear shoes in it." Where do you stand on making your guests take their shoes off?
Well, very simple, because I had 18 guests in my house for a week, 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. It's very simple. I do not demand it, but I make sure all of my shoes are gathered around the door, like off, like piled up there. And generally speaking, people see it and take their shoes off.
So you're suggesting it without suggesting it. I like that.
Subliminally.
Nicely done.
If you're an older person, like my fake aunt, who, it's harder, and I don't demand that at all. It's harder for older people, to get them on and get them off.
Yeah.
But if you take the subliminal hint, you'll do it without me asking.
So let me get this straight. All those shoes near your front door, they're all yours? They're not from your victims? I mean the people that visited your basement?
Well, both. They're props. Basically, they're props. I drive along highways and find shoes by the side of the road, and I add them to my collection to remind people to take their shoes off.
I would never ask anybody to do
You're
it.
just too nice.
If they want to take them off, take them off.
But, I mean, most people they know if their shoes are messy, right?
Yeah,
they know.
But most people's feet are smelly, so if you take off your shoes, you're going to have their stink foot.
I thought people
I kind of feel as long as you got clean socks, that's a barrier, and your feet are not going to smell that bad.
But that's
take it from a guy that has smelly feet. Like, Wojo, you've been in the studio with me many times. How many times did you smell my feet?
Never, I don't think.
There you go.
Not from across the room. No.
That's what I want to be known for. A guy with flawless feet.
I mean, if somebody has like a party at their house, and I'm an adult, okay? I'm not taking off my shoes. I don't want to take off my shoes if I'm wearing like low, dress shoes or something.
No. Okay, if it's like a party or a formal party, whatever. But if it's like they're just hanging out, watching football or having a little, you can take them off then, right? Because especially if you're having dudes over, dudes have very dirty shoes. They do, because they've been running around in the dirt and everything, right?
Yes. All right, Woj, we will enjoy you tonight by yourself before Tiger baseball, correct?
Big game, absolutely.
All right.
Bye, Woj.
Thanks, Woj. It's Wednesdays with Wojo
We miss
here.
you.
97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Doing a little immaculate grid work here, which is, by the way, one of the greatest games of all time.
It's the Wordle of sports.
Yes, which if there was anybody associated with this show that I thought would love immaculate grid, it would be who? Knowing his
Greg.
mind. Yeah,
You hate it.
does not
Why
like
do you hate it?
because
Must be that new beard he's rocking.
because the fact that it ends. It's not like a game you keep playing over and over and over again.
Oh. Well,
No,
there's a
you-
new one every day.
I know.
Oh, he wants it to just keep going.
Yeah, kind of. As far as something that can be addicted on a phone, you know what I mean?
Does Greg know that life ends? I mean, eventually.
Yes.
Everything ends.
Yeah, everything does end,
I think
including this show.
Yeah.
Carson Anderson will take over the helm coming up in about a minute and a half. That would be Darren Helm, ladies and gentlemen.
He just retired.
I know.
One of the greatest nicknames in the history of Detroit sports.
What, the Helmer?
Come on. Gator knows it.
For Darren Helm?
Yeah.
I always thought it was Helmer. What?
No. The Nightmare on Helm Street.
I have not.
That's not a nickname.
I've not
Totally.
Once heard
When he scored the goals in the playoffs early on, when he came up, absolutely.
that.
I
don't
never
remember
heard that
hearing
before in my
Oh,
life.
yeah.
And
I mean, I'll say this: it's a great nickname.
It's a great
but
nickname.
I never remember hearing.
but it's see, to me, nicknames are what you call somebody.
Okay, but like
it's
the,
like
the
Verbeek.
little ball of hate
Hate is
right?
a great name.
I get it, but,
when
it's still
Verbeek's-
his nickname.
But when Verbeek's walking down the street, you don't say, "Hey, little ball of hate," as opposed to
They
like
might.
Irvin Johnson, who you see, "Hi, Magic."
I met his wife one night,
Which one, Magic or the little ball of hate?
Pat Verbeek's wife.
Yeah.
And so he
This is
introduced
Little
me
Ball
to her. He
Hate.
said, "Oh, this is Pat Verbeek's wife." I said, "Oh, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Scott." She goes, "Yes, I'm Mrs. Little Ball of Hate." And I thought it was hilarious. She owned it. It was great.
Well,
The old ball and Shane is the old ball and hate.
That's pretty interesting.
See?
Yeah,
There you go. I'm telling you, Darren Helm must have loved
Nobody
the
called
nickname.
him
I've
right now.
never heard that before.
Nobody did it.
Look at hockeyreference.com right now. I bet you it's one of his nicknames.
I'm not denying you. I'm just stunned
I
that
mean,
I've
I'm
never
not
heard
clever
that
enough to make that up.
because like
This is true. No, that's a great point.
Thank you.
Right.
Great point.
When he used to play in the Joe Coaster softball game, and when me and Mojo do the thing, the PA, we kind of make, take little shots here and there, have fun.
Oh,
with
do
it.
you?
Yeah, exactly. So we
The other receiving end of it,
I
I
gave
understand.
Darren Helm's playing. It's amazing. He's not injured,
Oh.
and he got pissed.
Yeah, well.
Well, it's
Yeah.
part of
Darren Helm was one of those dudes, always had a breakaway, never finished.
right. That was
Always.
yes, kind of like Drapes.
Yeah, kind of.
Exactly.
Drapes won more face-offs, I feel.
Shots fired, man. I mean,
Well, to the truth sometimes hurts. The next
Great
thing
career. He won 2 Stanley Cups.
the next thing you're going to tell me, you're upset that the two other at bats that Spencer Torkelson had last night.
No, Torque had a great game.
I know, 3 for 5, 2 home runs.
They need to bench Baez more.
10 total bases, is that good? I'm just asking.
Not too shabby.
When you
Some-
raise your OPS by 26 points in one game.
He was. Do you
Not bad.
realize he's only one of 5? First time in Major League history, 5 different players had 2 home runs and 5 RBIs in the same day. Is that incredible?
I knew that.
Wilmer,
I wouldn't know that unless, I mean, I know last night was a crazy night in baseball.
Wilmer
So,
Flores,
there we
Josh
go.
Naylor, Austin Riley, Christian Walker, and Torque last night. And as I mentioned before, it's the first time in Major League Baseball history that 12 teams had double-digit runs in the same night.
Don't you guys have wasn't there a
That
stat of
should
the
be-
day?
Yeah.
Yeah, there should be a stat
That
of
would
the day,
qualify.
but that stat of the day has been outlawed by people who have more power than I do.
Oh.
Mhm.
It's very disappointing.
He looks angry.
Frank Odyssey hates the stat of the day.
Screw Frank.
I know, exactly. What do you guys got going?
All right, we got Lions training camp is opening up today with the Rookers reporting. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
Talk about that. We'll talk about the newfound Javi Baez. I don't know. Hey,
Great
baseball
defensive play, too.
Well, look, I like he had 2 hits. He stole a couple bases. He's involved in the game, and an involved Javi is a good Javi. Unfortunately, the Tigers' pitching didn't help out.
No. All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a wonderful day, everyone. 97 won the ticket.
All right. Does feel like kind of an exciting day in Detroit. Although, I don't know how much information we are going to get out of Detroit Lions rookies reporting. I was looking at a timeline that the media is allowed in on Sunday. But this is the start. This is the beginning. This is day one. We might get some news trickling out. There could be a news conference today. I was trying to look that up as well to see if Dan Campbell or anybody was going to address the media. But believe me, if it happens, we'll have it because football, Gator, because football.
Football.
How are you today?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yep.
Anything exciting last night?
Went out to the Clem last night.
Yeah.
Mount Clemens to see the Jody Rafool band play.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy Garrett was playing guitar with them last night, and went out there, and they entertained as always.
Yeah.
It's always fun for me to see people and meet people that have never seen that band play before.
Okay.
Because when they get done, or after they get done with one of their sets, and they're just awestruck, like, wow, they were really good. I'm like, yes, they are really good. You get to see this every week. You are privileged. It's awesome. But met a lot of people last night, so that was cool. It was just a good time. And I had the baseball game on my phone, watching that because the bar behind me had the games on, but I didn't want to sit looking at the bar while the band's playing. So
I had the thought in the second inning, and I wonder if does this thought mean anything for those that follow things like jinxes? I had the thought in the second inning that Skubal had no-hit stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, of course, he's not going to throw a no-hitter because they're not going to leave him in a game long enough, so it's kind of a moot point. But then he didn't completely unravel, but he kind of unraveled after the second inning. And the pitching, which had been really good. And I know you believe in jinxes, so let's talk about it. Yesterday, we threw out the stat since the All-Star break that the Tiger pitching staff had a 1.5 ERA, and their starters had given up 2 earned runs. And then last night, they gave up 11 runs. But we also, I just talked about how lost Torque had looked at the plate the previous 2 days.
right.
So did anything that happened last night on the field in Kansas City have to do with our conversation yesterday between 10 and 2?
I think most of it.
Okay. So we should take full blame.
I mean, I couldn't help but think this like it's 2 innings worth. I actually saw the first 2 innings on my phone, and then I turned it off for a while, and then came back to it, and the Tigers were down 6-2, and I thought, what the hell happened?
And it happened in a hurry.
And I went back to the play-by-play and saw what happened, and I started to laugh out loud because I think I said something to the effect yesterday of, Skubal. I totally believe in Skubal. He's their best pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's going to have one of those days. That was a day for Tarek Skubal where he didn't have his great stuff.
Oh no, he did not.
Well, he did early, and then he lost it for the 1 inning, and he comes back, and I thought that they might bring him out for another one because I thought he settled down, but A.J. Hinch thought that his velocity had dropped noticeably, so they took him out. And, okay, fair enough. The bullpen's done a great job all season long. Let's see if they can keep the Tigers in it for a little bit while the bats try to come back. And sure enough, Torkelson comes up and hits another home run. There's a 3-run bomb, and it's 7-5. This is cool. Okay, no problem. And then they give up some more runs, and it was a little bit of a roller coaster watching the game last night. And then that ninth inning,
the scramble back.
I mean, you're watching it like this. This guy can't seriously keep doing this.
Yeah, there's no way they're coming all the way back here, right? There's no way.
And they keep having the bases loaded, and Kansas City hasn't even gotten anybody up in the bullpen, and their closer is in there in a non-save situation, and he can't find a plate.
No.
And I'm watching it at home at this point, and I'm like, come on, man, this is going to happen?
This can't happen, right?
Who's going to come up? Who's going to have the opportunity? And then Riley Green comes up with the 2 outs and the men on base. I'm like, oh, my God.
They were down 11-6 for people who didn't see it, and they scored. They had 4 runs plated with Riley Green at the plate and the tying run at third in the 9th inning.
Yes. And I wow, here it is. Here's your moment. And unfortunately, he flew out softly to the outfield, and the game was over. But furious comeback, and it's it's nice to see that they can come back. Unfortunately, it's 2 games in a row they've had to have a comeback. Last night was a little more furious than the other one, but you can't expect to get by at baseball winning games like that all the time. And I was concerned with certainly with the pitching that they had last night. It wasn't their best efforts. But the approach at the plate by most of the players was pretty good last night, and that was good. But I have to keep telling myself it's Kansas City.
Yeah,
Kansas City's not supposed to be good. They're not. The Tigers aren't very good either. But you like the matchup with Skubal on the hill, and it didn't work out last night. So ahead of them, they got the game tonight with Eduardo Rodriguez on the hill. Get out there, get out to a good start, and hold them off, win the game, and take the series tomorrow.
Well, there's Eduardo talked yesterday and had some interesting things to say. I'm trying to figure out if what he had to say is meaningful or was it just word salad, and we will get to that a little bit later on. But as we said right out of the gate, the rookies, they're reporting to Allen Park today. We have 4 interesting rookie storylines that we will get to starting at 10:16. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang behind the glass. Taking phone calls. Taking ticket texts. Taking tweets. Reading the streaming chat on Twitch where you can watch the show, twitch.tv. And thank you to all of you that are streaming on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today, and then you can take the show anywhere in the United States. Gator, more and more people are doing that. We embrace those that stream. Hello, streamers.
Indeed.
Streamers, hello.
Hello.
All right, you ready for some football?
Am I?
Mm-hmm. Here we go. This is 4 rookie storylines to watch. As the Lions have rookies reporting today. Storyline number 1. Can Jack Campbell break the mold of an off-the-ball middle linebacker not being worthy of being drafted as high as the Lions took him? If you take a look at this position, essentially, the bar is kind of set at Luke Kuechly. You kind of have to be like that for the next decade to be worth this pick. Jack Campbell put up great stats. Jack Campbell was off the charts in that athletic measurement score that they have, but he can't be Jared Davis, right? He's got to be way better than that for it to be worth it. And the question is, can he do it? That starts today.
Well, it is a big question. And you look at Luke Kuechly and Jack Campbell, and Jack Campbell is actually physically bigger than Kuechly. Kuechly was amazing.
Yep.
Absolutely amazing. A tackling machine. And he hit the ground running with 164 tackles in his first season, including 12 for loss. He was just fantastic out there on the field. And for his first 3 years in the league, he was averaging 150 tackles back when they played the 16 game schedule.
Is it unfair to him to Jack Campbell to set the bar that high, or is that just basically is what it is when they draft him at that point in the draft?
I think it's unfair to make the comparison to Kuechly. Kuechly is one of the greatest we've seen, and it was a short career. So I try to go back and look at what did Rodriguez do last year,
right,
as a rookie. And as a rookie, he made 87 tackles. So it's like almost half,
right,
a little more than half the production.
And that was a good year.
And it was a good year. He had a nice year and did some other things. It's not just the tackles. It's, are you able to affect other areas of the game? And I think that Campbell he should have the opportunity, if he's as billed as advertised here, that he could be a guy that racks up over 100 tackles. And I'm kind of expecting that. And maybe it's unfair because I know he's got to win the job first. So if he's not starting on that Thursday night game against Kansas City, I might go, oh, that's a little disappointing, even though I know he's going to play. But I feel like he's got to start to hit the ground running to even be talked about in that rarefied air of Kuechly. I like the pick of Jack Campbell. I thought at the time it may have been a little bit of a stretch to go in the first round, but I was okay with it.
Right.
Because I know he's going to be a good player. How good and how soon are the big questions.
Kang?
I think the Kuechly bar is a little too high to set. He was the, 18th overall pick? He wasn't a top 10 pick or even a top 15 pick, and I think that does matter a little bit. I mean, Kuechly was a top 15 pick. Roquan Smith, 11th overall. Patrick Willis, I'm talking studs here. Those were he was the 8th overall. So I think the bar is a little too high when you set it at those type of guys and those type of numbers, but he was a first-round pick. So I expect
ninth overall.
Who was who?
Kuechly was 9th overall.
So, and Jack Campbell's 18th. So he's a first-round pick, but I think he's not top 10 tier where you expect all-pro right away. This guy's got to start, and he's got to put up a lot of numbers, though.
The last middle linebacker, off-the-ball middle linebacker to be drafted at least that high was Zaven Collins from Arizona, who went in the 2021 draft at 16. His rookie season, he had 25 tackles. Last year, his sophomore season, 100 tackles. They're probably feeling decent about his progression, but we'll see.
Just put it more in perspective, Jared Davis had 96 tackles his first year and 100 the second year. So you're hoping it's well better than that.
Yeah. All right, next up. Can Jahmyr Gibbs break the streak of 22 Detroit Lion running backs drafted since Barry Sanders and be a bit of a long-term answer at the position? I went back and looked at all the names. There have been 22 guys. The most successful, I mean, we're probably talking about Kevin Jones over the course of his career, or Kevin Smith. And other guys had injuries derail them, and DeAndre Swift might be one of them, and obviously Javid Best. But they just haven't had a guy that's been worth it since Barry, or could sustain it since Barry. Can Jahmyr Gibbs, which, by the way, fun fact, the Detroit Lions' last 2 running backs they've drafted have both been named Jahmyr, with Jahmyr Jefferson. But
it's Jamar.
Is it Jamar?
Yeah.
I got it wrong. Never mind. Not a fun fact. That's funny.
They both begin with J.
Yeah. Anyway.
And then an
Can he break the streak? Can he be worth it?
Well, he can, but it's crazy when you say things since Barry, because then you're making the comparison to Barry. I know that's not what your intention was, and you can't compare anything to Barry Sanders, who's once in a lifetime. But what you can ask for is can he be, how about a Pro Bowl running back?
Yeah.
And I think he's got that kind of potential, but I don't think he'll be used like the running backs that typically get named to Pro Bowls will be used. I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to carry it close to 300 times. But he's going to get noticed because of what he does after he's got the ball in his hands as a receiver. I think that's where it's really going to, like, whoa, that was quick. That just happened. That wheel route really turned into a 75-yard gain. I mean, I think he's got, I think he will be the guy that we'll be talking about, the best running back since Barry for the Lions. I do think we're going to say that.
God, I hope so.
He's got the speed, he's got the pedigree, and he doesn't have, a whole lot of wear on the tread to this point getting into his rookie season. He wasn't overused in college, and just setting the bar at what DeAndre Swift was for this team. We had those same aspirations for Swift. Swift had less than 900 yards from scrimmage his rookie year, 1,000 yards from scrimmage his second year, and 931 yards his third year. But that first year he had 10 touchdowns. That's a lot. Can Jahmyr Gibbs get that kind of production and be more than 1,000 yards in total yards? I expect him to be up close to 1,500 yards total from scrimmage. But to 10 touchdowns, it's going to be tough to get right out of the gate.
I mean, the bar is set so low that, you would think that he is going to be the best running back drafted by the Lions since Barry Sanders, but that's because the bar's been set so low. I hear all these this excitement from fans, projections and things like that, but, stop me if we've heard this before with other Javid Best, Mikel Lashore, Kevin Jones. The list goes on and on and on of running backs that just didn't work out here. With that being said, I would temper expectations because he still is a rookie and he still has David Montgomery in the backfield as well. I do expect a lot of him because of where he was drafted. The bar is so low, Doug. I do expect he's got to be the best running back since Barry Sanders.
The question becomes, though, is all the talk about him, he's a different style running back, but do we say the same things about DeAndre Swift? Did we say the same things about Kerryon Johnson? And I think we did.
Well, certainly, but I felt like with Kerryon kind of, he raised our expectations once the season started. Like, I don't think we had that coming out of college, coming out of the draft. Swift, we did. They drafted him very, very high in that draft. It was one of the first picks of the second round. And Swift showed us that he had those moments. You're like, well, that's the guy. And then unfortunately, he was, hurt constantly or nagged constantly, I should say, by injuries. But I just feel like this is different.
But
clean
why?
slate. I'm not gonna tie him into what other people have failed at.
Yeah, we can't predict injuries. It's tough. But guess what? Almost every single one of those running backs you listed off was slowed down by injury. Amir Abdullah was one that I remember the first game. I was like, oh, my God, they got their next running back for the next 6 years.
This is the answer. It's a game in San Diego.
Yes, the San Diego game.
Yeah.
But Gibbs is getting an opportunity to come into a team where he's not asked to be the number one guy because they do have Montgomery. I don't know how much they expect to get out of Jamal Williams a couple of years ago, but when they had him in the first place. But I feel like they threw DeAndre Swift out there and thought this is going to be our guy, even though he only had 114 carries his first year.
I also wonder how much bad luck has been involved here. Bad luck or bad scouting in terms of injury issues. But there has been some bad luck with these guys. We can think of games, and we mentioned the San Diego game, the Javid Best Bears game, the night game at Ford Field, where in the moment in time, you just couldn't help but think, finally, There's never going to be another Barry Sanders. But finally, they've drafted a running back that's worth it. And those things got derailed. So the story will be told. It won't be told in this first carry. Let's just say that. But it will be told over the course of time. Well, what did Barry go for, 19 yards? If Jahmyr Gibbs goes for 19 yards?
And I remember Billy Sims, his first game was unbelievable.
Yeah. All right, we got 2 more rookie storylines that we will get to starting at 10:31 as the Lions Rookies Report today. That when we continue here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Dunkar, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so the Lions Rookies Report today. So what are we doing? We got 4 rookie storylines to pay attention to here. And we continue. Talked about Jack Campbell. Talked about Jahmyr Gibbs. Next up, tight end Sam Laporta. Of all the rookies, this guy probably has the fewest roadblocks to the top of the depth chart. I mean, they got production from the position last year. I like James Mitchell. I think he has big-time, big playmaker ability, but that's all potential and projected. Brock Wright made a couple plays, Shane Zylstra. But at the end of the day, Sam Laporta comes in with a chance to rise to the top of the depth chart. And the question is will he? The early returns from OTAs and minicamp, pretty good. Can he take advantage of that?
Yeah, I think he can. I think eventually he's going to shoulder the burden of the load of the tight end position. I think it's a nice situation for him to kind of ease into it initially, but he's the guy that has the highest upside, obviously. And you look back at TJ Hawkinson, his rookie season, he played in 12 games, only started 7, and caught 32 passes for 367 yards and a couple of touchdowns. And then he had a much better second season. I fully expect Laporta to have a better rookie season than TJ Hawkinson had, and I think he's in a better situation because the Lions seem to know what they're doing offensively, and back then I'm not sure that they did. So it's and there are lofty expectations of him because of where he was drafted, and I think there were maybe a lot of people that didn't think they need to go that high for a tight end. So you got people saying, George Kittle saying he's the best tight end to come out of Iowa?
Yeah.
Some of that might be.
He was really in the process of just loving all the Iowa tight ends. I didn't take him seriously.
Well, take it for what it is, though. He said it, and he's one of them. But can he be as good as the others? Well, Kittle's one of those. So if you just be Kittle, are we okay? There we go. That's the bar. I think he'll be very good his rookie season.
Well, you mentioned the Hawkinson comparison to his rookie year. Is 2 touchdowns or less disappointing for Sam Laporta?
Yes.
Is 367 yards receiving disappointing for Sam Laporta?
Yes.
32 catches disappointing for Sam Laporta.
Yes.
Now, TJ only played in 12 games, so his rookie year. But if he plays a full schedule, I kind of agree with you.
I'm not expecting a ton out of him. I think it's hilarious. It just depends on where you're drafted, the difference it makes for fan reaction. You know, he's a second-round pick, and everyone's like, I love this pick. If he was the first pick overall, like the 12th overall pick by the Lions, if he was their first pick, he'd be getting the Hawkinson-Ebron treatment, and people would be going nuts. But since he wasn't, people are like, hey, I'm excited about this. I think Sam Laporta is going to have his moments. He's going to have a few moments next year. Doesn't mean he's going to be a bad pick or anything, but to ask a rookie second-round tight end to come in and be better than Hawkinson was, as much as we thought maybe Hawkinson disappointed us, Hawkinson was he's a Pro Bowl tight end in this league. The Vikings gave up something for him because they wanted a tight end of that caliber. Laporta's going to be okay. I think his rookie year, I think people need to be patient. I don't think he'll even start week 1. He's going to be behind Brock Wright and maybe even Mitchell. But he will have his moments this year. I do expect maybe 3 to 4 touchdowns, but I wouldn't go crazy, guys.
I'm going crazy.
Go for it.
I'm going crazy. Well,
You've been known to go crazy before.
Yeah, no, I mean, when I say crazy, I expect maybe 5 or 6 touchdowns from him. I expect like 500 yards receiving and, 50 receptions.
I'll take the under in all those.
Okay.
So the thing about it, though, you mentioned the Hawkinson treatment. I mean, we've seen it. Hawkinson, Okudah. Sam Laporta is not going to come anywhere close to that kind of perception. That guy's Jack Campbell. I mean, Jack Campbell is probably the player that, we said unless he's Luke Kuechly, people are going to be mad, even if he's really good. But Laporta,
Well, let me say, I don't think people are going to be mad if he's not Luke Kuechly. I think people are going to be mad if he's not making the plays he can make. If he's caught out of position, if he's trailing the play or lets the tackler slip between his hands. I think that's where I don't think statistically fans are going to be that upset by it. It's about what they're going to see on the field.
I think fans will be looking at it and say, you got to be one of those 150 tackle guys. And as a rookie, he's going to be out of position. But Laporta has a chance to get to the top of the depth chart. The guy that probably, and this is storyline number 4, the guy that probably has the most obstacles between him and playing time is Brian Branch. Now, where he settles in on the depth chart, is he a nickel guy behind C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Does he play just a pure safety? But he's behind Kirby Joseph and Tracy Walker. I mean, this is a guy who he's a very, very talented safety coming out of Bama, and people like this pick as a second rounder. But him making an impact, barring injury, he's got his hands full to get to the top of the depth chart because you got to think that C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to be that nickel corner/safety. You got to think that Kirby Joseph and Tracy Walker have a leg up. So wherever he projects, wherever he can make an impact, if someone gets hurt, it's nice to go to a guy that talented. But again, he's got some work to do to crack the top of the depth chart.
He does, and I don't have high expectations for him this rookie season. I think I don't actually expect him to play a whole lot. I think he's going to be a special teams contributor, and I think he'll get his opportunities when injuries arise. I don't expect him to be this got to put him on a field guy because of what you see in training camp. It's not to say he's not going to be a future player for this team. It's just you laid it out there. It's tough to crack this lineup right now.
Which is amazing considering what the secondary was last year.
Well, right. But then what they do, they went out and signed 3 defensive backs and, just re-signed some of their own, and then they drafted one. So it's tough for him. But I think that the future is reasonably bright for Brian Branch. I liked him a lot out of college, but then the line just kept adding more to the secondary and just made it tougher and tougher for him. But I think he'll be good.
I absolutely love the pick of Brian Branch, but he's going to be the hardest rookie out of the top 4 guys to get into the lineup right away. I agree. He is a draft and stash cornerback. We talked a lot about draft and stash quarterbacks leading up to the draft. Brian Branch is a draft and stash corner/safety. He's got a great guy in front of him to mentor and learn from in C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and that's the position I feel like he's going to take over once Gardner-Johnson leaves because he's only on basically a 1-year deal. Brian Branch is a future pick, like literally a future pick, and you're right. He will not see the field unless of injuries, but I love the player. He eventually will get on the field at some point. He will make special teams plays, and if there is an injury, I think it's a good guy to go to look, to the bench for.
Yeah, and Tracy Walker has an out in his contract after this year. He needs a healthy season. Now, again, where Branch plays in the secondary, there is a high degree of versatility, but we want Walker to stay healthy. Walker is a hell of a good safety when healthy.
Yeah.
And Kirby Joseph might be the player that fans are most excited about of his potential ceiling as to what he can be.
He was a playmaker.
It feels like that was a Legion of Boom kind of draft pick in Kirby Joseph. And what I mean by that is not a high, first or second round guy who could be a star in this league, which is what Seattle feasted off of a decade ago. So, look, can Brian Branch get to the top of the depth chart? I kind of hope he doesn't. But if he does, based on merit alone, holy crap, is he going to be good?
Yeah, Gardner-Johnson is probably going to if he plays as well as he should play, he'll probably price himself out of the Lions as far as re-signing, and that's where Brian Branch comes in. So, like I said, great mentor there. And, yeah, if he does crack the lineup because of merit, what kind of
That's awesome.
Yeah, like that means, wow, he's ready now?
I tip my hat to, sir.
Yeah. All right, bonus question. Almost like just saying, for rookie storylines, Hendon Hooker, Gator, go.
Well, there are no expectations. I just all I want to hear is he's progressing, and through training camp is where we're going to hear the updates, because once the season starts, you're not going to hear anything about him.
This is the one player I don't expect to nor care to see play this year.
Yeah, I really don't want to see him play this year because that would mean something happened to our starting quarterback, and I don't need that. The Lions' best opportunity to all these great things we see in front of him is with Jared Goff at quarterback right now for this season. But Hendon Hooker's got a ton of talent, and he needs to bury his head into the playbook, understand it. Hopefully he's healthy enough where he's competing in some drills, where he's getting some timing down with the receivers. And then when the season starts, he's locked away. He's out with the practice squad guys or whatever, just rehabbing. And that's all. We're not going to hear anything about it because they're not going to be able to talk about it. So, but I do have high expectations for him down the road. I think it was a very astute pick to get him.
Yeah, I think this is a total redshirt year for Hendon Hooker. I think actually my prediction is if we have Jared Goff on weekly like we did last year, the last 2 years, he's going to get annoyed by your guys' question about how's Hendon Hooker look.
I'm
not doing it.
I'm not sure.
Because
it's only if there's reason to bring it up.
Hey, is he walking around okay? Is he running? I mean,
if we bring it up on our own, he's going to be like, WTF, guys. I mean,
I think it's a fair question
when there's news. Like,
well, when there's news, or is he? Like, we're not going to talk to him until prior to the first week of the year?
Yes,
unless he's at training camp. If we're at training camp doing a show, and maybe they'll bring him over and we'll talk to him, and then it's appropriate. Outside of that, it's not appropriate.
Yeah, I think it's a complete just rehab redshirt year for Hooker. I think Sudfeld right now is locked in as your 2 unless they go out and get Bridgewater or Carson Wentz or somebody. Hooker is now that is your draft and stash quarterback. Mm-hmm. Don't expect anything from him this year.
All right, you want to keep talking Lions? Feel free, 248-539-9797. Of course, we have open lines here on 97.1 The Ticket, but with rookies reporting today, we decided to do the rookie storylines as those guys will be in practice. Now, just so people know, if they do it the way they've done it in the past, and Gator, you and I have gone out to training camp on the first couple of days, and they have rookies, like they have a full team worth of rookies that can put together and do some scrimmaging. So I don't know if they're planning on doing that today. Things might be different. but
Yeah, well, the media is not allowed to go see them, I think, until Sunday.
yeah,
So whatever happens the next few days
is in the dark.
Yeah.
But all right. Again, you want to continue talking Lions, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, plus your tweets at Doug and Gator 971. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, Gator, I'm going to admit to something that I might get more crap about than when I was in Vegas and ended up at the Celine Dion concert. I might get more crap about this than that. And I will admit it on the air in the 11 o'clock hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Summers will never be the same when you transform your outdoor space with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant, Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source gives you a maintenance-free, ageless look. So whether you're looking to build it yourself or maybe you need a referral for a Trex certified installer, Builder's First Source has you covered. With decking for every budget, make the most of outdoor living with Builder's First Source. 2 locations in Clinton Township and Shelby Township. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, something happened 6 years ago today.
6 years ago?
Yeah. We will get to that coming up in 5 minutes. you saw it on Twitter, but you didn't.
I did not.
All right, feedback coming in regarding the storylines that we just talked about with the Lions. Unnamed texter writes, in salary cap going up, I would expect that Gardner Johnson will really enjoy playing here, and if he's Pro Bowl level, the Lions will keep him. Certainly possible.
Hard to let somebody go if they're Pro Bowl level, and depending what the season holds for the Lions, yeah.
And I mean, this texter expects that Gardner Johnson will really enjoy playing here. I mean, that'd be great, but I don't know if there's any predicting that.
He enjoyed playing in Philly last year, and he left.
Yeah. Another one here. I'm going crazy. This person writes, I should have taken Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame. Better blocker, better everything. WTF. They really effed this up. You watch. That's from Pete, who signs at Manistee/South Bend. He also wrote, I should have taken Michael Mayer.
Oh. Yeah. Manistee, South Bend. Well, that's quite a difference in areas there.
Well, he likes Michael Mayer, apparently.
Wait a minute. South Bend, isn't that where Notre Dame is?
Let me look that up. Yes, that's where Notre Dame is.
Michael Mayer, wait a minute. Didn't Michael Mayer play at Notre Dame?
Let me look that up. Yes, he did.
So Notre Dame fan is upset with the Lions, and he's a Lions fan as well, apparently, because Manistee. He's upset because they didn't take his guy from his school.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not... We all have our favorites.
I'm joking about it, but in all fairness, yeah, that was a name I think everybody thought was top tight end and could be argued was a top tight end, and he ended up being drafted as the third tight end.
Mm-hmm.
So
the Lions weren't the only team that apparently.
No, they weren't the only one that passed time, and it's something to look at for sure. I mean, guys get paired up with other players with their careers because of where they were drafted, and fans saying, well, they should have taken this guy instead of this guy. Well, here you go, Michael Mayer and Sam Laporta.
All right, I haven't had a chance to fact check this, but somebody said this happened 6 years ago today. So let me see if it's true. Do you have any ideas what it might be?
So we're talking, July of 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be like a trade?
Yep.
With the Tigers?
Yep.
So this would be a pre-deadline trade. So it's not going to be Verlander because he was literally last second.
According to the story I'm looking at, it happened yesterday, but it's right around this time.
So that would have to be like a J.D. Martinez trade or something?
Bingo.
Okay.
Well done. Now, for the bonus points, can you name the players that came back?
I remember, I totally forget the one. I used to know this guy because I was watching him in the minors and hoping he was going to be something, and it looked like he had flashes and then never did anything. It was like a shortstop/third baseman type. Do you have his initials?
Well, I mean,
there's a couple guys, right?
Yeah. I'm going to guess
something
the initial.
King?
Jose King is one of the players.
Okay.
I don't know that that's the guy because I think Jose King, who was 17 at the time that they got him, Jose King, I think, was just a pure shortstop. So I don't think that's the guy you're thinking of. You want me to give you the initials of the guy? D.L.
Oh.
Yeah. You know there's people yelling at the radios.
Go ahead, say it. It's killing me.
You're going to be so mad.
I am. I'm already mad.
Do you want me to give you a first name or last name?
First name?
Dawel
Lugo.
Yeah.
I was going to say something Lugo, and Dawel Lugo, yep.
And the third player?
Initials?
S.A.
Is it Sergio Alcantara?
Bingo. So well done. Now, the bonus round. Where are Dawel Lugo, Jose King, and Sergio Alcantara today?
I don't know if any of them are anywhere. Alcantara, I know there's a couple of Alcantaras in the league. I don't know if he's still the one. I'll say he's still in the league.
He is with the Cubs AAA affiliate. Last year, he was with Arizona and San Diego, and he is now with the Chicago Cubs AAA affiliate, where he's hitting .268. Sergio Alcantara is 27 years old. It's harder to get updates on the other two. Dawel Lugo, on March 21st of this year, signed a contract with the Charleston Dirty Birds of the Atlantic League of Professional Baseball, which is an independent league.
Yes.
And so he is still playing, but he's out of Major League Baseball.
Well,
he hasn't played for a Major League organization since 2020.
He's played in 7 games with Charleston. He's hitting .235 with a .594 OPS.
I feel like we lost that trade.
You think?
No, I'm spitballing. I don't have JD Martinez's number in front of me right now.
You mean All-Star JD Martinez?
Yeah. Is he some team called the Dodgers?
Which, by the way,
whatever.
He's been with how many teams since the Tigers traded him has he been with? Is it just the two, the Dodgers and Diamondbacks, or did he go somewhere? He went to
Red Sox.
Red Sox, yeah.
Red Sox.
So he's been around. Other teams haven't held on to him either, and yet the guy just goes out there and hits.
Yeah.
Well, that's baseball, though. I mean, everyone's always looking to get someone that can hit, right? You don't stay on one team too long. I mean, look, your boy Lugo's on the Dirty Birds.
Yes, he is.
Oh, Dawel Lugo.
Yep. And I can't figure out, I think Jose King might be out of baseball. Although he played in Toledo last year, but I can't find any updates on Jose King. Maybe you're better at the Google than I am, but.
Well, let me see what I got.
Yeah. We got this from somebody, I guess we follow, Jed. Said Tigers traded JD Martinez 6 years ago today. He's made 5 All-Star teams and hit 172 cents. Dawel Lugo and Jose King are the guys who dish up the free curly fries at participating Arby's locations when the Tigers score 3 or more runs.
Jose King last played in the minors last year with West Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Had 59 games and hit .244 with a .657 OPS before the Tigers said, all right, that's enough.
That's enough.
He was 23 when they released him.
The Charleston Dirty Birds have a pretty cool logo.
Of course they do. It's a minor league team.
It looks like a canary, a yellow bird, wearing a coal miner's hat.
That's nice.
Yep. And so the old canary in the coal mine there, Gator. So that's where, who we say, Lugo's there with the Dirty Birds. Yep.
So basically, back in the day, they traded for, I mean, those are 3 infielders, right?
Yep. They're hoarding shortstop.
They were hoarding shortstops.
Astro style.
And none of them panned out.
None of them panned out. I mean, in all of the purges, we're not done with Jake Rogers. We do have Jake Rogers.
Yep.
So there's that.
There's that.
And Candelario was a decent player. I mean, when you lead the majors in doubles, I mean, that means you're doing something right.
Yeah, and he's still contributing this year. Not to the Tigers, but
when all of the various players that were pawned off, the return has just been scraps.
Yeah, it was as if they waited too long for that purge.
Mm-hmm.
And yet you understand in a way why they did. Wanting to keep going for it, but then when you really have to get rid of everybody. You're up against a barrel there because everybody knows these are free agents at the end of the year. You lose them for nothing, so you got to get something, and that's what happened.
But yeah, it was just played. It was played poorly and I'm not. You got to get some return.
Houston did give them. I mean, if you look back at prospect rankings at that time. Houston gave the Tigers 3 pretty good prospects. It just wasn't one of their top 2 prospects they gave up.
Which were Kyle Tucker, right? Was one that we were begging for. And who was the other one?
The big power hitter. The guy who's there now, the monster power hitter, who's been in the middle of the lineup for a long time. Whose name is escaping me right now.
Yeah, me too. I don't remember that. I do remember Kyle Tucker because we talked a ton about Kyle Tucker.
About Jordan?
Yes, Alvarez. Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember him being involved or us talking.
No, he
about
wasn't
him.
involved, but he was there.
No, I don't remember us. He was okay. So we didn't talk about him, but he was the other guy.
He was the other.
That was the untouchable coming back.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that would have been decent.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as I liked following Jose King's minor league progression, could have been better.
It's all right. Between the two of them, they have 31 home runs and 117 RBIs this year, and OPS combined about 900. But that's all right.
All right, coming up next hour, a couple things. I will confess to something that I may regret, but I mean, at this
you
point,
will. I don't even know what it is, but I'm saying you will.
What do you think the most embarrassing thing I've ever admitted on the air is?
Celine Dion.
Is it? Is there any question? Because the bike helmet gets me a lot of crap.
Well, but the bike helmet, I mean, people get a crap, they just have fun with it. But I mean, the reality is, if you're going to go out on a bike ride, you should wear a helmet. So nobody, I mean, what's the harm there?
All right.
Admitting that you went to see Celine Dion in Vegas.
Fair.
And you weren't alone.
No,
as you like to point out, there were others.
Do you know who they are?
I feel like you should mention them sometimes.
Well, Larry Evans, somebody Schumer.
Ted Schumer.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think this might give me more crap.
More so than the Celine Dion stuff.
Yep. We will get to that today. I will confess at
All right.
11:02. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. Tickets to training camp are available today. Fans can check out the Lions website and claim their free passes to practices while they're available. That includes the first weekend they're open on July 30th and 31st, and to the joint practices against the Giants and the Jaguars next month. In the meantime, rookies are reporting to camp today. All 8 of their draft picks are officially signed. Speaking of the rookies, Tigers' number 3 overall pick, Max Clark, is getting his first taste of workouts in Lakeland. The 18-year-old says he's loving his introduction to Tiger Town and getting to meet all of his coaches and teammates. Ryan Garko, the head of player development, called Clark's first batting practices impressive. Up in the show, it'll be round 3 between the Tigers and Royals after they split the first 2 in KC. Eduardo Rodriguez will take his turn in the rotation. He addressed trade rumors yesterday, saying that all he can do is go out there and pitch, and right now he is here. First pitch at Kauffman Stadium is at 8:10 p.m. with Dan Dickerson's call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And late tonight, the Open Championship will kick off golf's final major. Tee times begin at 1:35 a.m. our time. The defending champion is Cam Smith. Scheffler, Rory, Rahm, and Koepka are the top 4 favorites, according to FanDuel.
Say, Chris, I don't want to correct you.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be early tomorrow morning, as opposed to late tonight?
I've been kind of going between them. When does it stop? Midnight? Is that the right call?
I mean,
would it comes late tonight and early in the morning?
That's right.
Either way, I won't be awake. I'll be awake, 2 hours later, sadly, based on my shift.
Yeah. What time do you show up here?
Yeah, like 3:55 a.m., something like that.
And when's your first on-air hit?
5:23. Good times, baby.
Shift. That's a tough
I'll be golfing at 12:15.
That's good.
It's not all bad.
No.
At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I'm going to make a bit of an audible.
Okay.
Because I was going to confess to something. I will confess to it shortly. But I'll make a bit of an audible for 2 reasons. One is about how we present the topic.
Yes.
But 2 is this story is just breaking this morning here locally. At this hour, Gator.
At this hour.
As we like to say. The governor of our state has signed bipartisan legislation allowing alcohol to be served at college sporting events. She also signed legislation making liquor to go permanent, which will generate revenue for small businesses. So it's a wrap. You'll be able to get.
If the stadiums want to do it, it's up to them if they want to.
Rico said something interesting about how at Michigan State, the money, like all of the, he thought he had intel, and I don't know if anything changed. I didn't hear if he said it on the air. He said it off the air. Maybe I shouldn't say it. Okay, what the hell? That the money goes to actually like the food and catering departments that like does all the dorm foods at Michigan State.
Okay.
They will be the ones that benefit from this. But Senate Bill 247 allows the issuance of liquor licenses to sporting venues on premises at public universities. Gator, 11 of the 14 Big Ten schools allow the sale of alcohol, and I will list them now. Michigan and Michigan State are 12 and 13, meaning there's one holdout. So Michigan State will have it, as will Illinois, Indiana, Maryland, Ohio State, Purdue, Penn State, Rutgers, Minnesota, Northwestern, Wisconsin, and Iowa. Who did I not say?
Did you say Penn State?
I did say Penn State.
All right.
You don't.
I don't know. The problem was I was listening and I was thinking I'm holding on to Iowa being a holdout,
and it was Iowa.
And that was the last one you did.
It's funny because I went through this earlier and I said, "Oh, Purdue doesn't sell it," and then I read it on the air and I'm like, "Oh, Purdue does." Who is it? But I figured it out pretty quickly. Nebraska will be the only one that doesn't sell alcohol at their stadiums, according to this press release. But when I talked to people at Michigan about the feasibility of this last year, they told me something that is backed up in this press release. This legislation could reduce binge drinking as people would no longer drink to excess prior to the game, knowing they would not have access to alcohol throughout the duration of their time at the game. Reports from universities that have allowed alcohol sales at sporting events indicate the number of alcohol-related incidents declined after the prohibition was lifted. Now, I question a little bit that. I mean, I guess I'd like to see the full data because one of the things that growing up in Ann Arbor, every Sunday in the Ann Arbor News, there was always police reports from what happened that day at Michigan Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
2 people were ticketed for fighting, and one person was ticketed for sneaking through a gate, and somebody else and there was always
somebody threw a helmet.
And,
what? Too soon?
Yeah, maybe. But then there was always 27 people were ticketed for having alcohol inside the stadium. And so if that number is reduced because it's no longer illegal because people won't sneak it in, then maybe has something to do with it.
Well, if you're going to say progress, let's say that, hey, 1,000 people prior to this rule were well intoxicated and they were,
right,
totally wasted.
Because they got completely blotto before they went into the game.
But now the number is 900.
Yeah.
Then technically you could say, oh, it's reduced. Yeah, you definitely say there's fewer. Now, is it a big percentage? I don't know. I think you go back to thinking of in the mind of a college student, and initially college students are going to be like, oh, this is cool. Get to drink at the game. Okay, fine. And maybe there'll be some people that says, I'm not going to get fueled up beforehand. I'll have a couple beers at the game. And then they realize how much they have to pay for the beers. And then that goes back into mind, I only have budgeted so much money for alcohol here. I can't afford to be spending $12 a beer at the stadium. What I can do is buy a case of beer for $20 before the game, and then it's just going to revert back to it. And there'll be some that will be affected by this, I guess. So I think the numbers will go down, but I don't think it's going to go down as much as people think.
Universities typically are a collection of smart people, and so the idea that the numbers are only impacted by illegally having alcohol in the stadium is probably false. I mean, I would have to think that they've looked at, just belligerent drunks. And we all know that, people like to have their beers at the game, and I'm included, but the belligerent drunk can ruin a lot of people's time. And, you just hope if this truly leads to less of that, then I applaud it. I really do, because there have been a couple of times I've been at a game where I've either A, been forced to move and just said, forget it, I'm not sitting near this guy. Or B, there was nowhere to move, and this person essentially ruined your time.
Yeah, I think most people have been through a situation like that.
Yeah. The other thing that was mentioned is the separate bill, which allows restaurants and others to continue serving liquor to go. That bill is now that policy went into place during COVID-19, and they've decided to make it permanent. Which in the midst of all of that, and we did a lot of talk about restaurants trying to stay alive because we wanted them to be open when we came out of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
We took advantage of we would order drinks to go whenever we got. Yeah, we did it a lot.
I never did, and I always thought this was a bad idea because it doesn't encourage, in the general sense of the word, of drinking and driving, but I think it leads to the temptation because you're getting drinks literally to go.
They were in sealed containers when we got them, but is it any different than going to pick up a cold 12-pack if it's sealed?
I don't know. I suppose you got to open up the 12-pack and then you got to reach in, grab the beer, and pop the beer open. I think there's a little bit of a difference. Yeah. But I don't know. I never thought it was a great idea. During the pandemic, I got it. I understood it from that aspect. Hey, businesses try to stay afloat. I know lots of bar owners that were trying to stay afloat. So for them, I was hoping for anything. But we're through that. And now we're back to pre-pandemic stuff. So I don't know why this is necessary.
Well, anyway, it is now permanent. So you Michigan State fans and others, I know I think people said it was already in place at Central Michigan, but there is now alcohol will be available at home sporting events, which doesn't just include football, of course. We focus on football. Football's right around the corner, but Chrysler Center, the Breslin Center, will have that option as well.
They used to allow kegs at Michigan Stadium.
Oh, I was going to games in that era, so. Hey, Dad, what's that? Nothing, son.
Well, that little barrel on a St. Bernard.
Yeah, I watch Bugs Bunny.
The cartoons. Well, it's filled with grog.
All right, so I'm going to confess to something here. And the reason I pushed it back a little bit is because I wanted to do the 10 text thing. I will tell you, I watched something last night, not in its entirety, but I sought it out.
You sought it out.
Yeah. Well, I was looking for something to watch because we have the TV set up where we can get a workout in, and so I'm oftentimes go put something on TV. If there's a game, it's great to be watching a game and working out. But I went to Netflix and found something on Netflix and watched it while I was working out. And I think that I will probably get more crap about this than Celine Dion.
Wow.
So we will take 10 texts right now. Feel free to look up what's out on Netflix right now. Kang, you can do it as well. And 10 texts right now. 248-539-9797. What do you think I watched? And I will admit to it coming up today at 11:18. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
The joys of home ownership, right? Things break down. You know who's got to fix it? You. Isn't that fun? Well, it's a lot easier if you've got a team behind you and people on speed dial that you need. This is why you need to add Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to your speed dial. The AC goes out, who are you going to call? Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You got a clogged drain, a busted pipe, anything that has to do with getting the water in or out of your home, you better call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling because they know exactly what to do. In fact, many homes throughout the Detroit area trust Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to keep their homes running cool this summer. So how about a deal that helps to make that introduction even sweeter? Well, they offer full 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranties with annual maintenance, as well as financing options that aren't going to break the bank. Plus, you can give them a call and get $200 off furnace and air equipment when you mention me, Gator. So visit BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. So something you'd watch on Netflix that you would be embarrassed by. That
Well,
you
I'm
think
not
that,
embarrassed, but I think people are going to lay into me. I mean, I'm perfectly comfortable in my own skin. I admit when I was 100% honest about being dragged to Celine Dion, but this one I chose. So
I'm going through different things on Netflix, and then nothing's really popping out at me. Like, oh, this would be embarrassing.
okay, well,
So I'm struggling with this because I'm thinking, is it a movie or is it a show? And if it's a show, that means that Doug would be committed to perhaps watching further episodes of the show. And I don't think that's the case because he's got enough shows he's already started that why bring in another one. So I'm thinking it's a movie, King. What do you think?
I've got my guess. I wouldn't be embarrassed, but I'm just trying to think what people would make fun of Doug for. And I know you're not embarrassed. You don't care.
I don't, but I was like, you know what?
I've got a guess.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do we? All right. The 10 text here has come. What has come in? Muscles and Mayhem. That's from Matt and Troy. And then the next person, Tony and St. Clair Shore, says American Gladiators doc. It's the same thing, right? The American Gladiators doc, I think, was called Muscles and Mayhem, and I've already watched that. Jim and McComb says Titanic. Jeff in a car says Doug watched the Wham documentary. Jacob in West Bloomfield said Orange is the New Black. Unnamed texter says, did Doug watch Is It Cake? Dustin in Elm Park, did Doug watch Bridgerton? Pedro in Memphis says The Kissing Booth. Jeff in a mail truck says How to Build a Sex Room. Talk about trying to get closer to.
Wow.
Ken says Legally Blonde. Gator, would you go with any of those?
Well, I will, but when I was going through some Netflix stuff, there's a series that came up that I thought maybe, because I know sometimes you just like to waste time watching stupid stuff. Mm-hmm. There's a show called Too Hot to Handle. On the shores of paradise, gorgeous singles meet and mingle, but there's a twist. To win an enticing grand prize, they'll have to give up sex. Starring Desiree Birch. Okay. And I thought, is that it? Probably not, because there's 5 seasons worth. I don't think that's it. What I think it is what somebody mentioned.
Do you want to come around and see? I brought up the page on my computer, the previews, what it is. Do you want to look at what it is before I announce what it is? You want to see this?
Do you not want me to say what I think it is?
No, I do eventually. I just think that even the preview page is hilarious. But
all right, I'll see the preview page.
All right, yeah. I just think you're going to laugh when you see the preview page. This is it.
Yep. That's exactly what I thought. And the reason is because it was brought up the other day.
Okay, Kang, what's your guess?
My guess, someone texted the Wham documentary.
Mm-hmm. Last night I watched the first 50 minutes of the Wham documentary.
There it is.
Yeah.
And your guess too, Gator?
Yeah.
I spent the rest of the night wandering around the house humming Careless Whisper.
I don't think
that's the embarrassing part, that he was walking around the house humming Careless Whisper.
The documentary, I don't think is embarrassing. I think all docs can be very interesting.
Absolutely.
You know, they not are, but they can be.
I want to watch this. I don't have any problems saying
It's really good. It's really, really good.
They were on top of the world in the early 80s, man.
Yep. And it's interesting how that group developed and evolved.
Well, group, duo-ish.
I mean, yeah, it was.
It's George Michael, for those that don't remember.
Yep.
It's George Michael and Andrew Ridgeley.
Yep.
Andrew Ridgeley really didn't play. He wasn't up. I mean, he was up front in that he was right next to him as part of this duo that did stuff. But really, it was George Michael.
And Andrew Ridgeley
helped write all this.
As the show. I don't spoilers. Do I worry about spoilers?
It's a documentary.
I mean, it was just intriguing to me because as time went on, basically George or Gio did everything, because his real name is some very Greek name. But he did everything, and Ridgeley's like, sure, whatever. And just kind of was along for the ride. And
just checked out.
But he was there. He was, would stand next to him on stage. But Wham was basically George Michael. So
yeah, what they have, 3 albums maybe.
I don't know, but I do know that the song "Careless Whisper" was being developed. That was one of their early recordings, and they had a tape of what it sounded like when they first, which was really interesting. Yeah, you hear it, and you're like, well, that's definitely not the Careless Whisper that got released years later, but how that song was in development, what it sounds like, it seems that it comes across for years. Like they were releasing albums, but Careless Whisper was one of their first recordings, but it didn't come out till Make It Big, I think was the album. But
is that an original, Careless Whisper? Or is that like, did Elvis do that? I'm asking because I seriously don't.
I think it's an original.
I think it's original. I'm pretty sure.
Did I just dream up Elvis Presley saying Careless Whisper? Or is it a completely different version?
I don't know.
I think you just dreamt that up.
I've never been into Elvis at all. So if Elvis
you watched the doc, they didn't tell you?
I didn't. No, they didn't say anything.
I think it's a Wham song.
Yeah, it was presented as a Wham song. I can't imagine they would not have pointed out that it was a remake.
I don't know. All that talk of covers and remakes yesterday, I have no idea what's real anymore. What the original was.
That's the other thing. Is yesterday, and I played it for you, Kang, earlier today, we were talking about how my kids might not know that the Luke Combs song Fast Car is a remake of the Tracy Chapman original. I never had the kids together in the car yesterday, but I can't wait to just get them in the car and start playing Tracy Chapman's version, and they'll go, hey, who's this person doing Luke Combs' song? See if they even know that Luke Combs is a remake. I heard a remake yesterday where it wasn't just a remake. They completely updated the lyrics for current events.
Okay.
And it was the Billy Joel song, We Didn't Start the Fire.
I hate that song.
Why do you hate that song?
I hate that song. I'm not, I think because, and I would probably hate it even more now with the new version of it. I didn't like the song. It was just straight up political and in your face political and a total departure of what Billy Joel was fine. I didn't mind Billy Joel in the 70s and 80s. It was fine. And then this song comes out and it's all, almost holier than thou. I'm going to be preachy and in your face about it. So
well, if you want an updated version,
I do not.
Fall Out Boy has done an updated version with updated current events and names from pop culture of We Didn't Start the Fire.
Great. Who do they use instead of Joe DiMaggio? Is it
I'd have to go back.
Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah. Reese on Twitch says Gator hates it because it's a history lesson.
No, I actually like history. I like history a lot, but did not like that Billy Joel song.
Well, what did you think of it, Kang?
It sounds the same, but yeah, with updated lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how everyone's just like. People have always sampled other music. That's always happened, okay?
Always.
But like some people call it rip-off of when you cover. This is the same,
but I mean,
updated lyrics.
Yeah, and
the Fall Out Boy version.
But when you do a straight up cover, I think people for the most part know that it's
yes.
and the artist that
they even say it's a cover.
They get taken care of for doing.
Oh, Tracy Chapman. Did you mention that she's made like $500,000?
$500,000 on the Luke Combs remake. So you're not going to seek out the Billy Joel?
Absolutely not.
No?
Nope.
You just don't like that song.
Don't like that song. I didn't like the style of that song.
Are you not an Uptown Girl, or you?
I don't like Uptown Girl either. I'm trying to think of the other song that's.
Come on, man.
I don't like it's like stream of consciousness stuff that I hate. Like who's the REM had that song.
The End of the World As We Know It.
I hate that song. It's the same thing. Can't stand it.
Isn't that some sort of like jam poetry or something? Isn't it?
Oh, great. That's what we need. That's what the world needs.
We are really touching a lot of
nerves.
Jeez, man.
I normally, me with music, I'm like, hey, everybody's got their own taste. It's fine. But you're asking me, and I'm telling you, I hate that song, and I can't stand that REM song.
Or jam poetry or whatever it's called.
Whatever the hell that is.
Freestyling.
Gator doesn't want to think, Doug. Don't make me think.
No. That's not it. I don't mind thinking at all. I enjoy thinking. I like thought-provoking stuff. I don't want it.
It doesn't sound like it.
I have no issue with history. History's great. I don't like stuff thrown in my face. And that's the different viewpoints and stuff like that. Don't throw it in my face.
But
I'll get to it.
Isn't the Billy Joel Fall Out Boy song? They're just saying.
They're just saying.
They're not telling you that thing.
There's a message to it.
What's the message?
I'm not getting into this. I'm not going to go into a dissertation of why I can't stand a Billy Joel song. We didn't start the fire. Which, by the way, we didn't start the fire. There you go. So just move it away. Just let's go. Next.
He doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to learn, Kang.
That's it.
You know why? You know why? Ignorance is kind.
Is that it? Ignorance is bliss?
There's no
comfort. What am I ignorant
Gator,
about?
There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is all you'll find.
Oh, boy.
Because you're never going to dance again. Your guilty feet have got no rhythm, my friend. All right, Eduardo Rodriguez.
Easy to pretend. You know I'm not a fool.
You should have known better, man. Should have known better. You do not cheat a friend.
I know this.
All right.
Wham! I'm about. I'll watch that documentary.
Watch the Wham documentary.
I'll watch
I really
that.
was enjoying it. All right, straight ahead. Eduardo Rodriguez spoke about his future. What he said, reading into it, is it meaningful or was it just word salad? We'll get to that today at 11:32. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So the Tigers lose 11-10 last night. And there was some good at the plate. There wasn't a lot of great pitching, although for 2 innings, Scuba looked great. But then, Torque hit a couple of home runs. Of course he did, because we had discussed how bad his at-bats had been the previous 2 days. Baez came back and did some good things. There was Eric Haas misplay in left field. I'm starting to feel like Eric Haas is like the Nate Sudfeld of the Detroit Tigers. Like, he's the best that the organization has at a position that perhaps needs to get addressed. But he's just behind the starter. I love the Haas story, and watching him struggle this year has been difficult. But they had him in left field. He took a weird route to a ball, but at this point, Donnie Sands down in the minors doesn't look like the answer. I don't think he's doing all that much down there.
No, he's hitting like 230.
Yeah. So,
by the way, Colt Keith's gone cold too.
Has he?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Anyway, they lose the game. But maybe the most interesting thing that came out of yesterday was a bunch of quotes in today's Free Press from Eduardo Rodriguez. Now, the trade deadline, he starts tonight. And, I suppose it could be his last start as a Tiger. It could fit in another one before the trade deadline if they so choose. Maybe they can fit in 2 before the trade deadline. But either way, his time as a Detroit Tiger could be coming to an end. And
he can get 2.
Yeah, he can get 2 more starts after this. But the starts could be numbered, and he could be traded any day now. We talked about how yesterday was the 6-year anniversary of the J.D. Martinez trade. So, you don't have to wait right to the deadline. But the big thing with this guy is this opt-out. Now, the Tigers signed him originally to it was a 6-year contract. Is that right?
I want to say 5.
Let me go back and look. I didn't bring it up before the show, which is on me, man. It's my bad. It is a 5-year contract. The player opt-out is after this year, the 2nd year of the contract. So last year he pitched in Detroit as a 29-year-old. This year as a 30-year-old, he's pitching in Detroit. He can opt out after this season. And when you're having a lights-out great season, having the option to opt out and go to free agency is appealing. But here's what he had to say, which, by the way, might compel the Tigers to move him. If he's going to opt out anyway and you aren't in the race, then if you think he's going to opt out, it probably does the organization good to trade him. Well, if you aren't in the race, it absolutely does the organization good to trade him. If you are in the race, that's where it becomes difficult. But I cut and pasted all the quotes from the Free Press story today, all right?
Okay.
Whatever happens in the future is not under my control. Okay, let's stop there. Actually, it kind of is. Because if you go to the Tigers and say, I'm absolutely opting out, they are going to likely trade you.
Yes.
Or you can say, I am not opting out.
I like this team. I want to be here.
Yeah.
Then that's not in your control, but at least it gives them an idea and say, okay, maybe we want to hang on to you.
He goes on to say,
the
the only thing I can control is going out there every 5 days to help my team win the game. If my future is in somebody else's hands, then it's somebody else's hands. And I'm like, it is and it isn't. And when I read that part, I'm like, okay, this is him deflecting.
Well, he's deflecting, but let's just look at what it really is. When he says that the future is not in his hands, I think what he means is the next 2 weeks, that's not me, right? Yep. I don't have any control over anything until somebody presents whether somebody wants to do redo a contract or at the end or I have to make my mind up at the end of the season is really where things change. That's when the future is in my hands. I can control what happens after the season. So for right now, he doesn't have any control over that, or he's got very little control. He may have an influence, but it's not his decision to make.
Yep. So when asked about, what he's thinking, he goes on to say, I feel like, and this part is what I think is really interesting, I feel like I already signed for a lot of money. I feel like I have a really good contract, and I feel like I can take care of my family for the rest of my life with the money I'm already making. I signed here for 5 years.
Wow.
that's kind of encouraging, right?
That is encouraging if you feel like this is your guy.
Yeah. Now, as far as the opt-out,
players don't like to get traded, by the way. He signed here as a free agent, right? And he has a 5-year contract. Of course, they opt out after 2, but he made the decision to sign here. So that right away tells me he wants to be here.
I mean,
everything he went through last year, and the Tigers still, he stood by him and he stood by the Tigers.
Yeah.
I think it all means something.
I wondered about that. But, I mean, he's basically saying, I'm pretty happy with my contract. But he does have the option to opt out. And he goes on to say in this Free Press story, if that's part of the contract, it's part of the contract. But right now, I really enjoy pitching over here, and I really enjoy all my teammates. For me, just to go out there and pitch every 5 days, that's the only thing I can control. I can't control anything else. Whatever happens, it happens. Right now, just go out and pitch as a Tiger. Now, again, he's sort of pushing off the responsibility that he may have and dictating his future, because he really does have a chance to dictate his future. So the beginning and the end make me go, The middle gives me hope. And as you mentioned, last year he got hurt and they got placed on the restricted list with the personal matter. And, I mean, does he see it as the team stood by him as he made his way through that? Is that how he interprets what happened? Is he grateful? Does it make him any more loyal to the organization and say, I could opt out, but I'm not going to?
Well, I think
he says he's happy with his contract, and he's happy with the money he's making.
I have to go back and look at it, but I thought with the situation last year being on the restricted list that there was potential for the Tigers to get out of that contract. I thought. Now, I could be wrong on that, and if I am, I apologize. But
wait, the potential for the Tigers to get out of...
If the Tigers wanted to get out of that contract last year because he was placed on the restricted list for whatever reasons we don't know, that there may have been some language that allowed them to get out of it.
Let me go back and see if I can find that. They obviously didn't.
Yeah, and maybe they couldn't, but that's what I thought I remembered. But, yeah, I do think it matters that he stayed with the team and the team stuck by him. He had his issue this year where he missed, a month's worth of time, just over a month from the team with an injury, and he's come back. I think this is a likable bunch of guys in the clubhouse, and I think if you're a veteran player, you can see where this team is going, and you might feel pretty good about where they are in the future, and that you feel like, for him, he's got to feel like he's top dog in the rotation. If he gets traded somewhere, he's not going to be anywhere near top dog. And maybe it's just a little bit of an ego stroke that makes him feel good enough where he wants to stay. Or does he want to be number 3 starter with a contending team?
Well, there's another side to this story. And that is, should we be a little bit careful if the Tigers even want him? And what I mean by this is he's 30 years old, and his ERA and his walks and hits per innings pitched are pretty clear, far and away, the best of his career. He's not having a typical Eduardo Rodriguez year. He's having a way better Eduardo Rodriguez year, and that can also be misleading. It could be a snapshot in time where he's caught fire, and it's, if you look at his previous ERAs throughout his career, I'm going to do this year by year quickly. 3.85, 4.71, 4.19, 3.82, 3.81, 4.74. Last year in Detroit, he was 4.05. This year, 2.7. His best previous ERA had been 3.81. This year, he's at 2.7. His walks and hits per innings pitched has never been below 1.26. This year, it's an even 1.00. So he is out here. His strikeout to walk ratio, the highest of his career, 4.5. It had never been higher than 3.9. So he is having this is not a typical Eduardo Rodriguez year. It's better, and he's 30 years old. What are the odds that this guy can, because he was good before, but he's having, the secondary numbers here are better than good. And do we need to be a little bit careful and say, hey, trade him now, because even if he's been good for Detroit, are there better odds that he will revert to what he's been most of his career?
Well, it could, or you could say this. The Tigers pitching staff and the staff they have as a whole has benefited him. And you want more confirmation of that, look at Michael Lorenzen throughout his career. Now, Lorenzen was a starting pitcher in 2015 when he came into the league, had a 5.4 ERA and a 1.66 whip. Then he didn't really start until last season with the Angels, and he started 18 games. He was mostly out of the bullpen. And last year with the Angels, he had a 4.24 ERA and a 1.28 whip. This year, Lorenzen's got a 3.75 ERA and a 1.13 whip, and he was an all-star.
Well, that's, again, another layer. Is Chris Fetter, the pitching coach, doing for Lorenzen and Eduardo Rodriguez?
And they got the other guy working with Fetter, too. Don't they have two big pitching guys?
But the other are they doing for these veterans what Ben Johnson's done for Jared Goff? They've kind of figured out, they've unlocked the riddle of what skill set these players are bringing to the table and how to get the most out of them. Could be. All right, people, what do you think? 248-539-9797. There's something I think the Tigers can do that might bring this whole speculation to an end, and we will get to that today at 11:50, plus your phone calls and feedback, 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for a great late night or date night activity, let me tell you about this. You can play, practice, and play at 5 Iron Golf in Detroit right now. It's a great spot downtown. They've got 13 TrackMan simulators for all you golf fans. They've got certified instructors. It's a full bar and restaurant. You can join membership as well. As a founding member, you get 50% off your first 3 months. You get a free lesson and more. Or you can just experience a new way to play on courses like Pebble Beach with the excellent food and drink specials that they have. It's a lot of fun to go out there. It's more than just golf. A ton of square footage right in the heart of downtown. Check it out for yourself and go to 5irongolf.com to learn more and to tee up good times.
A lot of feedback coming in on this as we read the quotes from Eduardo Rodriguez from today's Detroit Free Press. And the beginning and the end sound a little bit like word salad, that he's just talking and trying to distance himself from the possibility of opting out. And then the middle, I feel like I already signed for a lot of money. I feel like I have a really good contract, and I feel like I could take care of my family for the rest of my life with the money I'm already making. And that, I mean, are those just meaningless words, or does that sound like a guy that actually is happy with his contract? He won't opt out and will ride out the next 3 years with the Detroit Tigers, an organization that stood by him through some personal stuff. Now, when you get placed on the restricted list, I didn't find anything, Gator, about them having the option of releasing him at that time. But what they did find out is when you place a player on the restricted list, which the Tigers did with him when he was going through these issues, he's not paid during that time. So, he's off the 40-man roster. He does not receive pay, get service time, or count towards a 40-man roster. So, I mean, we sit here and say maybe he feels good the team stood next to him. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that bothers him. But
yeah, it doesn't sound like, I don't know if they did stand by him or not, but they definitely didn't pay him. Well, we know that for a fact.
Yeah.
And they didn't talk to him for a month. And the quotes we were getting, remember when they were asked Hinch and Avila at the time, like, we don't have contact with this guy. We don't know where he's
right,
at.
but it wasn't for if I recall, it wasn't for lack of trying. They just it was our Eduardo Rodriguez that wasn't back in contact with them. So maybe that resonated. Hey, they still were trying to reach out. It was up to me to let them know what was going on, and I handled it the way I handled it. But
here's
I
some
appreciate
quotes.
what the Tigers tried to do.
Here's some quotes when he came back. He said of his teammates, quote, they are the only ones that really need to know what happened in my life because I'm here with them every day, and I just want to keep it that way, keep it with them and with my family back in Miami. Later, he says of the being on the restricted list, I feel good with them because they've given me enough space to resolve all my problems and everything. Good thing is we're back together, and I'm back here. So, I mean, he doesn't sound like a guy who was mad at the team when he came back.
No, doesn't sound like it at all.
All right, tons of feedback coming in on what they should do and whether or not we can read anything into these quotes from Eduardo Rodriguez. Sam in Grand Rapids writes, let's be honest, a player doesn't negotiate for an opt-out unless they hope to use it someday. He's trending towards a raise, and I fully expect him and his agent to take advantage of the opt-out they negotiated for. I mean, it makes sense, but things can change, right? Things can change where he goes, well, I hope I can just be here 2 years, build up my resume, and get back to the market. And then he can come here and go, actually, I kind of like it here.
Is it an opt-out after every year, or is it just after this
Just
one?
after this coming year. And if he opts in, he's here for 3 more years. Now, I don't know that this is the case or not, but can you just rip up the contract and sign a new one with Detroit?
Well, can he just opt out and then re-sign with Detroit?
He could.
I mean, he could ask for a raise and want to stay here.
Yeah, he's owed 18 next year, 16, and then 15. And what if the Tigers say, we'll bring you back at 22 for all 3 years? I just grabbed a number.
Okay.
Give you a raise. Would he be like, okay, cool? But there's no, in the back of my mind, I can't escape the idea that it's a risk to continue down this road with him for years 31, 32, and 33.
Of course. Yeah, I think it's a risk with any pitcher you're dealing with, because pitchers are prone to break down. I mean, it's so rare that you see pitchers stay healthy through the entire season. It's always something, whether it's just a little nagging strain or if it's something serious like Tommy John surgery needs to be done. I mean, it's always something. So I get nervous anytime you talk about long-term contracts with pitchers.
Another one here. Is it possible that Eduardo thinks he's having the best year due to this staff and the clubhouse? Maybe he's a big fan of Fetter and Hinch and wouldn't mind staying, but knows he is a trade candidate.
It's quite possible. I think he totally understands he's a trade candidate, and I think what he has said and how he's worded it at least outwardly lets people know that he likes it here in Detroit. Mm-hmm. And he's fine here in Detroit. And maybe that's his preference, but because he can't control where he gets traded to. I don't think he's got a no trade.
He's got a 10-team.
Does he have a 10-team?
Yeah.
All right. So he can control which. I imagine that 10 teams are probably your perennial bad teams, but he doesn't get to say, oh, well, if I'm going to get traded, I want to go to the Dodgers or whatever,
Well, so your number one thing as an agent for your client is to financially secure them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this opt-out, it's a financial, it's a way to financially secure them for more money. It's a raise opt-out, basically. If you're pitching great, guess what, dude? We can opt out and get more money. That doesn't mean you're necessarily going to leave. And there's always the human factor. These guys are human. He might just say, hey, I don't want to opt out. I love it here. My contract's pretty good. I don't want to take that chance. But going back to the agent, his job is to find out if, hey, this is what the market's telling me. You're going to get a raise. Or this is the market's telling me you're not going to get a raise. Let's not opt out. He's going to give him, the agent's going to give Eduardo all that information. And in his opinion, if he's going to get a raise, he's going to tell him you need to opt out. He can still re-sign with the Tigers, though. It's depending on, do you want him at more money?
Here's a couple of ones I want to address because I read off his stats throughout his career and how much better this year is.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says ERAs are better because he pitches in Comerica Park 50% of the games. Next one, remember, Doug, he pitched all those years in Fenway. Not great park for left-handed pitcher. Copa is much more friendly. I had that thought as well, but then I realized he pitched in Detroit last year too, and his ERA is a point, 1.5 runs better this year. His walks and hits per innings pitched went from 1.33 to 1.0. And again, he pitched in Detroit last year, and his K strikeout to walk ratio is twice as good as it was a year ago in Detroit.
Well, and he's also pitching in the biggest boom in offense in baseball has had in years because of the rule changes. Yep. It's more of an offensive league. There's more runs scored per game. But he's pitched better than ever.
Somebody else said his numbers are better for 3 reasons. 1, the weak division he plays in. Doesn't post in the East. 2, bigger home ballpark compared to Boston. We just addressed that. And then he writes 4, pitching coaches in Detroit seem to be the real deal. Well, that third point that you labeled 4, which is funny, that might be the most important thing, is that here in Detroit, they've unlocked something a la Ben Johnson with Jared Goff, right?
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah, but he's also only made 2 starts against the bad division. Okay.
Against this division?
Yeah. When he was, keep in mind, he was red hot to start the season, all right?
Yep.
First game is against Houston, a really good team, and he got lit up a little bit. 4 earned runs and 4 2/3 innings. Then pitches 6 innings of 1-run ball at Toronto. 3 of his starts been against the American League Central. Had 8 shutout innings against the Guardians. Had 2 starts against Baltimore, where he went 12 2/3 and gave up 1 run. He had 8 shutout innings against the Mets. He's pitched against some pretty good teams, and
so
he's
how many
done
starts?
well.
How many starts does he have this year?
I don't know. I just had this game log episode 2 and 5 and 7 and like 13 starts, something like that.
And only 3 have been against the American League Central so far?
Yes, 2 against Cleveland, 1 against the White Sox.
Okay. I mean, that's
and he's done very well.
I'm sure he has, but that's a lot of starts against non-AL Central teams.
It's 1 run in 21 innings.
Yeah.
Against the division. But outside of that, he's still pitched pretty well. He's had a couple of clunkers.
Mm-hmm.
The first game back against Oakland, that was a clunker, and that's one of the worst teams in baseball, right?
Yep.
And then he had that clunker to start the season. His first 2 starts were not very good. Tampa and Houston gave up 7 runs between them in 10 innings.
Scott writes in, take care of my family for the rest of my life with the money I'm making in this contract. I don't know what that means other than it's one of the most refreshing things I've heard a pro athlete say ever. Well,
John Rahm said something similar to that when he was approached when talking about LIV, and he's like, I make plenty of money here. I don't need to do that.
Yeah.
But it is refreshing to hear. It was refreshing when John Rahm said it, and it's refreshing when Eduardo Rodriguez says it.
Yep. Well, he gets a start tonight, and Tigers lose last night, and any start here could be his last in Detroit. And I would say I would approach the trade deadline as I would actively try to trade him, but only for the proverbial king's ransom. I'm not giving him away. And having that kind of flexibility means that you're in a position where you can say no to lowball. You're not trading him for Dawal Lugo, right? To bring up a name from earlier in the show. You can, get a little bit more aggressive in terms of your ask and be justified in doing so.
You don't have to move him.
Nope.
the contract actually, if he doesn't opt out, as you mentioned, it's not that bad. I mean, it's less than going rate for starting pitching in baseball.
The funny thing is
for number 1 or 2 starters.
I think the way I want what I want most is for him not to opt out, which it might be an obvious answer, but that contract alleviates my concerns about where he might be in his career and just having a spectacular half a season.
I think the real question, one of the real questions Tiger fans are going to have to ask themselves going into the trade deadline is if you have to lose one, Lorenzen or Rodriguez, which would you rather lose? I mean, one's a free agent at the end of the year. The other one can opt out at the end of the year. And by all accounts, for what you just read, it sounds like he doesn't want to opt out. Lorenzen's a free agent at the end of the year, and he's pitched awfully well.
Yep. Gator got a whole bunch of odds just released, over-unders for Jared Goff.
Oh.
And odds as to who wins the 2 divisions in the B1G. We'll get to that today at 12:05. It's Carson Anderson. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:30? 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so you're hearing the update there, and something was brought to our attention by folks on Twitter. Both Tom and Michael sent us screenshots. Today was the day that they have made tickets available, free tickets to Lions training camp. And so earlier in the day, I saw the Lions tweet out a link, claim your free Lions camp presented by Rocket Mortgage now while supplies last. And there's a graphic, free tickets now available, Detroit Lions training camp, Rocket Mortgage. And that was tweeted out 2 hours ago. Then an hour ago, Lions tweeted out, there appears to be an issue with the link when accessing via mobile devices. Free tickets are available here, and there's another link. So hopefully they've got that sorted out. But the two screenshots we got, let me make sure I bring these up. Tom says, well, the Lions training camp is in demand. His screenshot says, you are now in line. Due to demand, you may experience an extended wait time. Once you reach the front, you may begin to shop. And then it says, 5,412 people in front of you.
Oh, wow.
Michael says, Doug and Gator trying to get Lions open practice tickets. This is insane. 5,457 people in front of you.
Wow.
I went and got in the queue. There are 5,283 people in front of me.
Line's moving.
Yeah. So I don't know typically how many people go to Detroit Lions training camp, but it sounds like this year the interest is high.
Yeah, I would imagine it is. And even higher when you bring, you have a couple of joint practices.
Yeah. No, I signed up so that you could sign up for a variety of dates. I went to the July 29th, Lions loyal members only sold out. So I think that's an invite only.
Mm-hmm.
So July 30th is the first day back together weekend open to the public. July 30th, that's the one I signed up for.
I think it's a week from Sunday.
Yeah. So, no, I'm going to jump out of line here before we get to the front, but I just figured I would do it myself. I guess we shouldn't be surprised that the excitement, the buzz is in the air, and the fact that there's a long line to get your free training camp tickets.
That should surprise nobody.
Nope.
That should surprise no one. Are they charging for this? What are they charging?
It's free.
It's free. Okay,
Yep.
but you have to have an actual ticket to get in.
You have to have
pass.
a ticket to get in, and you need to claim the ticket, and they clearly have a limited number. But if I'm going to give you some advice, so the August 8th joint practice with the Giants, and we're actually going to be broadcasting live. That's a loyal Lions member only, I guess, season ticket holders. August 9th joint practice with the Giants is open to the public. And then that one, there's 5,221 people in front of me. Joint practice with the Jaguars. The first one is Lions loyal members only. The second one, August 17th, 5,000. It says 5,221. So that's the same number. So maybe.
You think Saquon Barkley will be there?
No.
I don't either.
I don't think so. I think he's.
I don't think
I heard some comments from him on a podcast where he was like, yeah, screw you.
Well.
You know what? It's a YP, not an MP.
Correct. I mean, it's an NFL problem, but right now
it's your problem, not a my problem.
It's not, our team is not facing that problem.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. James is on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, James?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Good. I just want to let you know my buddy Phil and I were just at work, and we were trying to get on the Lions tickets and for the training camp. We got in at 10:04. I had like 1,300 or 1,400 in front of me. He had about 1,700, and we just finished the registration and got our tickets.
Wow.
So it took about 2 hours.
2 hours to go through 1,300 and 1,400 people, and right now it's over 5,000.
Yeah, and I don't know how many it holds. We were kind of bummed, like we're going to be bummed, obviously, if we got to 15, and all of a sudden they're sold out. So, But yeah, we got them all. We each got 4. And a word of advice, I did not know this. You have to sign up for an account with Ticketmaster in order to claim the ticket. So that took an additional, 10 minutes to fill out those forms to sign up for Ticketmaster.com.
But the tickets were free. You just have to have an account.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you still had to have the account to download the tickets at the end of it. When you go to check out, there's no money, but you have to, still have to sign up for Ticketmaster.
Well, hey, man, thanks for the intel.
I appreciate it. A quick question. You guys are talking about the open practices. Is that something separate? Does that come with these tickets? Do you know?
I think it depends which day you signed up for. Some days have. Do you remember which day you signed up for?
Yeah, we did the 30th, the first open to the public.
I don't think
Sunday.
that's not a joint practice one. That's just
gotcha.
Yeah, the joint practice ones that are open to the public are August 9th and August 17th.
Excellent. Okay, well, I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Yep, take care. I mean, it's cool, right?
No, it's cool.
5,176 people now in front of me.
I'm trying to think how many people typically go to those practices.
So the problem is, like he just said, him and his buddy, they each got 4 tickets. So this is 5,176 people in front of me. There's no way, if you can get 4, there is no way there's 20,000 people at an open practice.
No.
At that
for
facility.
the Family Fest, I don't know if they're doing that this year or not, but last year they did that, and I think they had almost 18,000 people.
Wow.
But
that was at Ford Field,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah.
For the training camps, I think.
Yeah, these are
I was
all.
gonna say it's like 3,000 people.
Yeah,
something like
every
that.
single one is at the Lions training facility, so it might already be too late. But give yourself a shot. Go get in line if you want to go.
So I'm looking at a story from last year.
Yep.
This is from prideofdetroit.com and from July 30th. It said the Lions held their 4th training camp practice of the 2022 season on Saturday, and it was the first time fans were allowed into Allen Park.
Yeah.
And it said at least 2,500 season ticket holders per team source. So that was season ticket holders last year, at least 2,500. Like I said, I thought it was around 3,000 that they can get for other practices, but that's the only thing I've been able to find.
People are making fun of the tickets are free, but Ticketmaster has a $15 service charge. They don't, from everything I understand, but
They better not.
I went through a bit of venting on that front last week. All right, Gator, I got some Vegas odds here. All right.
Okay.
These are over-under totals for Jared Goff. Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready.
Okay. One of the things I like to do to determine before I decide what I would play is think about where I would put the totals for passing yards, touchdowns, and interceptions. Okay? So, Jared Goff, where would you put what do you think would be a reasonable total for passing yards?
Well, last year he threw for 44-38, and that was his 3rd highest total in his career, but he had the extra game to do it.
Yep.
I think 4,400 yards is a good total.
Okay. Kang, what about you? Last year, Jared Goff threw for 4,438 yards. If you had to set the over-under, where would you set it?
Wow, it's a good question, man. It is a good question. I would set it at, what'd you set it at, Gator? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I went with 4,400.
Exact same as around last year's number?
Yeah, a little bit less.
I'll go 4,200.
Okay. The Vegas over-under, according to our friends at betonline.ag, 3,950 and a half yards.
Okay,
I'll take the over.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to go for 4,000? No, I think he'll get. I think he'll be less than last year, but I do agree it's over 4,000. I would take the over.
Jared Goff touchdown passes. You have his numbers in front of you.
Yep.
How many throw last year?
29.
Okay.
His career high is 32.
What do you think the over/under is set at for touchdown passes?
26.
I was going to say 25.
The over/under is 25 and a half. Well done, you two.
There you go.
Oh man.
In sync over here, the producer and the host. 25 and a half. So you guys right on it. Tough one to distinguish. Jared Goff total interceptions. How many did he throw last year?
He only had 7 last year, and he's thrown 1 in his last 250 passes or something.
Yep.
He had 7 last year. I think that 9.5.
I was going to say 11.
Jared Goff total interceptions 2023 regular season. The over/under is set at 11 and a half.
Oh.
So out of all these bets, probably you guys would go over on the passing yards the most, and maybe
I'd feel most comfortable about that, I think.
Under on the interceptions.
So. Yeah, my most comfortable bet is also the over with yardage. Yep. The other ones are pretty close.
All right. I also mentioned that we have some numbers on the Big Ten. who do you think's favored to win the East?
Michigan.
And who do you think's favored to win the West?
Wisconsin. I don't know. It's funny. I haven't even thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back and take a quick gander here. Yeah, I'd still say Wisconsin.
Okay. You got one of them right. Wisconsin's favored to win the West. Ohio State is an 11-10 favorite to win the East.
Really?
Yep. Michigan is 6-5 second favorite, so it's very, very close. Penn State is 4-1. Michigan State is 100-1, ahead of Indiana, but no number given for Rutgers. They didn't even bother.
I'm surprised that Ohio State's favored over Michigan because, I mean,
must be the upgraded quarterback.
Well,
I mean,
that's the thing.
That's a joke,
right? And this is the reality of where I'm looking at the difference between the two teams right now. It's quarterback because Michigan's got the experience. Ohio State doesn't. Ohio State's got a lot of weapons. They bring the running back. So does Michigan, both of them. Ohio State brings back a couple of amazing receivers, which I would not say that about Michigan. But the offensive line for Michigan is pretty good.
Yep. Ohio State fixed their secondary problems, or their pass defense problems. Maybe is a better way to put
but
it.
they've got a couple of highly thought of players on the defensive line.
Sure. The dude whose name I can't pronounce.
Right. And Michigan's solid.
Thankfully, I didn't have to call it much.
Nice. Michigan's solid. Michigan has some higher end players on that defense too, in the secondary. So I mean, at this point, I'd give Michigan the edge.
I will tell you that Ohio State's incredibly talented, and if Kyle McCord is the guy and lives up to the expectation, I don't have any reason to believe Ohio State won't be exceptionally good next year. But typically, a team returning a quarterback would be favored, but this has zero impact on what actually happens. It's just an interesting little thing that I guess can get posted on the locker room wall.
Plus, where did they play the last game of the season?
It's at Michigan.
Okay.
Yep. But anyway, there you go. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up after 12:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So just looking down at Twitch, and you did a little homework during the commercial break. Cyclonic Vortex says 25.5 to 11.5 is not a particularly good ratio. If he is that, the Lions may not win the division. These are the over-under totals on Jared Goff in Vegas, 25.5 touchdowns and 11.5 interceptions. But you look back at it, that 25.5 to 11.5, that ratio, you found 5 quarterbacks last year that were better than that ratio.
So you had Patrick Mahomes.
Who was at what?
41-12.
Yep.
Justin Herbert is just on the underside of that because he didn't pass the touchdowns. But he was 25-10. So if you want to include him, I didn't, but you can.
It's very similar.
Yeah. Tom Brady was 25-9.
Okay.
Joe Burrow was 35-12.
Yeah.
Josh Allen was 35-14. I guess technically Trevor Lawrence would be here too. 25-8 for Trevor Lawrence. And that was also Tua at 25-8. So more than what I thought, actually. And, oh, by the way, Jared Goff.
Yeah.
29-7. So, I mean, you're going to have to do – I mean, I think there's some validity to this. You're going to have to be better than 11.5 but with interceptions, but he was.
Yeah.
And it's something that he has changed, I think, dramatically in his career. The fumbles, that's the big issue with Jared Goff when it comes to turnovers.
It didn't even cut back on that, though, last year?
He had 3 fumbles last season.
So is it – I always struggle with fumble stats. Is that 3 fumbles lost or 3 total fumbles?
He had 3 total fumbles. 1 of them was lost.
Okay. I mean, do you have that compared to the rest of his career?
The year before with the Lions, he had 3 fumbles, 2 of them were lost. Then he had 2 fumbles, 1 lost, 3-1, 2-0, 1-1. But his interception totals, he had 3 years in a row with the Rams where he went 12, 16, and 13 before coming to the Lions.
Yeah.
With the Lions, he's thrown 8 and 7. He's done a better job of taking care of the football with the Lions than he did with the Rams.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is it a pattern? 8 interceptions, 7 interceptions, and the over-under set at 11.5. I kind of feel comfortable that it would be the under.
I do too. Oh, maybe they're looking at, hey, compared to the rest of the league.
Look, I'll say this. If he throws 12 or more interceptions, do I feel a little nervous about having that great season? Yeah.
Yep. No, I'm thinking there's some good bets there with Goff. But every time these things come out, I swear to God, we sit here and we go, oh, over. Oh, over. Oh, over. And then,
well, you guys are excited. You guys are excited about the season.
We get excited.
You get a little excited sometimes. But as far as winning the division goes with the turnovers,
see how exclusionary he was.
I usually go under a little. Either way, it doesn't matter.
A dour.
I'm excited. This guy. Just not excited as you guys. No. But as far as winning the division, though, with the turnovers, it depends on when the turnovers happen as well. I mean, if these are game changers late in the game, where it swings momentum or the lead changes, yeah, those are killers. But if they're early and you have time to recover from them, and I think they're going to run the ball a little bit more this year with Montgomery, then there's a different turnover there.
Yeah, I guess then the narrative on Goff being a turnover machine, which was a concern when he came to the Lions, he's kind of dispelled that the last 2 seasons when he's been with the Lions. His first year with the Lions, he had 10 turnovers. Last year, he had 8. Those aren't crazy numbers. No, they're actually pretty responsible numbers.
Well, when they went 8-2 to finish the year, he had 1, I think it was, and it was the fumble. Remember? I think it was Carolina, actually. And that whole game was just terrible, but I think it was an exchange, too, for a handoff or a snap center exchange.
That really was a terrible game.
Yeah, it was awful. But, yeah, like I said, Jamal Williams, he was great with short yardage and goal line. But they didn't get much else from him as far as rushing. It was like 3 yards a carry or something. They're hoping for more from Montgomery other than just the short yardage stuff.
Yeah, the reason that I have the under on the yards and the touchdowns, and also interceptions, is because of the running game. Because I do believe what they have said, which is that they left meat on the bone last year in the running game because the plays were blocked well, that they just didn't get enough out of them from the running backs. And I believe that.
Right.
And I think that this is going to change this year when you have David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. I think that they're going to be a great 1-2 punch.
Well, and as much as we could sit here and talk about this division and touchdown to interception ratios, Justin Fields' touchdown to interception ratio, Kirk Cousins' touchdown to interception ratio, and Jordan Love's touchdown to interception ratio might be the true number that we should be comparing Jared Goff against. I mean, it's not exclusively what wins you a division, but
no, but
I guess I should look at their Vegas numbers and see how they compare, because I bet Goff, we'd be pretty comfortable with Goff's number.
Yeah, Cousins had 29 touchdowns last year, same as Goff, but he threw 14 interceptions, which was twice as many. You look at Justin Fields, and his passing numbers weren't very good last year.
Justin Fields touchdowns to interception ratio, they've got him at 18.5 touchdowns, 11.5 interceptions.
Well, he had 17 touchdowns and 11 picks last year, so they don't see too much improvement this year. I do, from him, because they've added more weapons for him to work with.
Jordan Love, 22.5 touchdowns, 13.5 interceptions.
I have a hard time seeing the 22.5 touchdowns, or seeing 20 touchdowns. His first year being a starter.
Yeah. Kirk Cousins, 29.5 touchdowns, 12.5 interceptions.
Yeah. Last year was 29 and 14. So,
all right, 248-539-9797. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Coming up at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. You know what's fun is when like major websites and insiders start putting together potential trades for a player like Shohei.
Mm-hmm.
You're always looking to see if your team's involved, and we will get to that in the 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah, it's also it's tough because we know a little bit about the Tigers' own prospects.
Yep.
We don't know much about other teams' prospects.
Exactly.
So when I start seeing different names thrown around, I'm like, well, come on, that's not as we could throw a better package than that.
Yeah,
but I really don't want.
We don't know much about, Raul Thorpe.
Listen, you don't normally come up with fake names.
No, I don't.
But I like it. Raul Thorpe. That's a great one. That is a really nice job.
It's your wheelhouse, man.
I know, but I don't mind. You're going to step
best.
in and join in, and that's a great name.
Raul
Thorpe.
Hell of a middle infielder prospect.
Yeah.
Number 17. Yeah, so we'll get to that a little bit later on. 248-539-9797.
He played with the Harrisburg Snipe, right?
Yeah, he just got called up.
Can't wait to see him.
Let's go to Rod. You're next. Hi, Rod.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, just wanted to make a comment about Jared Goff and turnover ratio.
Yep.
A little self-plug here. I'm a retired high school football coach, 33 years out, most of them as offense coordinator. I think you...
Where were you the coach at, Ron?
I was at Marine City High School out in some area there a little bit.
Wait, are you the one that wrote the book?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did.
Yeah, we got a copy of that book.
Anyways, I think there. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yep.
But there needs to be a discussion of the connection between the offense coordinator and Goff. I think we have a hell of an offensive coordinator, and when your quarterback understands exactly what you want to do, I think your turnover ratio is down. So just to talk about a quarterback's turnover ratio without discussing his connection with his offense coordinator, I don't think is just. So with that conversation, I think the Lions are in great shape going into next year.
I would agree with you that this is it's a good marriage. It's a good working relationship. I think Ben Johnson has tapped in to the strengths of our guy. I think our guy has bought in. I think it is about as good of a working relationship as I can remember a Detroit offensive coordinator and quarterback having.
Well, and it's not just that. I mean, you can't do any of that without the offensive line. It all starts up front. If you've got time to throw the football, then you've got time to let the offensive coordinator cook and come up with a great plan, and then everything else works out. But it's I look at it as a three-way, Doug.
Three-way. They give credit to three different. But I do agree. I mean, Ben Johnson, it's going to suck when they lose him.
It is going to suck when they lose him because they will lose him.
No.
Yeah, I think it also speaks to his teachability and the intelligence of our offensive line and our skilled players too. I can say, when we struggled, it was essentially when kids didn't understand what we wanted to do, and that reflects a little bit on their teachability. So that's a good sign too, that the Lions have an offensive line that can adjust on the fly, and that's a great asset to have.
Rod, thanks for the phone call.
All right, thank you guys.
And Gator, think about that. Somebody else's Buford.
That's right.
Yep. I think our offensive coordinator is pretty good.
I think our offensive line is pretty good. No, they're pretty great.
What was it when somebody says Brad Graff is pretty slow?
No, Brad Graff. No. It's
It wasn't
about me. Yeah.
Is it?
Something else about Graff. Somebody says Scott Anderson's pretty slow. You say, no, Andy's pretty fast. I just started laughing. I'm like, I'm not.
What was it? It was unconditional loyalty. Is
unconditional
that what
loyalty.
This is Gators high school coach preaching unconditional loyalty.
Unconditional loyalty.
I wonder if there's a chapter about that in my man's book.
Perhaps.
What were some of the other ones?
We don't have to go into those.
No.
I prefer not to go back to that.
Really?
Yeah.
I love it when you go back to that. That's fine. I won't make you do it. Are you ready?
I am.
Got 4 things today, Gator.
Okay.
Yep. We'll start with this interesting combination. Angelo's Pizza in Cincinnati has put together a chili dog-inspired pizza according to a post on their website, they introduced a new menu item known as the Cincy Coney Pizza, which features real Cincinnati chili and apparently bits of Coney dog.
Mm-hmm.
Gator, a Cincinnati Coney Pizza. Are you going to eat that?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd try it out. Look, I like Detroit Conies better than Cincinnati Conies, but I'm willing to try it and see how it works out with a pizza form. About 24 seconds, every once in a while they'll whip up a Coney Island pizza. It's delicious. I love it.
I will tell you that I find that the topic of Cincinnati style chili is a bit of a controversial one. I think some people think it's terrible whenever I've heard it come up. Now, I'm not going to eat it.
Right. I know you're not. But I think it's like a Michigan thing, right? This state of Michigan thing. We love our own chili. And there's a difference between Detroit chili and Flint style chili, right?
Yes.
And people are pretty protective of that. I think the same thing happens with Cincinnati. If you're from Cincinnati or you're from Ohio, you love it.
Kang, would you eat that?
I've never had Cincinnati chili, but with that being said, I'd definitely try it because I'm with you, Gator. I don't mind the Coney pizza. No, it's not something I want regularly or over regular pizza, but I'd definitely try it.
All right, next up, so it's two would say yes, Gator and Kang. Next up, Krispy Kreme.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
Be careful.
I know. I've been hurt before.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think you're pretty safe on this one. They've come out with a chocolate candy surprise donut. It's filled with M&Ms. This is a donut inspired by the classic red M&Ms packed with M&M minis, milk chocolate candies, hand-dipped in red icing and topped with the white iconic icing M. Gator? I think this is a comfortable yes.
Are you asking me something?
Yes.
I was waiting for you to ask me the question.
Are you going to eat that?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
This might be the most yes ever.
I would definitely try it.
Kang, what about you?
Yeah, I'd try it.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge donut guy, but I'd definitely try this.
I went to a place, it was Saturday. Yeah, wanted to get a quick bite to eat, and it was kind of like breakfast, brunch time, somewhere around 11 o'clock. I'm like, I'm hungry, but not for something huge. And there was this donut place in, I guess technically it'd be Troy, I think it's called Duck Donuts.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting way they do that. The donuts are made fresh in front of you, and then you get to decide what kind of dip you want it dipped in, what kind of toppings you want on it,
and if you DIY want donut.
Yeah, and if you want a swirl on it. It was actually a kind of a cool concept.
Yeah, I'm out on this. Too much sugar for me. Next up.
This guy.
On Monday, according to USA Today, Pepsi began selling its pineapple-flavored soda exclusively at Little Caesars. The soda was inspired by fans who love fruit and its delicious flavor. The sales part of a pizza chain's pineapple pair-up combo, which includes a 16-ounce Pepsi pineapple soda and a large two-topping thin crust pizza, which I'm assuming has pineapple on it because it's called the pineapple pair-up combo, but it isn't real specific in the story. Gator, Pepsi pineapple. Are you going to try that?
I have to try it. I think I've tried all the Pepsi flavors, and there's been a degree of hit and miss, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
But I love pineapple, and adding with cola is interesting to me. I'll try it out.
I think I might actually try this. I would try a taste. I would hope you can get it in something less than a 30-pack. Like the peach.
Maybe
peach,
a 20-ounce bottle or something.
Yeah, Papa's always available for single serving.
Yeah.
Well, this is just at Little Caesars. But anyway, yes, I think I would try this. Kang, you?
Yeah, I'd try it. I mean, I don't have incredibly high hopes for it necessarily, but I try pretty much any pop.
Yeah. All right, and finally, Angel City Brewery in Los Angeles has come out with the most LA thing ever, the Avocado Ale. This is a Kolsch-style ale brewed with locally grown Lamb Haas avocados from King & King Ranch, as well as cilantro and lime juice, with a hue reminiscent of the vibrant Southern California sun. Its subtle creaminess captures the wonderful essence of a ripe avocado. Gator avocado beer.
No, absolutely not.
No.
Sounds disgusting.
Blue.
I want to vomit thinking about this, which is really strange because one of the things I would love to have with a beer is chips and guac.
Mm-hmm.
Chips and guac and beer just all go together, right?
Well, here they kind of combine them.
But you don't combine them.
No.
You don't do that. Can you imagine how awful that flavor might be or must be?
I can imagine how awful it might be. The funny thing is I like the lime juice and cilantro. I think that sounds like a nice
in a beer.
Yeah, I think I would like it.
The lime part in a beer I get.
It reminds me of Sierra Nevada's Otravez back in the day, which I absolutely loved, and like everything Doug loves, it's discontinued. But I'm intrigued by this. I think I would try it. But I, like you, I recognize the possibility that it would be awful. Kang, what about you?
I'm good, dog. Just give me anything. What do you have taste like Miller Lite? Do you have anything that tastes like that?
Not even close.
It's a glass of water. Oh, that's funny. Still
right.
better than avocado beer.
That's another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Coming up, 1 o'clock, trade packages for Shohei. Has anyone put together one for the Tigers? Two major publications have put together some options. We'll get to that at 105. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, my friends over at True Sleep Mattress Store have helped thousands of people, including professional athletes like current NFL running back and former Spartan great Kenneth Walker III. They've got a kind of a sleep simulator thing where you kind of lie in this mattress and it lets you know where all the pressure points are on your body. So they match you up with a mattress that makes sense for you. Check it out for yourself. Better sleep equals better performance. And right now through the end of July, you can buy a queen and get a free mattress for your kids' room or guest room. Visit True Sleep in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
You going back for more tickets for tonight's drawing? Powerball?
I think I will.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I will.
Is this going to be light investment, heavy investment?
No, it won't be anything.
Nothing
dramatic.
significant? Nothing over the top?
No. This will be somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 10 tickets.
Okay. Kang, what about you? You going in?
Of course, man.
Okay, good.
I've been buying the whole time, Doug.
I know you have. And good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I also buy Mega Millions. I don't neglect.
So that's a question I have. Is there brand loyalty when it comes to this stuff?
There's pot loyalty.
There's 100% pot loyalty.
And I don't mean weed. Weed!
Right, baby? Smelled a lot of weed yesterday.
No, but there's jackpot loyalty. Gator knows what I'm talking about.
But I mean, I don't know if people notice because the Powerball's at $1 billion, but very quietly over there in the corner, Mega Millions has risen to $720 million.
Incredible.
So we've got right now $1.72 billion up in two different lottery pools. So I do have a question. Is there brand loyalty here?
I agree with Kang. I don't think there's brand loyalty. I think it's jackpot loyalty. I think when you see a jackpot get to be $500 million, I think everybody's like, oh, well, hello, how are you? And the tough thing is because it's at the same time. I mean, if the Powerball was at $150 million, but Mega Millions was at $725, people would be buying the Mega Millions.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be buying both in some cases, but the majority of those tickets are going to go to the bigger jackpot.
I'm curious if there is any brand loyalty, whether it be to Powerball, Mega Millions, like you play one and not the other, and if there's a reason why, or you just play a certain scratch off, like, and only that scratch off, or you only play the daily 3, or you only play the daily 4, or you only play Lucky for Life, or whatever. If you have any sort of, no, I only do X, whatever X might be, and why?
Well, with the two big ones with the giant payouts, they're not available in every state, correct, Kang?
No, they're not.
So
like California or Nevada, it's not available. Okay, so all the Nevada residents have to drive to the border state of California, the closest like gas station or liquor store there.
I think there's a very specific lottery store.
Yeah.
That is literally just across the border.
And they drive there and buy their tickets.
So that might affect in some way how people decide to buy is based on, okay, well, I mean, if I have the option to get both of them in my state, but not every state has that option, which are the tickets more readily available? Do I have a better chance because I'm competing against fewer people? And then you get into the whole probability thing and numbers and math, and nobody wants to hear that stuff. So,
But you're not competing against other people.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what goes into mind in somebody, but then you realize it's a probability thing.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with.
I think, Doug, as far as me and Gator were saying, there's jackpot loyalty with the big ones, Mega and Powerball.
Yep.
But the smaller ones, there's absolutely loyalty to like the certain scratch offs and the daily 3s and 4s. People play this. If they've won a jackpot in one or a big amount, they definitely stick to that. It's like slot machines.
Okay, but wouldn't it stand to reason that you've? It doesn't stand to reason. It's all play the odds. Once you've won at something, are you going to win again?
No, but this is. I mean, we're wasting our money here, of course. But there's something to because you don't believe in like jinxes and things like that.
I do not.
So there's something to believe. Like, yeah, I'm more lucky with this game than I am with another game. Of course, there's no hard data that supports that, except the fact that I've won at this game before.
Right.
I might win at this game again. But
Gotcha.
I'm buying both. I'm Mega and Power. So I just knock both out at one time every time I go by. At this point, it's just $720, $725. God, that's a lot of money.
Okay.
It's quiet, too.
It's
very quiet.
It's being overshadowed.
Yeah.
Does each one have different rules in terms of do you have to?
They're both like 5 numbers and a Power or Mega.
No.
ball.
When I say different, it was in terms of like revealing yourself as a winner.
Oh, that just depends on the state.
Well, good luck to everyone out there. And if there is a game that you are loyal to, I'd be intrigued as to hear why. What is it about that game that makes you loyal to that game? Did you hear the latest on Tupac?
He's been dead for like 20 years.
I know, but there's a warrant has been issued
Really?
According to TMZ, there was a home raided in Vegas this week in connection with the unsolved Tupac murders, belonging to the wife of a guy who says he was in the car with the man who shot and killed the late rapper. TMZ has learned that the address where Vegas Metro executed a search warrant Monday night, it's owned by a woman named Paula Clemens, who's married, we've learned, to Keefe D. Folks familiar with Tupac lore know exactly who Keefe D is. He's a former Crip, and for years now he's been doing interviews claiming to be the uncle of the late Orlando Anderson, who's been suspected, at least on the streets, to have been the shooter. Orlando and his crew, including Keefe, were in Vegas that night, and both were actually jumped by Tupac, Suge Knight, and other death row affiliates at the MGM Grand. It's an altercation that was caught on surveillance video, and many thought Orlando may have orchestrated a revenge shooting after the Tyson fight that night. For what it's worth, Orlando himself has denied any involvement before he was killed in a shootout himself. As for Paula, she also owned a home in Compton in the 90s. What's interesting, in 1998, the LA County Sheriff Department recovered a gun in the backyard of a Compton home, a home the Sheriff Department said belonged to the girlfriend of a known Crip who was in Vegas the night of the murder. There's a lot going on here. Now there's a recent update at 9:08 today Pacific time, so I guess just afternoon our time. We've learned Clemens did not own the Compton home where Tupac's murder weapon was found back in 1998. Also, KNTV got a video of SWAT officers swooping in on the neighborhood Monday night to execute the search warrant at Clemens' Henderson home.
Interesting. I hope they get this thing solved for all parties involved. Get some closure to it.
Yep.
It's one of those weird mysteries that's gone on for this long. It feels like it's one of those stories where a bunch of people seem to know what happened, but nobody wants to come forward with the information. Now maybe they have that.
Like Jam Master Jay.
That's another one.
Yep.
So nothing about a hologram.
No, there's no hologram update.
So because you brought this up, and I immediately think of the Tupac hologram that was going on. It was kind of creepy and cool at the same time.
Yep.
Have you seen this? I saw a video a couple weeks ago. Because of AI, these are things that are happening now, and people worried that AI in the music industry is going to take over, and it's not a good thing because it's not, it's something that's created, but not from an actual, living voice. I saw a video that was done. It was more about the audio, but it was just put on like YouTube of a new Alice in Chains song. But it was sung using AI. They were able to use Lane Staley, who was the original vocalist who died years ago. But they have him singing a new Alice in Chains song that was released by with a different singer, but
with a dead vocalist.
Yeah, so they used AI to do the vocals for it. So I listened to the song because I'm a big Alice in Chains fan, and it does sound like Lane Staley, but not 100%. Like there's definitely some differences there. But I'm like, this is kind of cool. And yet it's creepy at the same time. I don't like that that's where this industry could be going.
I mean, so much is going that direction,
I know.
and it's making me wildly uncomfortable.
I'm very uncomfortable.
Because, I mean, I have kids who are students, and I want them to do their own work and make sure that isn't become an issue of any kind. But the bottom line here is, the people say that this stuff is so good. Like, so... Do you remember the band Fuel way back in the day? And was it Shimmer? Was that their big song? I think Shimmer was their big hit. Apparently, their lead singer lost his voice and never got it back. And that was kind of the end. Although they might have had, was it Rockstar, the TV show? I think they were in the second season of Rockstar trying somebody out, but it didn't go anywhere. Because In Excess.
For Fuel, okay. They did a Rockstar In Excess.
Yep.
And then they did another Rockstar.
Who's the local guy?
Brandon Calhoun.
Yeah, who I met one night well before that.
Brandon's a good guy.
Yeah.
Good people.
Anyway, so I think they did it for Fuel, and I don't think it went anywhere. I think the show just kind of fizzled. But
I know they did a second season of it, but it was just for a band they were putting together, like an all-star type band.
Yeah.
So they were auditioning vocalists, and it was interesting. But I don't think that went anywhere either.
Well,
they found a winner, but I don't know if the band ever did anything.
The winner of Rockstar INXS, did they ever release any music, or was that just done?
I think they did.
Did they?
I don't remember it, so it wasn't.
They should continue. They should do covers of that works. What was a good song that everyone liked? I'll sing that again.
Yep. Well, that's a lot of that going on.
So, Gator, does this mean that the Bob Seger farewell tour will never, ever end? There will always be another?
I can't imagine touring with AI voices, but could they release more material? For something like Bob Seger, I doubt it, right? But for a band that still wants to be together, even though the singer isn't around, could that kind of thing still work? I mean, like I said, this thing just happened with Alice in Chains. It's weird. Doesn't have all the nuances of Staley's voice, but it's definitely similar.
And you're creeped out as much as anything. A little creeped out. Yeah. All right, 248-539-9797. Straight ahead. Major publications coming up with Shohei trade proposals. Is Detroit involved? That is next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator. This is for the purposes of trying to figure out what it would take to get Shohei Ohtani. All right? And ESPN put together trade proposals where they took, I don't even know who wrote the story, but they put a bunch of trade proposals together, but then they asked Jeff Passan, the ESPN baseball insider, to say, would you take this deal or not? All right, so they've got a proposal for Tampa, the Yankees, the Mets, Jeff Passan says no to all their proposals.
Okay.
Teams that come close with their trade proposals. Again, these are trade proposals.
Right.
Baltimore comes close. San Francisco comes close. Seattle comes close. And I'm not going to go through the list of prospects they're offering, but they're offering a whole bunch of players for Shohei Ohtani. They come close, but Jeff Passan says no to all these. These are offers he says are strong offers, and the Arizona Diamondbacks offer 4 prospects. Says come close. Texas offers 5 prospects. But the one he accepts is a proposal where the Dodgers give up 6 prospects. Okay?
Okay.
And I want to see if we have if we kind of compare the 6 prospects that the Dodgers give up to the like-rated player in the Tigers organization. Does this make sense? Do you think people
I think so, kind of.
Okay, so the Dodgers offer includes Jose DePaula, an outfielder. He is their 10th rated prospect.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have this according to MLB.com? Do you have the MLB.com Tigers rankings?
Yes.
Who is
10 is Parker Meadows.
Okay. This is going to be interesting. So let's put together the Tigers trade proposal. Parker Meadows. They also have Nick Nastrini, a right-handed pitcher who is their number 9 prospect in the Dodgers organization.
All right. Tigers' number 9 prospect is a shortstop, Christian Santana, who's having a horrible year at Lakeland.
Okay. Next up in the Dodgers trade proposal, Ryan Pepiot. Papoit? I think that's how it's pronounced. Ryan Papoit is their 7th rated prospect.
7 for the Tigers.
Yep.
Is Justin Henry Malloy.
Okay. Next up, catcher Dalton Rushing, who for the Dodgers is their 3rd rated prospect.
Tigers' 3rd rated prospect would be, because if we factor in Max Clark, it would be Jace Young.
Okay. This is basically depleting the entire.
Yeah, that's why you can't do it.
Next up is Emmett Sheehan. And Emmett Sheehan for the Dodgers is their 6th rated prospect. Who is the Tigers' 6th rated prospect?
Okay, so the first few we did, by the way, I forgot to factor in a Max Clark thing.
Well, let's roll with it.
So we'll roll with it.
Yeah.
So 6 here would be Ty Madden.
Ty Madden. Next up, the Dodgers' final prospect is right-handed pitcher Gavin Stone, who is their 4th rated prospect. So who is the Tigers' 4th rated prospect?
I mean, it's Jackson Jobe. This is how ridiculous this is.
Let's stop right now. By almost every account, I think the Dodgers have a more widely respected system than the Tigers.
Well,
I might be wrong.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also, in fairness, the Dodgers aren't giving up either of their top 2 prospects.
No, they're not.
So, in this scenario, if we were trying to equate it, the Tigers would be able to hang on to Colt Keith and Max Clark. But they would lose. Jackson Jobe, Ty Madden, Justin Henry Malloy, Christian Santana, and Parker Meadows.
And Jace Young.
I forgot Jace Young. You're right.
I'm just looking at this. The ranking of all farm systems, the Dodgers farm system ranks 2nd, and the Tigers farm system ranks 25th going into this season, according to Jim Callis, Jonathan Mayo, and Sam Dykstra of MLB.com. So even this deal that we just put together might not be enough.
Right. Well, this is also from the rankings that we have are MLB.com's, and they haven't updated them to reflect the draft and to reflect the first half of the season. So they'll do that at some point soon. And I imagine that some people might move up, some people might, like, for instance, Meadows would move up, Christian Santana would move down. Right. I don't know if Peyton Graham hasn't played a whole lot. He's going to drop from his 6th spot here for sure. Wilmer Flores will probably drop a little bit, but the other guys are going to move up. And when you start talking about having to give up what looks like, if you're going to try to equate it, Jace Young, Jackson Jobe, Ty Madden, Justin Henry Malloy, and Parker Meadows, and more.
Yep.
No. I love Shohei Ohtani. But even if you're going to give me that you can sign him, that there's that guarantee, I can't give up all that.
I can, okay? Let me just state that I can. But again, this is the deal that Jeff Passan accepted. It had 6 of the Dodgers' top 10 prospects, but not 1 or 2. When you start depleting, Jackson Jobe was a first, right? Ty Madden was a compensatory pick. In between, I think he's considered a first-round pick. Jace Young was a first-round pick. They traded for Justin Henry Malloy. I don't know what Christian Santana. He was an international signing.
He was international signing. They gave him a lot of money. He's only 19 years old, but he has struggled mightily at Lakeland.
Yep. And Parker Meadows, was he a second-round pick?
I believe he was.
Yeah.
And he is kind of having a pretty good season right now. He was a second-round pick, in 2018, 44th overall.
So 3 firsts, a second, a prospect you traded for that ranks high in your system. When you start thinking about that, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And it's still probably not enough, according to Jeff Passan. Right? It's not like we have hard and fast numbers when it comes to what the Angels would accept and what they wouldn't, but kind of gives you a ballpark of what it might take for a team like the Tigers to actually get involved.
Correct. And in likelihood, it would include one of Colt Keith or Max Clark.
Yeah.
Because the Dodgers prospects are rated very highly. I have to look at the top 100
basically,
for sure.
Can I interest you in the Seawolves and half the Mud Hens? So there you go. Thought that might be an interesting little.
So the top Dodgers prospect is ranked 19th, according to MLB.com.
Yeah.
And that's not one of the ones that was put in this deal.
Well, let's see where the top prospect they gave up in this trade proposal.
Was it Dalton Rushing?
I think it was.
So he's rated as number 47 on this list.
Yep. The Tigers have anybody?
And Colt Keith was at 39 on this list.
Okay, so we'd probably start with Colt Keith.
Mm-hmm. Which, look, if I'm the Angels and I'm coming and the Tigers are going to give me an offer, it's going to have to include Colt Keith or Max Clark. I'm going to take one of your top prospects, and then we're going to move on from there.
Or maybe even both.
Now, admittedly, I tend to fall in love with prospects.
Yeah, you kind of do.
And I admit that, and I value them perhaps too much. And the other thing with Shohei Ohtani is I'm amazed at what he's done, and I love Shohei Ohtani. But I don't see a path where he's going to keep doing this for 5 straight more years. It's mind-blowing what he's done to this point, and he's been relatively healthy to this point. I can't see that continuing on where 5 years from now, I'm still getting this guy who's a ridiculous hitter and a ridiculous pitcher. I think within 5 years, he may just revert to being a ridiculous hitter.
Yeah, he's already done so many things where it's literally, if somebody proposed that he would be doing this, it would have been laughed out of town. So he's already breaking new ground and setting standards that were not only really unattainable, they were unthinkable. So you're saying you don't think he can keep up the unthinkable?
And he's already gone further than most people even,
of course,
thought that he could. What if he goes to incredible hitter to incredible relief pitcher? He doesn't have to start.
I know. I hear you. The problem with that, it's not. It's you're talking about end of games, and because that's the thing. You'd have to. Well, I guess he's switching from a.
Dude, when he pitches a game now, they put him in the outfield when they pull him because he's that valuable of a bat. He doesn't leave the field. Of course, what you're saying is more likely true than not, Gator. This is not sustainable. You cannot keep doing this, but that's how the great ones do it, right? They do the things that seem impossible.
Yeah, and he's already done it.
Yeah,
he's already checked that box, and I would fully expect him to be an incredible hitter for the next 8 years. All right, and that's why I wouldn't make the trade for him, but I would try to sign him as a free agent because I think it's all that is so much to give up for rolling the dice. I'd rather roll the dice with my actual money, which is the salary that you'd be paying him, as opposed to rolling the dice not only with the actual money, but also with my top 5 prospects in the organization. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is here that
you're taking a gamble either way.
It's just an interesting exercise. And what's funny is when we write down the names, Jackson Jobe, Ty Madden, Jace Young, Justin Henry Malloy, Parker Meadows, and then Christian Santana, I'm guessing most Tiger fans don't know of, but they've heard of many of these prospects. A like package from the Tigers, which probably is light compared to the same prospects in the Dodgers organization, still is an uncomfortable amount of prospects to give up that just depletes your top 10 dramatically. But
can you do me a favor and tell me what the Baltimore offer was in there?
I can,
because Baltimore has a ridiculous amount of talent in the minor leagues in terms of like top 50
Heston Kjerstad.
Okay, he's their number 4 prospect.
Kobe Mayo.
Kobe Mayo's a number 7.
Sounds delicious.
Cade Povich.
Cade Povich is number 11.
And DL Hall.
DL Hall is 9.
He says it's a fine offer, but what you've got here isn't enough for the Angels. And probably
which is what he's okay. So that's what he's
Jeff
offered. But if you actually went to their prospect ranking, I think some of these guys are at the major league level. Their top prospects, 2 of the 3 top prospects, are already at the major league level. But he doesn't have him giving up their number 1 prospect, who's a Double-A, and that's Jackson Holiday. Yeah. So I mean, there are ways to work around.
And this one, he says no. The one he said yes to is
he's saying no because he's not giving up the best prospect.
Yeah. It's Carson Anderson, open lines. Make sure I see this correctly. It's just something I want to get to. I guess I better double check this before I tease it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Is this Tiger going to get plunked tonight?
Plunked?
Yeah. I think he might get plunked tonight. We'll get to that in a minute.
Trying to think of what happened last night that would result in somebody getting plunked.
It's what somebody said.
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, okay, let's get to that later on.
Yeah, 248-539-9797.
I think I read the same thing.
Larry, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Larry?
Hey, how you guys doing today, buddy?
We're
All right,
good, Larry.
Gator, you're sounding well. It's good.
Thank you, Larry.
You know what? For Shohei, I'd give up everything in the boat. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be. It's not trying to be. We don't have much in the boat, but I would give it up. A lot of it.
It's funny. Look, we just did this to put together something that gives you a sense of what the market truly is. The Dodgers giving up 6 of their top 10 prospects for one player is the offer that Jeff Passan would accept if he were the GM of the Angels. So if you do the same thing with the Tigers,
$100 million for 6 years, I would do it, and it doesn't matter who you have to give up for it. Right?
He would never take $100 million for 6 years.
No.
Are you talking about?
Are you saying $100 million a year?
A year, I'm talking about.
Good God.
A year.
That's
So you
even
would give
above and beyond the crazy that I'm talking about.
You would give up 6 of the top 10 prospects and $600 million.
I would give up. I'd give up a lot. No, not 6 of the top 10, but yeah, I wouldn't give up. I'm sure they're going to want Cole Keith, but yeah, okay.
All right, thanks, Larry.
I got one follow-up. I got a follow-up.
I mean, $100 million a year for 6 years, and the Tigers are rich. They don't. It doesn't matter about that, but
I think they do care. But just real quick, at the beginning of this call, you said, "Hi guys, Gator, you're sounding well."
Yeah.
By lack of inclusion, I'm getting the sense that you don't think I sound well.
No, you know what? You know what, Doug? I don't know if you're in on that, but I think Gator does. But it's
I'm even more
confused.
confused.
You know what? I've been a Tiger fan. I'm 67 years old, okay, and I've been a Tiger fan for a long time, and I've seen them win. But you know what? I thrive right now because I'm retired to listen to the Tigers, and it's not fun sometimes.
Thanks, Larry. Hang in there. I'm even more confused. But hey, it's not fun sometimes, but it's circumstantially interesting baseball. The circumstance have made this interesting.
Do you guys think Ohtani would turn down $100 million a year for 6 years?
Nope.
So you think, like, I'm not saying the Tigers should do this, but you think if they came to the table and said, listen, $100 million a year for 6 years.
I mean,
we're going to suck. No, I'm just kidding. But is that too much?
A realistic offer that he would get, like from, let's say, the Dodgers, would you imagine be between $60 and $70 million or $60 million, something like that?
Yeah, you could, $60 million, yeah.
So you're talking about, $40 million more per season. How could you turn that down? I mean, unless you've been guaranteed other things, or you're just a PGA Tour golfer at the top of your game.
Yeah, this is like Saudi money.
This
You're coming
is like
at
Saudi
it,
money.
right? And guess what? People turn down Saudi money, right?
That's true.
Rory, Tiger.
I would say this. Because if you're offered, let's say the Dodgers offer you 10 years and $600 million, and the Tigers offer you 10 years and $1 billion. Right? At that point, you look at it and go, all right, $600 million's a lot.
I know.
And I know $1 billion's a lot, but I don't get the grand.
No?
I'm getting $600 million, and I'm playing where I want to play.
You think John Rahm has regrets about not going to live?
I think he might have some.
So
I think, but you know why? Because that these guys are still allowed to participate in majors to this point, and it's not really affecting. Does it really affect Koepka's legacy when he just won the PGA or whatever?
Probably not.
So I think that's where they regret it, is that they would thought that these guys are going to be ostracized and penalized, and they haven't been. They've been ostracized.
I think they've been ostracized a bit,
but not penalized.
Well, not penalized like we originally thought they might be penalized. But 248-539-9797. Anthony, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, how we doing today, fellas?
Okay.
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to call in and talk about the Ohtani thing. And, it wouldn't make sense for the Tigers to try and even put together a package because as transcendent as Ohtani is, we're not one piece away. On a day-to-day basis, we've got 8 or 9 guys that don't even hit 250 in our starting lineup.
Are they 2 pieces away?
I don't understand how one guy would make that big of a difference.
Because he's
2.
He's a DH, the best hitter you would have, and the best pitcher you would have.
No, and I don't doubt that, and I wouldn't doubt that that's what he would be. But to try and look at your entire prospect list and put some sort of a package together for a team that doesn't have sustainability for the playoffs in the worst division in baseball.
Well, I think if they got Shohei Ohtani, and we could get to this debate, and I don't even know if it's worth it because, it's all kind of pipe dreamy anyway. But at the end of the day, this is what guys do. They sit around the bar and put together trade proposals how to get the best player in the league. It might not mean they're a finished product, but I think if they get Shohei Ohtani, they win the division.
I was just going to ask that, Doug.
I think they win the division.
Yeah, aren't they one Ohtani away from winning the division? Shoot, you guys talk about how if Javi Baez would just hit, they could win the division.
Yep.
If you get a top-tier bat and a top-tier arm, you win the division, right? Because
I like their chances, yes.
I guess,
okay, so 6 of the top 10 prospects and stuff, and it might have to include, Max Clark or Cole Keith, which, we talked about the Dodgers proposal, which is from a stronger system, giving up 6 of their top 10. It's not a Dodger proposal. It's a ESPN proposal. I don't know. I'm getting frustrated because we're talking about something that
it's not going to happen.
It doesn't feel like it's.
They're not going to bid, nor should they.
I
Your
think,
best bet is in free agency.
I think they should inquire. I think every team should inquire because he's that good. But you're not. You probably aren't going to be able to put together the strongest package. And my man's right to an extent is you're building around Shohei and you're limiting your resources elsewhere and you're hoping with another player or 2 added. Okay, is this Tiger going to get plunked tonight? I think he might. Do you agree?
I think he might. If you just read the comments and don't pay attention to the context and actually see if there was a give and take with the reporter or whatever.
Yeah,
from what I read, I think he might. And then given what he did last night.
Yep. This is a story that got posted last night at 8:00 while the game was going on. And so I would suspect that Kansas City didn't see it. By today, I suspect Kansas City saw it. We'll get to what was said at 1:32. 97.1 the ticket. time will never careless whisper of a good friend. They tried out 6 guys to play the saxophone solo.
Yeah.
6 guys. It was 6 guys. The 6th sax tryout, the guy nailed it. George Michael said, I want you for this job. So, yep.
Or you could have just done it with a guitar.
Which
not the same.
Was done there, yeah.
There's something about a good saxophone solo.
Mm-hmm.
Always good.
Yep.
That song obviously has one.
So, but you don't like Steely Dan. They got some good sax.
Steely Dan's okay. It's not that I don't like them. They're fine. And actually, I was going to text you twice now. I've seen the song come up on the radio.
Yeah.
When I've been driving around, Deacon Blues.
Oh,
so I've been listening to it.
It's a great song.
Drink
Grapefruit
Scotch
wine.
whiskey.
It's great. Well, there's Bury the Bottom Mama. It's grapefruit wine.
Law.
Is that Deacon Blues? That's Deacon Blues.
Yeah.
Is the Wham documentary one episode, Doug, or is it a couple?
I don't know. I made it about 45 minutes in. I was enjoying it thoroughly, and I might finish it tonight. But I don't know if it's more than one. I guess I can look it up.
Are you just like
The documentary? It's usually going to be one thing.
Netflix? I don't know. You know, sometimes
true.
they want you to keep watching. Yeah, I saw this great tweet. It was like, do you want to watch a 10-hour movie? Hell no. Do you want to watch 10 episodes, 1 hour each, consecutively? Yes.
Totally true.
Have I done that? Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Red, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Red.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Hey, Red.
Hey, if they offered that same, like the trade you just said, the 10th, the 9th, the 7th, all that,
yeah,
I'll take it. I'm running to, like you guys say, running to the podium. I'm running to the podium to make the trade. Like I don't care if the amount of money Shohei Ohtani will bring back to the Tigers, and then if we can sign him too, also for even like for 75 or 80 per, I'm doing it. We not even league average. Like we still got enough money to sign players, and well, I just got one question.
Yeah,
is Shohei Ohtani, is he an everyday player? Or he just
Red, are you new to baseball by chance or no? You watch Tigers a lot?
No. I'm talking about our division. I think we like we're only 1 or 2 players away for real winning our division.
Oh, to win the division, sure. And I think if they were to add him, you could strongly make a case that they win the division.
Right.
But yeah, Shohei Ohtani is he's like it's okay. It's okay.
I absolutely love the Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. So he is 2-1. I mean, he's a pitcher and he's a hitter.
You're getting 2 players.
And that would absolutely give the Tigers an opportunity to win the division. But what you give up is so much in terms of the farm system. You're literally giving up the farm to get him, and you have to pay him to get him to stay here. I would rather just pay him to stay. I'd rather take my chances in free agency. He's going to make it to free agency than give up all the prospect.
What's he offered?
Do you honestly think he'll stay here? If we come here and then he win a division, he get a taste of winning. He haven't had a taste of winning.
It's pretty funny. LA. He could go to a worse team than he's on right now and make the playoffs.
Right. Yeah, I mean, realistically, he's. I can't even. I have a hard time having this conversation. Yeah. I love Shohei Ohtani, but I mean, I'm also trying to be realistic about this and say, would he come to Detroit?
No, but I
mean, over the other teams in baseball that are
every team
contenders or would seem to fit him.
This player has done the unthinkable, and he's available. So every single team should ask. I would be upset if the Tigers weren't trying to figure it out. And, I mean, maybe they don't try and figure it out because they look at his motion and say he's in high injury risk or whatever. Oh. But you have to ask yourself, do we want to get involved? And the purpose of the exercise was, here's a proposed trade on ESPN's website that Jeff Passan said, if I'm the Angels, yes. And it was 6 of the Dodgers' top 10 prospects. 6. The Dodgers have a better prospect ranking than the Tigers do. And when we did 6 of the Tigers' top prospects, the light guys, it was all familiar names, and it was hard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, should the Tigers at least come up with an offer that they think, okay, this is as far as we'd go? Yeah, they should have that in mind. And maybe it's just as simple as, we're not giving up anything past these two prospects. Then we're not doing it because it just doesn't make sense for us. And okay,
I don't know if it makes sense for the Dodgers.
I don't know if it does.
It probably does because they're trying to win a World Series.
Well, I mean, the thing with exactly, they're already contending for a World Series, and the guys that are being offered aren't even on the roster yet. So, okay.
We had the best player in baseball and do not give up anybody from our current roster is probably a much easier decision for the Dodgers to make than the Tigers.
That was like when the Tigers went and got Cabrera, they were this team that had just went to the World Series in 2006. And what they offer in 2007? Okay, well, we'll give you our top two prospects in the organization. And, Miami threw in Dontrell Willis, and I think there were some other players involved too. But, you had to give up your top two. Guys that weren't really contributing. Okay, but I'm going to get the MVP. Sounds good.
All right, so we brought up before the break. We retweeted a picture that was sent to us of Jordan Lyles, the starting pitcher for the Kansas City Royals, and what appeared to be some sort of sticky substance on his wrist. It does not look like something natural, and it is
unless he sneezed on his wrist.
And that, exactly, which would be, I suppose, natural, but likely not helpful for a pitcher. But this looked like perhaps pine tar or some sort of gummy.
What do they call it? Spidey tech or whatever.
Yeah, spider tech,
something like that.
Yeah, slam poetry, by the way, not jam poetry from earlier in the show. But anyway. So he's got the sticky stuff. It appears to be sticky stuff on his wrist. Spencer Torkelson talked about it before the game last night. Here are the quotes. Yeah, there's definitely something there, but that hasn't gone away. Guys are still doing that. He just happened to not get caught. There's nothing we can do about it now. It's like if you can do it and not get caught, I guess more power to him. They do check. I don't know how they missed it. Tork went on to say, he's 1-11. You can have it. Take it. Then Tork added, look at his breaking ball, his curveball especially. He didn't use that pitch as much as before. We noticed he was using it more. I think he had like 150 more RPMs of spin and a couple more inches of depth. But honestly, whatever.
Which were the numbers that came out after the game.
So you're talking about a very specific accusation backed up with what he believes is evidence that he was cheating. Torkelson faced Lyles, who has a .82 ERA in his past two starts, 3 times in Monday's game. For me, it was more about his location. He didn't miss one spot to me. I think Mr. Torkelson might meet a baseball to the hip.
He might get drilled. Plus, he hit 2 home runs last night and a double, so he might get drilled. But the comments, that should rub them raw unless it's true. But, well, I mean, even then, you still got to – I think you want to stick up for your teammate.
I mean, if the numbers that Torks are citing, and I don't know that they are true, but I
thought it said that in the article. Well, earlier in the article.
His curveball compared to season averages increased 2.2 miles per hour in velocity and 141 RPMs in spin rate. So it's in the article. So the numbers are true. Thank you. And Tork cites it. And Tork, it's hard to argue. You got a picture. You've got numbers that say he had a higher spin rate.
Yeah, and it also mentions about him wearing the compression sleeves when it's 86 degrees out for the first pitch.
Yep.
And how, because I brought that up yesterday. I'm like, it seems a little odd that as hot and humid as it gets in Kansas City, that you're going to be, all armed up like that. And then you've got this substance that's just on your wrist that could be easily covered up by pulling the sleeve over it, which I imagine is exactly what happened. So that's how do they miss it? They're not rolling back the sleeve. I'm going to guess that there's probably some memo being shipped around to umpires right now by Major League Baseball because this is getting out. Hey, when you check the players, make sure you roll up the sleeves.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, you mean they can hide stuff there? Yes. Yes, they can. If a woman was hiding 6 snakes in her bra on some flight to Asia that was busted the other day, trying to sneak those in.
Really?
Yeah. So, yeah, they're like corn snakes or something. Then you can easily hide spy tack or whatever.
Where was she flying?
I thought it was somewhere to Asia.
So she was flying internationally, perhaps over an ocean, and she was going to have 6 snakes in her bra for how many hours?
I don't know. But she was smuggling snakes in her bra.
I would suggest that 45 minutes would be too much, but a flight to Asia would definitely be too much. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, what's a perfect way to celebrate life's special moments? Well, raise a glass and toast to the good times with Cenote Tequila. Cenote Tequila, crafted with care and passion, captures the essence of Mexico's rich heritage. From the moment it touches your lips, you'll experience the smoothness and complexity that sets Cenote apart. Whether enjoying a night out with friends or hosting a gathering at home or watching the Tigers in this postseason chase, Cenote Tequila is a perfect companion. So next time you're looking for that extra touch of elegance, reach for Cenote. Cheers to the moments that matter. Celebrate with Cenote. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Matt. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Nice. Hey, boys. So if we say Ohtani is the best player in MLB, right? Yep. I think that's kind of – we say Trout second, third, fourth best. You still think he's top five?
Yeah, probably.
Do we agree?
Yep.
Okay. So I am so anti-Shohei because I just don't think it translates into baseball. Like, if this was basketball, it makes sense. Football, it makes sense. But you've had the best – two of the best 5 players on the same team for roughly the 3 or 4 years, and they haven't even won a playoff series. So to either spend $100 million on Ohtani, which is only going to get us to a 500 record and maybe some extra dollars on our hot and readies, I don't think it's going to translate to baseball. So I hate to sound like Pat Caputa, but I'd rather build the farm system. I'd rather be on the other side with the Angels where I have the asset that everybody wants versus going and paying them $100 million because that could complete 3 or 4 players on our team that could actually give us a team that actually wins. It just seems like this isn't the sport to go spend $1 billion. Like even A-Rod, when he was the best player and he signed that 10-year, $252 million Texas deal. Texas was like a perennial bottom feeder and a great ballpark with the greatest player on the planet, but he never won diddly until he went to New York when he was on a stacked lineup. So the best player in the league doesn't translate in baseball to winning, and seldom does.
I think it's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean the truth is, there's more than one path to the top, right? I mean the only path to the Tigers making the playoffs doesn't go through Shohei Ohtani, and even if they could remotely get involved. We thought it was a fun exercise, but I hear where you're coming from, and your argument's compelling.
I would almost argue that whoever I would almost, what, I'll do this. I will shoot the boot.
Oh.
Shohei Ohtani will not win a World Series in the next 5 years, or he will not be the best player on a team that wins the World Series because he's going to be overpaid. They're not going to be able to want to or put somebody around him, and it'll just absolutely cripple the team.
I will tell you, if the Dodgers make that trade, you might be wrong in year 1.
Yeah, because some teams can just handle it. They're already established teams, and if they're giving up prospects, those are players that aren't even on the roster, and you're adding Shohei Ohtani, who's 2 players in 1.
I guess, if he's the cherry on top, but like my thought is like he goes to a Tigers, another middle of the road team, or even if he goes to the Rays, right? Like if he's like the marquee player on his team, I just don't see it working out because, like you said, he's going to shell out another $70-80 million a year. You're going to lose. The only reason to trade for him would be having to have like 8 weeks of the ability to negotiate with him before he hits the free agency market, and there's still no guarantee that he signs then.
I would give up. I would say this. I would give up my top 6 prospects, even if it included Raul Thorpe, to win a World Series. To win a World Series, right? Would you give up 6 prospects right now if it made you the overwhelming favorite to win the World Series?
Yeah, because winning a championship is so hard to do.
Let's go to – there is no Raul Thorpe. Let's go to Brian. You're next. Hi, Brian.
Yeah, they suck, but the Angels, from an organizational standpoint, how can they get rid of Ohtani? It's the only thing they had to hold their pride on. The guy at least is going to sell seats, jerseys, so just keep sucking and roll with the guy that has put a stamp on your organization, just like us with Cabrera the last 15 years. In fact, close your eyes for a second. We have had the best player-athlete in baseball the last 15 years, but can you imagine if we got the next best player-athlete in the next 15 years? It'd just be like that transition. What team has ever had a transition like that? That's unbelievable if that were to happen.
Well, here's what's crazy. What's crazy is that this is a rental player at this point. And these are the offers you'd have to give him for a rental player. The Tigers had great players that were rental players, and they got nothing for them. So I don't think you can make the same comparison.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is, the Angels are opting. If they trade him, it's, look, we know what he wants. We don't think we're going to bring him back in free agency. The injury to Trout, fading from playoff contention, and they're just like, I'm sure they'd prefer to keep him.
They'd rather keep him, sure, but if you're going to lose him,
you've got to get something for him.
And it sounds like they're going to get a lot for him.
You can't get nothing.
Yeah, replenish your system. And then, oh, by the way, you also have the money that you could have spent on him that you can now spend on free agents. And you can make your team better in the future. I would imagine the Angels could be quite a bit better by losing Ohtani, which sounds kind of crazy, but this is how you do it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's fun to talk about, and the Dodger proposal is crazy. we ever seen a trade like that? Is that like could this potentially be the Herschel Walker trade of baseball?
It's kind of like the Herschel Walker trade.
Which was a real, it was almost a borderline bait and switch by Jimmy Johnson, because people think it was for draft picks. It was for players, but those players converted to draft picks if they didn't make Dallas's roster. And Jimmy admitted later, I never had any intention of keeping these players. I knew I was going to cut them. So when Minnesota saw what he was doing and cutting the players and taking all their draft picks, they were like, oh, crap. Anyway, Tigers back in action tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez could be winding down his career. Something interesting, ESPN was quoting front office personnel and asking them about teams and what they would do at the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what an unnamed front office executive said about the Tigers. The Tigers might work around the edges with the future in mind, but President of Baseball Operations Scott Harris is new on the job. He's likely not in go for it mode, but he doesn't have to do a major sell-off either. Another GM or executive, I should say, on balance, if a team is 3 to 5 games back, more than that they used to, but you'll see teams trying to hang in there. So saying that the Tigers might try and hang in there. The verdict of what the Tigers will do, stand pat.
I can see that, and with in light of the comments that Eduardo Rodriguez had about, liking his contract and having enough money that you feel like he wouldn't opt out, that you'd feel comfortable not moving him, perhaps. Lorenzen is a free agent at the end of the year. I think you probably have to think about moving him, and I don't know who gets you more value in trade. But like you've said all along, if the offers aren't there that make this team better, you can't make the move just for the sake of making a move and take some other team's, 4A player.
Yep.
Don't want that. I need a player that's going to be on this major league roster, and hopefully now, not somebody that is in single A ball that has, he's got some upside. It's not upside. It's you need major league talent for some of these players.
We were talking earlier about how Torque had some pretty pointed comments about Lyles, a pitcher from Kansas City who had the sticky substance and his spin rate was way up, or what looks like a sticky substance, I should say.
Oh, let's say it was.
Yeah. Pat Caputo just tweeted about Torque. Spencer Torkelson, for all his struggles, on pace for 24 home runs, 36 doubles, 87 RBI. His OPS has risen to 726, an average exit velocity in the top 10 percentile amongst major league hitters. He won't turn 24 until late August. He remains a work in progress, sure, but Torque hardly rates as a bust. I'm going to retweet that.
Well, keep saying, wait for the whole season to play itself out, and we'll see. He can go into another slump and drop below 700 with his OPS, but he improved his OPS by 26 points in one game.
One game.
But I've how many times have I said this year? He's going to have these weeks where he hits 3 and 4 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be multiple times he does that. He already got he had the 2 home runs yesterday, and very well hit some more this week.
Yep. Well, Eduardo Rodriguez going for Detroit, who still is, or his 6 games back as it stands right now. Ryan Yarbrough is going for the Kansas City Royals in what is he'll be the opener, it is believed. He's done that several times, but we'll see. His last outing actually went 6 innings, so maybe they'll leave him in there a little bit longer. All right. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. What's up, man?
I told you, every time I open that door and you guys are on the show, I just want to yell in, Merry New Year.
You got that right.
Still early.
Yeah. It's Wojo's thing, isn't it?
It's after.
Random Happy New Year.
To do that.
For weeks after.
Yeah. Months after.
Okay, so what do you guys got planned today?
Well, there was a line of people trying to get to see the Lions.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
Are you comfortable with the hype? Are you comfortable? Or,
yes and no.
Or would you rather be the team that flew under the radar? Kind of how they had the hype coming off of Hard Knocks, and then they went 1-6, and then kind of fell off, and then they went under the radar.
Yeah.
Can you embrace this hype and the love and what everybody has and expectations? And then also I got I broke down. I got my review of the quarterback show.
Oh, really? Yeah. How many episodes did you watch?
I got 2.
Okay.
My standard for any new show is 3.
You give it 3 episodes?
I give every new show 3 episodes, and then if I don't like it, I can pull the plug. I gave it a chance.
Should I recommend to Rico what I watched on Netflix last night?
I heard. I was getting gas at Sam's, and I was trying to figure out because I was like, because I was on Netflix looking at different stuff, and I thought it was that Love Island thing.
Yeah, that would have been bad too. But
when Doug showed up at the dorm in East Lansing many years ago, and he had the 2 cases of records or whatever it was, the milk crates of them,
Yep.
and you were leafing through them. Did you see a Wham album?
No.
If you did, what would you have said?
Well, we saw Steely Dan, and we were all like, "What the heck's a Steely Dan?"
Well, you know what it is?
Yeah,
you know what it is
yeah. You then told us what a Steely Dan was, but
I sent 1 crate of records home, thinking I'm probably not going to listen to these very much. But
hey, he was one of the best roommates. We had fun, and Doug even participated when we sat around and played the dozens. And then I was just chuckling the other day when I did the 2-hour research in the library to find out your mother's name.
Yeah,
and
thanks. I appreciate
so upset.
that. He used it in an argument. He was ruthless.
That's crossing the line.
I thought
No,
so.
it
That's
wasn't.
crossing the line,
my man.
He knew everybody else's, but he refused to tell us.
I
was like, you know what?
strategically kept quiet. But have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Avis Ford. The Tigers are looking to keep pace in the AL Central as they take on the Royals tonight for Game 3 of a 4-game series in Kansas City. Eduardo Rodriguez will take the ball for Detroit, his second start since the All-Star break. Lefty Ryan Yarbrough gets the ball for the Royals. The series tied at 1 game apiece. The Tigers enter tonight 6 games behind first-place Minnesota. First pitch, of course, at 8:10. The pregame show right here on 97.1 at 7:45. The new season also officially arriving for the Lions. Rookies reported to Allen Park today for training camp. Veterans, they'll join camp on Saturday. The first practice that is open to fans is July 29th. That's a week from Saturday. And the Lions and Chiefs will open the new season in exactly 50 days in Kansas City. Michigan and Michigan State fans could be able to enjoy a beer at games this fall. Governor Whitmer has officially signed legislation that allows liquor licenses to be issued for sporting events at public universities. Before this legislation was signed, MSU and U of M were only 2 of 3 Big 10 schools that did not allow alcohol sales at games.
Anything on fixing our roads?
I'll take beer at stadiums first. I think that's a bigger priority. At the ticket update desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get it going on a Wednesday. And as you just heard from our intrepid update man, 50 days from today, and the NFL season is back. And we are going to celebrate with a football-heavy show today, 3 o'clock. The Lions are in uncharted territory, and you people have put them there. I'm going to explain it, but I'm going to tell you, you're not wrong. But we'll get to it at 3. And before Rico takes lead, because he has news for everybody, I think today's fascinating behind the glass. Roberto in a position of authority. Now, today's a big day. Roberto is playing the role of Martin Scorsese. He is educating. He is advising. He is in many ways mentoring.
Consigliere.
Right.
I prefer.
A wartime consigliere. I am fascinated. And as I told the gentleman who is working with him today, may God help you. This is something. And by the way, also, thank you.
He's going to leave here knowing less than he knows.
Right.
He's open the door. Good luck. We're all
He will
counting
walk
on you.
away saying, I am never working in this business. And that man is a complete weirdo. Yes.
You know what? Maybe I'll just go work for my uncle and his insurance company.
I've had enough. Up next, real estate license.
Was the board supposed to start smoking?
Right. Roberto, at some point, just try. I'm fascinated. I'm going to do an hour-by-hour check-in. And I'm going to have Roberto leave the room. And I'm just going to talk to this gentleman and go, okay, how's it going? No, seriously.
Yeah.
Don't BS me.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to put him to work here soon because I have to go to the bathroom.
Fantastic. All right.
Sorry, Jack.
God almighty. All right. So we're going to get to the NFL stuff top of the hour. I've got a football today that I think is interesting, and we're going to call it future-proofing. ESPN did an outlay.
This is what you yelled at me for.
Yeah, because because you're nosy. You're nosy.
It's called show prep, but okay, nosy show prep. Let's go.
Because let me explain something to the people.
No. When you say trust me on this,
that's right.
I normally say, okay, Mike, I'll trust you.
And then
let's
you're like,
go.
But give me a hint. He's like a kid with a Christmas present.
No,
well, can you tell me how much you spent?
Because I want to know where the rake is before I step on it.
There's no rake, and you should work that out with a therapist. The point I'm making is I like a natural response.
And I give you that.
I'm not going to let you do your studying. And plus, you're one of these social media Lady Godivas. You'll probably see the results, and you'll ruin the segment. So we're not doing that.
I won't do that.
The point is, and I have
until he does it.
Does it.
Okay, just to prove that it's right there on the show sheet. All I got to do is click, and I can find out, but I won't.
Well, it's a gentleman's agreement. You won't.
Right.
We trust you.
Right. That's why I just normally say, okay, what is it about?
And even if we're not watching, you know who is?
Who?
His guy.
Yeah.
JC.
But it doesn't matter.
JC's got his binoculars
It
up.
doesn't matter if he's watching because you don't believe. So therefore,
It's selective. In this case, I know David is already.
Unless you need the Giants to win, then.
Honestly, I don't care if they go 0-17. I need MSU to win 8 games this fall. I need something. But 3 o'clock, we've got what I think is a very interesting Lions topic. And bottom of this hour, I want to get into what the future looks like. You guys can fire away with teams, take a guess where they are, and we'll go from there. But this is exciting. Now, I'm setting myself up to be hurt again. Mm-hmm. But Rico finally, hopefully like you guys did, jumped into quarterback. Netflix series, 8 parts. I think it's tremendous. We had fun with it. They follow Mahomes, Cousins, and Mariota. For some reason, Rico has this odd obsession with Marcus Mariota. But Rico sent a very aggressive text about 11 o'clock last night, and I said, breathe, get into episode 2 and 3. So you've watched a couple episodes now.
I got into episode 2, and then I realized it was 1:30 in the morning.
Oh, my God.
And I said, you know what? This is not worth me staying up another hour. So I powered it down. My standard is every show gets 3 episodes before I judge it. But right now, you pulled a Jeff Rieger. You oversold this.
Oh, my God.
Now, here's the thing.
What don't you like about it?
It doesn't know what it is. And that's why I said maybe I'll find out more in future episodes. But if you told me this was just following Patrick Mahomes, I would have been good with that. Okay, great. You see what happened, championship season, MVP. Okay, I can dig shows like that. You threw the Cousins thing in there. Okay, it's different. I don't know why you hate. You know what? Then I said, I know why you hate Kirk Cousins. Because he's not going around my friending everybody. He's just patting them on the back and saying, okay, you know what, we'll do this, and hanging out with his family.
Golly gee willikers.
And just being a genuine nice guy.
Well, the part that killed me, though, you saw it, right?
Right. When he was like, oh.
No. When his wife said the game was so stressful, she had to do a certain something.
Oh.
And
That's what she does.
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Seriously? That was.
That's outrageous.
When she
That's
said that, I'm like,
outrageous.
that can't be it.
It's outrageous.
Like, I mean, honestly, I thought you had everybody in section 117 grab hands and bow your heads. We need to pray.
That's different.
That's what I thought
That's
she was
different.
doing. And I'm like, okay, wow.
No, I'm sorry. I couldn't handle the putting in of the ear pods and going to praise music because the game was close. How about you just watch the game?
I mean, Mike, some people pace. Some people have to leave the room. I've seen this before.
So you're not even
see it on the sideline.
You're not even going to watch the third episode?
When it's a kick, and some people turn away from the kick because they don't want to see it.
So there's no third episode?
No, there is a third episode.
Okay.
There's a third episode. Now, here's the other thing. And then it got to, okay, here's, Mahomes. It's week 8. Here's Cousins. It's week 7. Oh, yeah, Mariota's week 2. Like, why is he even on this show?
They ran out of salary cap. They needed a bum, and Mariota works cheap.
It's like, oh, yeah, he's in this show. It's like everybody else is halfway through the season. He's just in week 3 playing Seattle. Like, okay, you played out in Washington, and you were at Oregon.
All right, so basically, I'm being accused of a brutal oversell.
Yeah.
All right, people, let's throw it to the people's court. I'll ask the question. I think quarterback is some of the best sports TV I've watched. I love it. I can't wait to watch a few more episodes. Rico's accusing me of overselling. That this show is just not.
I'm still going to give it another episode because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the third episode, everything starts to fall into place, and I get it. But as of now, it's good. It's not great.
People, did I oversell this to you? Did I pull an infomercial on my audience? Did you watch quarterback and you're now disappointed? Am I the ShamWow guy? Am I Billy Mays? Am I that idiot with his patch-up stuff where he's riding in a glass boat? Is that me?
Flex Seal.
Right. Hi, I'm drowning. Let me use this piece of tape. It's all okay. 248-539-9797. David, are you surprised by his response?
I'm not.
I am.
I'm not surprised.
I thought he would dig it.
It's the art of storytelling, and the stories are there, but they just didn't tell them. Because here's the thing. I'm sorry, David, but like on Hard Knocks, they find player X who may or may not make the team. And that's kind of the focus of the story. It draws you in. You know Mahomes is going to be great this year. There's no drama. There's no suspense. There's no spoiler alert. He gets it all. Everything, including a new kid. This is like, okay, if anything, you want to put more focus on Cousins and Mariota because that's not the guaranteed thing. Like when Hard Knocks doesn't follow the superstar around because there's really no story to tell because they follow the rookie who or the rehash running back who may or may not make the team.
Right, which is why I don't care.
And there's drama there.
Oh, I remember like when Tampa Bay did it and they spent the whole thing on Jeremy McNichols. Who cares? Guy was going to be working at Blockbuster in 2 weeks.
That's called drama. That's storytelling. This is, okay, then if that's the case, just give me the Mahomes documentary. I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
No, I think you're yesterday in our conversation and today, I think you want to see Mariota. And there's not enough Mariota in it, and that's why you don't like it.
No.
You want to see your guy.
No, because I'm sitting there, it's like, okay, well, why is he, I'm trying to find out, why does he hate Cousins? Like, what did Cousins do? Cousins must have said something. Cousins must have did something. I'm like, he burnt his sweatshirt.
No, he's like serial killer nice. I can't even take him seriously. I started watching quarterback. Thinking Mahomes was fake and Cousins was real. I have now flipped the script. Mahomes is real. Cousins is putting on a huge act.
Mike, I don't think Cousins I think Cousins is comfortable in his own skin.
Well, he's Ned Flanders, and I don't have to like it.
Okay, but he's not putting on an act. That's just him. He was that person at State.
I know why
he was
Michigan
that person
fans,
at Washington.
I know why Michigan fans are upset. Not only did he beat them, you let Ned Flanders drop his nuts on you. I would be enraged too. That guy, Golly G, is 4-0.
If he was walking around my friending a bunch of teammates and
hell
headbutting
yeah.
folks, now he's your boy.
Oh, hell yeah. Like Cousins is out there. JFC.
Yeah, grit and balls.
Woo!
Yeah, grit. Yeah.
He'd be my favorite player. I can't take this seriously. And the pity party. I can't do it.
Look, man, some people are Bill Belichick. Some people are Tony Dungy.
Did I oversell this? Do I owe you an apology? Do I owe the city of Detroit a mea culpa? I called quarterback better than The Last Dance. I think it's some of the best sports TV I've seen. I love it. And I've walked away. I've always loved Mahomes' ability. I'm 4 episodes in. And here's how stupid I am. I wanted to pace myself a little bit because I'm enjoying it that much. I didn't want to just go through it in like 2 nights. I'm trying to make this like a staggered schedule to get me to Saratoga. I need this to last until I leave the 28th. So I'm on like an every other night episode. And here's Rico going, God, let it end.
I mean, it's good.
Did I oversell it? It's okay if you say yes. I'll apologize. 248-539-9797.
I give it a 7 out of 10.
Better than what I expected when you started the show today. David, what are the ticket texts coming in?
Mike did not oversell it. Cousins is not a good dude, someone says.
Woo! How is he not a good dude?
I don't know, man.
To see it from a mile away.
I have no idea.
Because the man has faith, because he doesn't swear, because he lets his wife dress him, well, I wouldn't do that. He hangs out with his family. I appreciated something he had built in his house so it wasn't vain.
That annoyed me to no end.
No, because
I know what you're talking about, and I don't want to ruin it for the people.
Right, but it you know what? He could have gone a different direction. But
That's
he's like, no.
humility.
How is that? Oh my God!
Like they don't know you're Kurt effing Cousins when the plumber comes to the house.
Right.
Put your jersey on the wall. You're not Bruce Wayne.
Just Jesus, take the wheel.
Oh, hey, I got a fake door so I can look at all my toys. I mean, you're a nerd.
Right, because I'm not trying to show. You know what? This is for me. It's personal. If I want to take you back there, fine.
It's in your huge house. That's as personal as it gets.
And you would walk past it and never know it existed.
No. You know what? It's too much. Too much.
It's called humility.
No.
It is.
It's putting on an act. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. David, the ticket text. Had enough. Kirk Cousins.
My gosh.
You know what, David? It makes me, and the whole time I'm thinking like, well, what does he actually think of me? Maybe I need to just come
I'm
in and
thinking
show
the
me
same
these
thing right
and just
now.
start dropping a
You
bunch
are
of,
not.
hey, Kenny, my friend, this, that, and the other.
All right, I'm going to say no, because I have heard you curse. You just don't do it as frequently. But my point is, I am fine. It's not the faith that annoys me. Everyone is welcome to whatever they enjoy, whatever they believe.
Right.
We ball break because we're all friends. But people like him, they're what I call the neener God, folks. He throws it in your face.
Okay, I thought, like,
I don't like it.
He had me thinking he was in the huddle trying to witness to people like, okay, before we snap this ball, is Jesus your Lord and
That's
Savior?
episode 4.
Because we're not snapping this ball, okay? We're going to lay hands on you.
Just too much.
Jefferson, if you want the ball,
Right.
you know what you got to do.
Right.
It's too much of everything.
When you scored a touchdown, we praise dancing in the end zone.
Guy's making $40 million a year, and he's searching for a sale on a dad shirt. Christ!
He's being frugal. He's
It's
saving
fake.
money for
It's
his
not
kids.
real. It's insane. It's insane. You guys wearing an $8 shirt at a press conference. It's insane.
Okay, you know what? I can't defend that.
That's not-
MF, read something.
I can't. Yes, MF, my friend.
Show me an episode of Cousins telling his tailor to F off. Now you got me.
Let's talk about that hardcore dealer
2-4
at 14 and Mound.
I'm done.
It's Hamilton Chevrolet. They've been your Chevy dealer leading the way the whole time. Hamilton Chevrolet, Andrew Pavlik. Their sales staff is because they know you've always wanted that sports car. A 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month for 36 months. Walk in with $995 down. You get to be larger than charge, and you get 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, and that Chevy Camaro, 2023 auto transmission, $399 a month. That's why the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in the Hamilton Chevrolet. See Andrew or any one of his sales staffs. Get the July Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Coming up at 3, we might be in totally uncharted territory with the Lions. And I've got what I think is a fun story that proves the excitement level locally. We're going to talk about it. We're 50 days from the opener against Kansas City Chiefs. We're going to do a very football-heavy show, and it started with Rico's review of quarterback. I love it. I think it's some of the best sports TV I've watched. Rico says it just didn't deliver on my hefty praise, and that while it's not terrible, it ain't what I said it was. We also battled on Kirk Cousins. I'm sorry. At least Mahomes is being real. Kirk Cousins is just exceedingly annoying. And I'm a Spartan, but I don't have to tolerate this. Look at my memory
Mahomes
room.
is real, walking around apple orchards, shooting apples at targets.
Because he's on the field going, I am him. F you and your mama. I love it.
So that's what's missing.
Fantastic.
There's different ways of winning, man.
I disagree.
Like I said, you can have Bill Belichick. You can have Tony Dungy.
Factually, no quarterback has ever won a Super Bowl that doesn't curse. Look it up. Let's go to the people.
Okay. Wow.
248-539.
In no way am I letting you say that. Kurt Warner?
Another total phony.
David.
Total phony.
Russell Wilson?
The biggest phony on the planet.
But he won a Super Bowl.
Absolutely curses in private. There's no doubt.
Well, I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I don't live with him, so I don't know.
Yeah,
So you're him. You got to be a jerk to be him.
Yes.
Okay. But if you're just genuinely a nice, like he's comfortable in his own skin. I was
No,
like,
because
okay.
you know what? Genuinely nice people don't win anything. You can't beat Kirk Cousins and succeed at anything in life. That's why Kirk Cousins doesn't win
You're right.
anything.
Didn't Warner make the Hall of Fame?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Fake. Total phony.
So it's a fake bust in there too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
The
Absolutely.
bus, I believe the bus actually speaks and it says
He
hallelujah.
was
Right.
carried by the greatest show on turf.
Right.
That's my story.
Okay. Is it a Bill Russell bust of him?
Oh, stop it.
Like the
Please, he was the
Magic
biggest
Johnson.
guy in the league.
Like the Magic.
Go to Marlo, 97.1. Hello, Marlo.
Hey, fellas, I don't think you oversold at all. I actually was going to nominate this Netflix as Champ of the Weekend on Doug and Gator show. I think the show is great. It shows 3 quarterbacks who all had high expectations, who are at similar areas in their career. It shows one who has reached the mountaintop. It shows one who, for some reason, just can't get over the hump. And it shows one who is struggling to hold on to his career and even hold on to his love for the game.
That's right.
And Marlo, I would simply
the
say,
difference is that attitude.
Marlo, I would simply say, is he even in that show? Because I forgot he was there. He went out to Washington for a week, and they left him out there.
and they did, but that put that question in your mind. Do you love this game? And take Mahomes on one end, and the way he acts on the field, and the way he is, and I do believe it's 100% real. He's got a love for this game and a confidence in himself. You take Mariota on the other end, he just does not have it. And you take Kurt in the middle, who's waffling. He's on the fence. You either love this or you don't, and you're going to show it or you not. And that's why he can't win. I love this show.
I'm with you. And I'll tell you why Cousins can't get over the hump. He's too nice.
He tries to be too nice.
Facts.
He puts on, yes, he tries to be too nice.
That's right.
He may be a really nice person, but he tries too hard to show it.
That's right. I'm with you. It's fake.
Or maybe he's living his faith and just trying to live by example.
That has nothing to do with what you need to do at work.
You don't have to be a jerk at work.
He's just a nerd is what he is.
Right. He's a nerd.
That's separate from his faith.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. That's my point. The faith ain't got nothing to do with
right.
it.
And he's comfortable in being
mediocre.
That a nerd.
See what all that not? You know what? I'm glad his builder put that notch for the Lombardi Trophy because it ain't ever getting filled. Let's go to Katie, 97.1. Hello, Katie.
I was gonna say Marlo took my nerd for Cousins. I was gonna call him a dork. I would never pick out my husband's clothes and put them up on the podium with that shirt.
It's intolerable.
And her explanation for it made no sense.
Because it was fall colors.
He doesn't have to be Cam Newton and go up there with the hat and the suit and the.
Nope.
But I made it through 1.5. I'm homesick today. I'm gonna finish it because I started it, but
it gets better. I promise. It gets better.
good.
I promise, Katie, and I hope you feel better now.
Yeah, feel
Listen,
better.
here's the deal. People like Kirk Cousins weird me out. That's the takeaway, kids. If you're going to watch quarterback, be prepared to be weirded out.
I kind of like the whole little room thing. I was like, okay, that was
what?
nice.
That was the
Now,
most.
the wife dressing, this is
No,
one where,
no.
you know what? Occasionally you will have somebody who'll say, hey, I like this shirt on you. Can you wear this shirt? But then you still get the final veto, like, yeah, I'm not wearing that shirt. But
It goes back to what I said to you yesterday.
He's a serial killer.
No, I had serial killer vibes. Generally speaking, people from West Michigan are weirdos. That's what this comes down to.
You can't put everybody
Generally.
under the same umbrella.
Okay, I'll be more specific. People from Holland, Michigan. Bizarro. That's a bizarre place.
All right, I don't know anybody else from Holland, Michigan.
You do.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm not going to say them. I'm not going to say the people. I'm just making a point.
Okay.
It's a very odd place. And Kirk Cousins is an odd man.
It's all the tulip festivals.
Like I said, the point is, watch quarterback. It's tremendous. Rico says it's at least decent. And we're 50 days from football. I got 8 of your nights covered with one episode.
It's good. Like,
Okay.
if it were just Mahomes, kind of how Last Dance was just the Bulls.
Right. By the way, Roberto wasn't lying. He abandoned his student today.
Wow.
He really did have to go to the bathroom. Or was he in there for 15 minutes? Oh my
Fact,
God.
yes,
26.
he was.
This is how the mentorship starts today?
26.
You go to stall 3. This guy's drinking out of a fire hose. The machine is smoking. Cameras are tipping over.
You know, just trust your gut, kid.
Hey, keep hitting buttons until something happens.
Right. You know what? They didn't go off the air.
Right.
Good job.
Perfect.
It's not like driving the Millennium Falcon, okay?
David, the ticket text, and then I've got the football today that I've hid from Rico. Go ahead.
OMG, I'm dying laughing. Every time I see Kirk Cousins play now, I'm going to think of Homer up in the stand screaming, Flanders.
Yeah. Oh, hey, diddly-do, neighbor. He's a creep.
That fire pit he got his boss, though.
Absolutely. Well, for
It
$40
is.
million a year.
I was like, wow.
It is.
It's beautiful.
And
really
then he
is.
burnt his sweatshirt.
Oh, hey, golly gee, I burnt my favorite sweatshirt. Hey, jackass, buy a new one. $40 million.
He's saving money for his kids, man.
He will have to. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, my God. I guess I'll wear it. It'll be my fire pit sweatshirt. Ugh.
Wait, man, it was all heartfelt. I don't want to
Shut
give it away,
up.
but when he was in his man cave, the moment that he shared was like, okay, you know,
That was great.
and that was fake too, right?
I didn't think there was nearly enough MSU stuff in the memory room. David, go ahead.
If Keith Nickel jersey in there.
I agree.
They had Keith Nichols' elbow brace framed. Yeah, congrats, Kurt. You beat out a guy with one arm. Hey, Keith, here's your shot at quarterback on your own 1-yard line in 0-degree weather at Minnesota, and one of your arms doesn't work.
Right.
Whoa, great shakes.
Right. The fact that the Rocket play will forever know that Keith Nickel was the one who caught the ball.
But no one cares that you threw it, Kurt.
Right.
I love Cousins as a Spartan. I do not have to like what he's become.
You're right. They don't care that he threw the ball.
No.
Oh, I agree with Rico, which I never do. Watch the first one. It was okay. But it's one of those things I'll forget about.
No, just give love a chance. Watch another one.
I'll give it 3 episodes.
Okay,
So
that's fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
You'll probably get another text from me tonight.
That's fine.
saying,
That's
you know
fine.
what? I was wrong.
And I
or-
bet you after episode 3, you're going to dislike Cousins more.
I don't see the point of disliking him now.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, he will.
I don't know.
Oh, don't worry. Dramatic Kirk takes the stage in episode 3.
See? And David, this just reminds me of what Mike thinks of Evan and I when we went to the comic book store in Vegas. So, yeah.
I joined you to be a good friend.
You did.
And it
But
ruined my
only-
day.
I can only imagine the stories you told your wife and family.
I just was like,
We were in a swap shop.
I may not believe in God, but today I visited hell.
The greatest line of all time is when Rico told you, he goes, yeah, this lady at the swap shop there, she said this comic and I got it for dirt cheap. And Mike just stares at him and goes, yeah, good for you. You robbed an old lady.
Now the woman can't buy her oxygen for the week. That's great. You screwed her out of $3, you scumbag. Let's go to a football today, shall we? 97.1. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. 50 days from Lions versus the Chiefs, and football fodder is valuable, right? We're going to play a little game. ESPN has a future ranking, essentially grading the next 3 years what your team's future looks like. 1 to 32. Who's got the best 3-year outlook? who has the worst, and everything in between. We're going to go around the room, let you guys guess. Obviously, we'll reveal where the Lions are. Don't guess the Lions, and we'll have a conversation about it. So think about teams you're interested in. I'll ask you, hey, who do you think has top spot? Who do you think has bottom? And we go from there. And it grades draft capital, roster, stars, salary cap, everything. Think of it as a doctor's appointment and health prognosis for your next couple years of life. David, horrendous music, please. Tremendous, Stoney. All right, let's just start with the worst. Who do you believe, according to ESPN, has the worst, bleakest, lousiest outlook the next 3 years in the National Football League? Kenny has already taken the microphone. So
I was about to say, I got it, but go ahead, Kenny.
Oh, I was going to guess. I had two in my mind. I'll go with the Texans, though.
Texans for Kenny. Rico.
I'm going to go with the Arizona Cardinals because they are stuck with that quarterback for the next 5 years.
And we're off to a good start, boys. Rico wins. It is a total dumpster fire. You have Kyler Murray out with an ACL, gone for the year. You replace the GM. You're paying the coach until 2027. One problem, he lives in Thailand now.
I mean, it was kind of like, when I did the deep dive, like, how could the Tigers get Ohtani? I'm like, can the Cardinals get rid of Kyler Murray? Yeah. No, they cannot.
Oh, and your owner is under investigation for misdeeds. The one thing they have, some draft capital. Kenny, to get to Houston here, just to answer your question, Houston's tied for 29th. You weren't far off. All right, so let's do this. How about Matthew Stafford? We talked about it yesterday. How the Rams were not happy with Matthew Stafford because he didn't want to renegotiate that deal. F them picks. They had all kinds of injuries. What is the health of the Rams the next 3 years?
I got to think that the Rams are in the bottom 5.
Okay, bottom 5 for Rico, so 27 to 32. Kenny?
I'll go low mid-20s.
Okay. Rico's 2-0. They're 28th. The Rams have the 28th brightest future.
Had to make up from yesterday.
You're off to a good start, and here's the thing. Even with coaching,
Blunt.
do you know where they rank Sean McVay as a coach? I found this to be surprising. 19th.
Yeah, the boy genius ain't looking so genius anymore.
Oh, all right. So here's what I want to do. Now, you guys, pick a team you're interested in. Pick a team you think you know where they are. We'll go around the room. Do you want me to start with David Steelers and get out of the way?
Okay.
Now, David, you've looked at the list. It's why you're not participating.
Skimmed it, yeah.
Okay.
I was wondering how come he's not saying anything.
Kenny and Rico, where do you think the Steelers are?
Young quarterback, but they got a great system that always seems to find ways to win. I'm going to put the Steelers probably between 12-17.
12 to 17 for Rico. Kenny?
I was going to guess exactly the number 16 because they're always good. They're never out of it. They're never that
great.
bad. They have,
They're never
the
bad.
foundation, though. You're right. I'll say 16.
Guys, you're going to be very surprised. And David is going to be very, very happy. The Steelers come in at number 7.
7 what?
Overall for the next 3 years. They grade their roster minus the quarterback, number 9. They grade the quarterback, number 22. David, I said it to you yesterday. I think Pickett could step forward. Tomlin graded as the 3rd best coach, 9th in draft capital, 7th in front office. They are 7 overall.
Wow.
They get anything out of Kenny Pickett, they're bouncing right back to being an annual playoff team. All right. Rico Beard.
Can I ask about one before we get to Rico?
Yeah, of course.
What about the Bears? Where do they have the Bears with Justin Fields?
Hold, please. I apologize for the slight delay. Okay, your Chicago Bears.
I'm going to say
venture a guess.
19.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to go 20.
Kenny, he's got it out for you. The Bears are 21st. Wow. But you're both right on point. Now, here's where their grades come in. And this is what we've always talked about. We love Justin Fields. Mm-hmm. Their roster stinks. Roster minus quarterback, 27th. The quarterback, this is to me controversial. Where do you think they have Fields ranked?
10th.
Say 10th.
Yeah, I was going to say 10 as well.
11. You both get sprinkles. All right. 11.
Man, you all are good at this game.
I know. Coaching 23.
LeGarrette Blunt.
Draft capital 5. Front office 22. All right. Let's go Rico Beard's life of privilege. The San Francisco 49ers. Now, David, if you don't remember where they are, you can guess. Otherwise, I'll leave it to Kenny. Kenny, do you want to venture a guess on Rico's privileged existence?
They're privileged, so it's got to be top 10. I'll say they have. Where was David Steelers at?
7.
I'll go 8.
Okay. I feel very happy for Kenny Cott because they're 8th. You guys, this is good. You guys are good.
Garrett Blunt.
The roster minus the QB, 4th. Here's what I think I don't agree with this. Where do you think they have the quarterback position of this team ranked? Rico.
It must be low, so 27th.
Yeah, I was going to say like 25.
How about 17th? Coaching 2.
The disrespect.
Draft capital, you spent it all, 26th. Front office, 13th. Okay. Let's go before we get to the Lions and divisional teams. Let's go my Giants. I'm not allowed to guess. Gentlemen, you've been on fire. Where are the New York Football Giants the next 3 years, according to ESPN?
How good do they think Daniel Jones is going to be the next couple of years?
You want to guess the quarterback rank first and
No,
then reverse
I don't,
engineer?
because I have no concept of that. I was going to say 15 and keep it
I was
going to
say, what's your draft capital looking like?
21st.
Okay, so I'm going to put the G-Men probably 17th.
Yeah, this is the one I don't know. So I'm going to go 25th is my guess.
David, this is the upside down world. These guys are on fire. Giants are tied for 17th. The hell is going on? And by the way, Danny Dimes, I think, is overrated at 15th. Dayball got the nod, though, at 11th for coaches. All right. Let's go NFC North for the people. Shall we?
Yeah.
You want Minnesota? You want Green Bay? You want the Lions? What do you want?
I want Minnesota.
Hey, I want Minnesota, neighbor.
How diddly do? All right. The Vikings the next 3 years. What does their future look like, gentlemen?
Give me 23. I don't think they're going to be that good.
No, I think it's going to be a little higher than that. I'm going to go 13th.
I'm speechless. They're 23rd.
Hey!
This is unbelievable.
Right, you know what? Can I get the Powerball numbers, please?
I know. No,
Kenny, we're going to split a ticket.
Here's what it comes down to. Roster outside of Cousins, 24th. That aging defense, the salary cap, they got rid of Dalvin Cook. Where's Cousins?
I figure Cousins is probably dead middle, 16.
Yeah, I was going to say 16 or 17.
He's 17th. All right. This is unbelievable. I mean, I'm happy, but it's kind of scary. You're so bad at some of the other games, but you're fantastic at this. All right. The Green Bay Packers, gentlemen. Next 3 years. Franchise future. Where are the Packers, according to ESPN?
This is the head scratcher because they are truly starting all over.
How good do they think Love's going to be? 18?
I was going to say 18 as well, Kenny.
All right, let's lock in at 18, Rico.
Okay.
Thank God. 14th.
Still not that far off, though.
I thought this was the interesting one. The roster outside of the quarterback. And remember, all the first-round picks they've spent on defense, etc. Do you know what the roster's ranked? 18th. Jordan Love, 25th. Where they get the nod is front office, top 10. Draft capital, top 5. Coaching, 13th. Okay, boys, the moment of truth. Your Detroit football Lions. Their future the next 3 years, according to ESPN. Where does it rank?
Confusing where they have David's team ranked because I didn't expect the Steelers to be that high.
Right. So if that's the case, then the Lions must be higher than that.
Factor
I
in.
was going to say somebody dropped out that they don't think is going to be in the top 10. So I'll say 11. Still up there, but a lot to prove.
Okay.
I'm going to say they cracked the top 10. I'm going to go 9.
They're 11th. He's like a savant. The roster minus quarterback is 14th. Now, here's the fun part.
Kenny is praying to the God of LeGarrette Blunt.
Jared Goff ranking.
You know what? If Cousins was 16, well, Cousins was what, 17, 16? So I'm going to go with Goff is 17.
Say 14.
Jared Goff, 10th. Wow. A top 10 quarterback, people. That is your ESPN future forecast. Football today. All right, did you know there were over 282,000 auto accidents in Michigan last year? Many of them ending with someone dying or being critically injured. Distracted driving is a massive problem. You need to have life insurance for you and for your family. As most of you already know, Mike Papura, best in the game, national benefit plans. Mike will help you find a plan that not only covers your family needs, but is affordable. National benefit plans will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, guarantee you the best possible rate. And in the event of that tragic car accident or devastating diagnosis, your family is covered. The longer you wait, the possibility of not getting coverage increases. So don't wait. Call Mike now, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200, or you simply go on the web to nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, top of the hour. We got to talk some Lions because some amazing hype with this team. And we have to discuss whether you're ready for it and whether it's ever been this way before. We'll do that in about 10 minutes. David, the ticket text first, and then Kenny has to recover from arguably the worst selection in on-the-board history. And it's not his fault because I didn't make fun of it. I'm like, yep, that seems fair to me. And you were donezo by the fifth inning. David, go ahead.
We're not buying it, Kenny. He definitely slipped into the ESPN app and read the rankings during the morning.
No, I disagree. Kenny is not duplicitous in that manner. And second of all, it wouldn't help him if he looked at it. He's not smart enough to remember.
Oh, whoa.
Probably should have just stopped at the first half.
Well, I was being honest. Kenny doesn't have a photographic memory. It wouldn't help him to glance at it. You'd have to be accusing him of right next to David having it up on his screen.
Yeah, while Roberto's looking at it.
Right. No way.
Kenny's dumb and makes bad picks. All right.
Pretty much what I heard, too.
And that's on the board. No, I'm just saying, accusing Kenny of having that up on his screen, there's no way. It's not even plausible.
Well, we both just missed it on the Steelers, so yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you really did.
Nobody saw that.
Look at I did.
Tomlin didn't even see that.
Yes, he did. Look at that roster, man.
Can we focus, please?
I'm sorry. A couple of people want to know, though, from you, and if you still have it up, I do. If not, they want to know the front office grade and the Campbell grade.
Yeah, Campbell was listed as 11th best coach, and front office was 12.
I do want to know one thing. Is number one the Cincinnati Bengals?
No. It's the Eagles.
That was okay.
It's the Eagles. It's the best roster. It's arguably the best GM. It's
Both
the top
young
five quarterback.
Yeah. Young.
Yeah, and again, they haven't. And I could pull it.
Only because both have a lot of young players that are still under contract.
Yeah. No, the Bengals are somewhere, I believe, in the top 6.
Okay.
On the board, shall we? And
Yeah.
we'll get to the Lions here on 50 days from football. Go ahead, David. Well, doesn't matter how good or bad you are, you're going to have a stink bomb. It just happens. And we here at On the Board Central would like to apologize for yesterday's selection. The under in the Tigers game seemed decent with Skubal, who'd been lights out. And Daniel Lynch is not great, but let's face it, Royals offense bad, Tiger offense bad. Under 8.5 looked nice. Unfortunately, we were off by roughly 13 runs. It was a disastrous selection, and we're moving forward. Terrible. We start with Rico Beard, who missed hitting his bet by about 6 feet.
He hit the triple and not the home run. So you know what, Mike? I'm going to go with the a value pick.
You going Ohtani again?
No. Though I should. I'll look that up in a heartbeat. Give me a 4-leg parlay of Acuna, Matt Olson, Michael Harris, Braves money line plus 200. All those three guys all to get a hit.
Yep. And the Braves, just for reference, are minus 250 favorites over the Baby Snakes. So they are prohibitive favorites. Kenny, time to get back in the saddle. Tomorrow, here's what I'll do. For Fridays on the board, Saratoga's live. I'm not going to do it today. I don't like today's card. I may just supplement some pony picks because I cannot for the life of me justify baseball. Can't do it.
So I'm thinking about, and tell me if I'm off base here, dip our toe back in the underwater because we got Erod on the bump, and that doesn't happen to the Tigers twice in a row. They can't score that many runs twice in a row. It just doesn't happen to this team.
Okay,
what's the over-under?
It is 8.5.
Oh, my God. Kenny,
minus 108.
Go for it.
No, don't go for it. I don't like this.
I don't like it either, but I'm looking at this slate of baseball games, and I just don't have an impression. And I'm thinking about how the Tigers play boom or bust style baseball. That was boom. So they don't do that twice in a row. I don't think they've done that all year twice in a row.
If this doesn't work, you're taking tomorrow off.
Absolutely. No problem.
And he's going back to the under. He is riding right into the sun.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah, buddy.
Ohtani plus 360 to hit a home run.
It's not bad.
He's just like nothing I've ever seen.
He's on fire right now. It's like Aaron Judge last year where you just keep betting it, and even if you miss a day or two, you're still making money.
David.
So another day, another
WNBA?
open. No, another open choice. This one's going to be a longer choice when it comes to the bet. Here is plus 3,000, plus 3,000 for Colin Morikawa. Here's why. I know he
British
struggled.
Open.
Yeah, I know he struggled the last couple of years. He was number 2. Now he's number 19 in the world, but he finished second in the Rocket Mortgage Classic, and he's made the cut in 13 of his 15 majors overall in his career at 7 top 10 finishes. And he also won the Open last in 2021. So if you want a long shot, maybe look at Colin Morikawa, plus 3,000.
Wow. I will say this. I know, I don't love golf. I enjoy betting golf. I think it is as Cookies likes to say, there is incredible value. And you can live bet it and get these wild swings and different things. And
It's like your horse racing where you just pick them to finish in somewhere in the top 5.
Look, what I like is when you get paid for your opinion. It's just, I have a hard time with baseball because you have to bet big underdogs and you have to tolerate a lot of pain. And I don't think that's fair to the people.
That's why I like the prop bets and hits.
I know. But no, I may give you a pony pick for Friday. I may have a little something. Because what we'll try to do is present value. You bet a very little amount to win something nice. Remember, horse racing, you have to factor in. I mean, even if I hand you 3-1, it's going to be plus 325 pari-mutuel. Plus 325. There's not a team on that list tonight. Biggest underdog in baseball doesn't present 3.25.
No.
But in horse racing, you can get some good stuff. So we'll have some fun with you Friday. Mentally, I'll already be in Saratoga. It'll be very exciting. All right, let's get to football. We're 50 days from the Lions kicking off against the Chiefs, and we have a Lions topic for you because you guys have made it one. I will explain next. 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Tigers are looking to keep pace in the AL Central as they take on the Royals tonight for Game 3 of a 4-game series in Kansas City. Eduardo Rodriguez will take the ball for Detroit, his second start since the All-Star break. Lefty Ryan Yarbrough gets the start for the Royals. The series tied at 1 game apiece. The Tigers enter tonight 6 games behind first-place Minnesota. First pitch is at 8:10. The pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:45. And the new season officially arrived for the Lions. Rookies reported to Allen Park today for training camp. Veterans will join camp on Saturday. The first practice it's open to fans is July 29th. The Lions and Chiefs will open the season in exactly 50 days in Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium. And Michigan State fans could be able to enjoy a beer at games coming up this fall. Governor Whitmer has signed legislation that allows liquor licenses to be issued for sporting venues at public universities. Before that legislation was signed, MSU and U of M were only 2 of 3 Big Ten schools to prohibit the sale of alcohol at sporting events. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, uplifting. So let's get into it. Today, tickets to training camp and the joint practices went on sale at APHQ. And if you tried to buy them, you would have been in a waiting line that had at least 5,000 people in it. People lined up like this was a playoff game. Now, I'm not making fun of anyone. Just because it's not my cup of tea doesn't mean it's wrong to be excited. The point is, the hype is beyond real. And the question I have is the following. Have you become comfortable with the hype? That you're excited, you're not worried about being hurt, you're not worried about being disappointed, and you're just going to ride into the sun. I go on the air every day and I say the following. We are winning this division, and we're winning a home playoff game. I have no fear of it. I have no fear that, oh, my God, I'll be too emotionally destroyed. No, this is what I believe. You're winning this division. You're winning a home playoff game. Or you're on the other side. You have Lions PTSD, that while you are excited for this season, you're scared. You don't want to admit it, but you're afraid. You're in your underoos, and you're making a mess. And they've always let you down, and they never live up to things, and you're in fear. I'd like to know 50 days from kickoff. We are 50 days from Lions Chiefs on Thursday Night Football to open the 2023 NFL season. You've either become comfortable with the hype or you're in a state of discomfort. And you may never get comfortable until you get the result. I'm flying right into the sun. I believe in them. I believe in what they're building. And I feel like they're going to have a really nice year. Oh, what about the over 9.5? Like I think they're capable of winning 11 games. I think they're going to be a really good football team. So I don't fear it. Now, you'll say, well, you're a Giants fan, so it's not the same. Okay, I tell you how I feel with the Giants. I think Giants are going to take a major step back. I just keep it all on the level. I can like something, or like yesterday, I dislike Michigan, but I defended you. For the Lions, all I've ever asked is put a legitimate product out there, and I'll support you. I think they got a really good football team. So I want to know where you're at, because Rico, think about buying tickets to a practice. Now, they were free. You just had to claim them. 5,200 people in the queue while you're sitting there in line. People were calling Doug and Scott saying, I've been in line for hours. There's still 4,000 people ahead of me.
Yeah.
The hype.
The excitement.
Is real.
The anticipation is there. Probably the first time since the start of the 2015 2015 season. They went 11-5. They lost to the Cowboys in a wild card game. Not going to talk about what happened in that game, but coming off of that game, they picked up Peloti Nada in the offseason. Prater, they brought in the kicker. It looked as if you had the final few pieces for this team to go from wild card to winning the division. I think that they'll battle Minnesota for the division. I think that the winner of this division will probably finish with either 9 or 10 games. So I can see they're going to be, unlike last year where it was god-awful and then red hot, I think it's going to be a little combination of both. But I do see them as one of the best two teams in this division. I can understand the hype. I see where people are coming with this. And, yeah, you're the best thing going in this city. So, absolutely. We've always said this city is ready to attach itself to a winner. Well, it's the Lions' turn because how they finished off the season, knocking off the Packers. People want to see that train keep rolling. Man, 5,000, free tickets, but you had to wait in line. I'm not shocked because they could have said 10,000 and people would have said, okay, I want them.
But I want to know people's comfort level. Like, to me, I don't see any sense worrying about it. I don't see any sense being scared.
Well, here's why. The comfort level, I think, for some is very uncomfortable because they let you down. Because every time you feel like, okay, this is the year, and they fall on their face. And you're like, wow, I did not see that coming.
Well, Stafford was the king of that. If we just use recent history, go look back in Matthew Stafford's career, and every time there was a high, there was an absolutely horrendous next season.
Yeah.
Didn't 2015, didn't they start like 0-5 or something following the Dallas playoff game? Didn't he get Caldwell fired in London? Wasn't that when that took place?
Was that the London?
When was London? And they played the Chiefs, and like they left Caldwell on the plane. The point is, every time they have a good year, they followed it up with something terrible.
And that's why some people can't buy into it because it's almost, you almost like superstitious, like Kenny in the pre-show. You're superstitious. You don't want to believe because if you do, disappointment comes and you're like, Mike, it's a reason why the same old Lions thing won't die.
Like I'm going into that opening game against the Chiefs. That's loose as a goose. I think they can beat them.
Chiefs?
Yeah. No, I don't give a damn. They're going to have the Lombardi trophy. They still got boners from last year. Lions are going to come in, show up, and punch them in the face.
You think the Chiefs have a hangover?
Maybe. My point is I don't walk into that game scared. I don't walk into any of those games scared. I'm a Lions fan, and look, it does not make sense for me to go on the air and tell my listeners I think they're going to win 10, 11 games and then sit here and curl up in the fetal position because they have to play Kansas City on opening night. I view every week in the NFL you could lose. So if you're going to go with that approach, you may as well just be afraid of all 17 opponents. So I'm riding into this season, there's nothing to fear. I've waited years in this town. I've worked 2 decades in this town to have a team I feel this good about, to have a team that I believe is built on a foundation that's built to last. And they're here. So I'm not going to sit here and be scared about it. Now, I don't know what the comparative is. You know, Lions fans will say, well, you're a Giants fan. All right, well, then take it to being a Spartan fan. I mean, my whole adult life, MSU was SOS until Mark D'Antonio got there. Right. But the minute you change the narrative, the minute you don't behave that way, that all goes away. I don't watch games now like I used to watch them when Nick Saban was the coach. I used to have PTSD, and I know Nick Saban for the young crowd out there like Kenny, they don't even remember he coached at State. But like, Nick Saban was the king of choking games away in horrendous fashion. Shout out Roosevelt Colvin.
Yeah.
Shout out Billy Cockerham. Shout out missing a 10-yard field goal or whatever it was at Northwestern. Was it Chris Solani? Yeah. Look, bottom line, when that changed, I've never gone back to that, although Mel Tucker's doing his best to bring me there.
Oh, no, you're there right now. You're there right now.
I'm close.
No, you're
Last year, really, I had PTSD from like fall of 98.
And right there is why Lions fans still have PTSD, because even though you experience good years,
right,
one little slip up and you immediately went back to your comfort blanket.
What this team was able to do last year after stumbling out of the gate.
Right. But Mike, if the team starts off 0-2, Lions fans will feel the same old line. Going back to what you said, They had just lost to the Cowboys. You got Haloti Ngata, you got Prater, you got a lot of pieces. You thought this team was going to get better. You were right, Mike. They started off the year 0-5. Then they beat Chicago. Then they lost to Minnesota. Then they went to London and lost to Kansas City. They were 1-7 after such hype.
Huge
and
hype.
believing
Huge hope.
that this
Right.
team had won 11 games the year before. They're about to take that next step. They fell off a cliff.
And again, I believe in the GM. I believe in the coach. Dan Campbell's earned that belief. Last year at 1-6, I absolutely told you. If he goes out and loses these next 3 games and is sitting at 1-9 and is 4-20-something as coach, guys, he may end up costing himself his job. I stand by that. But you know what he did with his back against the wall? They went out and won 6 out of 7. They went out and beat the Packers. They went out and won difficult games. They body bagged the Giants, who made the playoffs and won a playoff game. They did the things they needed to do, and I think turned a corner. So I'm not afraid. So 5,000 people sitting in line for free training camp, group practice or whatever it is.
Right, because you're undefeated right now, and you're still high off of beating the Packers and sending Aaron Rodgers off to New York.
Big time.
So a lot of people are buying the hype, but I understand for those who say, I can't because you don't want to get hurt again, because this team has hurt generations of people.
248-539-9797. I want to know, the hype is clearly real. Nationally, locally, it's real. Are you comfortable with it? And if you're not, I just want to know why. And if you're like, hey, look, if you think I'm crazy for being all in, that's fine. But I told you I thought they'd win 9 games last year, and they sure as hell didn't take the route that I thought they'd take to get there, but they did get there. And I believe they're going to take that next step again. I believe it's your division to lose. So I'm just going with it. And you know what? Hey, I'll be sitting right here 2-6 on that Friday afternoon if they lose to the Chiefs 38-3 and 17 guys blow their ACL out.
Yeah, and you know what? Say what you want. I'm not really counting that Chiefs game. I'm not.
Oh,
you go out there, you win, great. To me, the most important game is the Seattle game, because either you go 0-2, and that's not a good recipe in the NFL.
No, your back is against the
or
wall, and
you got to show me, can you shake off beating the Chiefs and refocus again?
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and beat the Chiefs. Let's just get that done. And we'll have a party on that Friday. Enjoy a long weekend. It's going to be exciting. Let's just do that. Let's do that. 248-539-9797. David, you look in pain when I said what I just said. Are you okay?
Because I do believe they can win the division, but I'm leaning I'm starting to get worried about all the hype here. I'm starting to get nervous about this here.
Why?
Because I think about their past, and then I talk with people, and it's like, am I really talking positive about the Lions? Am I really believing that they're good? Like, it feels weird to say.
Because when you speak good things about the Lions, history shows they leave you out to dry. You start writing checks and insufficient funds.
See, but then again, I look at it, and that's why I still can't get off the division, because I look at it on paper, and they are the better team in the division.
They're one of the better teams in the division.
Because of the past creeping in my head, I'm starting to question.
Well, I still laugh at the fact that, how they're going to win the division, but it's so quickly we dismiss Minnesota, which they got lucky. Well, okay. You went 8-2 to finish your year off. A little bit of luck was involved in that. But I do think that a lot of people see, man, every time I want to believe it's Linus. I mean, it's Lucy pulling the ball away from Charlie Brown. You think that this time I get to kick the ball. And in the end, even though she promises not going to move it, it's going to stay there. You can do this.
Don't say that. Jesus. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. We'll get some ticket texts as well. Got a football today later in the hour. We are going to move deal breakers to later today because tomorrow there is Tiger baseball at 2 o'clock. We'll join you after the game. We'll get deal breakers in the mix today instead. 97.1.
Okay, imagine this. It's Christmas. You're down 50 pounds. It can happen because it happened to me. Started in March, and right now I'm down over 50 pounds. If you join Awaken 180, you start right now. They'll come up with a program designed specifically for you tailored to your needs. And by Christmas time, guess what? Your family will be buying you all new clothes because you won't be able to fit your old ones. It's very simple. You got to give them a call, 844-346-1800. Reserve your at-home consultation today. You'll talk to your coach every week, and they will help you get to the weight that you desire. So whether it's 20, 30, 50, 100, you can get there. And by Christmas, you can be about 50 pounds lighter. 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or simply go online at awaken180weightloss.com.
We've talked about David Femininio, and we've told you, you get injured in Michigan, you get David, and you get paid. We also want to tell you, you get more than just that. You get communication. You get a complete legal team. And when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you're injured or know someone who is, you need to tell him. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. To the people, thousands of people in a queue trying to get tickets to the Lions open practice. I mean, hype is real. Nationally, the Lions are kind of an it team. Locally, I've been leading the bandwagon. You're going to win this division. You're going to win a home playoff game. And I've gotten comfortable with the hype. I want to know if you have. And if you haven't, I'm not making fun of you. I just don't see the sense in being scared. You have a good team. You know you have a good team. You have a team that's built for success. You have an offensive line that, look, candidly, you never gave Matthew Stafford. You have a running game. Candidly, you didn't give Matthew Stafford.
See, I don't know if it's necessarily being scared, Mike, or just the team lets you down.
Yeah, but it's
you
not
believed
this
in the
team.
team before. Yeah, but you know what? Every time but it's not this team. It's not this coach. It's not this general manager. It's still the same letdown.
Name the last time you felt this good about the Lions. You. Top to bottom. GM, coach, roster.
It was that 2015 season. I thought Caldwell had turned the corner. He was going to be a different coach. You had brought in some key free agents. You helped your D-line. And I thought, okay, you got something here.
Now, what if I say the last time before that? 92?
Well, no, I was going to say it was in that same realm because I think they had just beaten the Saints. They had just lost to the Saints.
They got murdered.
But they were making the playoffs consistently, and I was like, okay, maybe you got something here. You're going to catch lightning in a bottle, and then all of a sudden the bottom fell out next year.
David, the ticket text, and we'll get to the people.
Lions fans are losers. I'm not buying into them. They'll fail as usual. I still think Campbell is a joke as a coach. That is from Mike.
I'm so tired of this narrative. Like, people are now not allowed to feel good about their team. I mean, guys, what are we doing? You know, I just have doubts. Clearly, Mike is not a Lions fan. Thank you for that.
I'm comfortable with the hype to the point that I waited on to get training camp tickets. I'm subjecting my children to this team. That is from Tom.
I mean,
someone else, Ferris B, says, I'm guzzling Kool-Aid like everyone else, but I'm concerned the hype is too crazy. Need to keep expectations reasonable.
Yeah, but but what's reasonable? See, to me, if you wanted to be tepid about it, reasonable is still playoffs or bust. I'm just saying you're winning this division.
And here's the other thing, Mike. Coming off of Hard Knocks last year, there was a lot of hype around this team.
But not like this.
Oh, no.
No.
After Hard Knocks, because you got to see
Total
everything behind. No. Dan Campbell was being named as
Who
one
was
of the
picking them to win this division? No one.
Mike, when Vegas has Campbell as one of the top coaches of the year candidates.
Right, but that has nothing to do with winning the division. No one was doing it. Now, you're looked at as a bit of an oddball if you don't. They are the favorites to win the division.
But you're talking about hype, not talking about winning the division.
That's hype. The hype translates into...
the hype train was last year after Hard Knocks.
No, that was the hype about the coach, not the team.
But still, it was like, look at the Lions. They're ready. He's got these guys fired up.
Because I think everyone expected a jump
for him.
He took over a terrible team who won 3 games. I said I thought they'd go 9-8.
And with that hype, you started off and you fell on your face coming out the starting blocks.
But Rico, you say hype. Vegas had it at 5.5 wins. That's not exactly hype. You want to talk about Coach of the Year? That's one thing because of Hard Knocks.
But then after Hard Knocks, all of a sudden things started to change. Yes, it was that, but then that number started climbing up and up and up because people start buying into the Lions.
Right, but
based
now,
off of Hard Knocks.
But look at a year later. Now you're over under 9.5. You're amongst the elite.
You are, Mike, but you said the last time the hype, and it was last season after Hard Knocks, hype was there.
Look, we can agree to disagree. It's more just, for me, the hype is translated into actual expectation now. There were no expectations. I got made fun of by you and the listeners for saying they'd win 9. Think about that. I got made fun of. Now, if I said they're going to win 9, I'd be accused of being negative. That's hype.
Yeah.
That's hype.
They had hype coming off of Hard Knocks, and they started 1-6. And then it was like, because then that's when the calls were like, see, same old Lions. I knew it. Well,
that's not happening this year. Damn it.
Okay.
Let's go to the people. Let's go to Sean, 97.1. What's up, Sean? How are you?
What up, boys?
How are you?
38 years I've been on this earth. I can never remember the Lions being favored to win the division, ever, nationally.
Right.
Not in 92, not in 2015. That's why it's different this time. The second thing is hype. You think Dan Campbell's going to allow these guys to go in the locker room and be full of themselves for never winning anything? Dan Campbell's the reason these guys are focused and hungry. He's the different type of leader we've never had. So you think they're going to come in all high and mighty, oh, look at this preseason hype, blah, blah, blah. No chance. And they have legit talent. They have legit depth, and it's all justified. The expectations, like Vegas, win the division and win a playoff game at home. They're going to blow the top off that stadium at Ford Field. They host a playoff game. It's going to be bonkers.
Okay,
And,
Sean,
for Rico, you sit there 9 wins. Like, what are you talking about, dude? The division got worse in every way. Rodgers is gone. We should have went 6-0 in the division last year. Who are you scared of in the division? It shouldn't be 9 wins. I mean, they got a pretty relatively easy home slate. Like, they should handle the division no problem, and it's completely justified.
Well, I still say Minnesota and the Lions will battle it out for the division. You split with Minnesota last year. So
yeah, we should have won that game.
Yeah,
we
but
know
you
we
guess
should have
what?
won
You
that
didn't.
game. Campbell says it too.
But you didn't.
So you left 5-1 in the division. You won 9 games, and you're saying, "Oh, they won 9 wins this year, maybe." You know, they got a remade secondary. They got 2 of the fastest players in the NFL.
Okay, but Sean, okay, you're saying Dan Campbell won't allow this to happen. So why did he allow the 1-6 start last year?
Well, you know, it was a little slow out of the gates. They got figured some things out. They had some young players. You see the second half
Mistakes
of
were
last year,
made.
the pass rush got remade.
Okay.
James Houston comes in there. Hutchinson got moved around. They made adjustments like good teams do, like we never do.
Right. And Sean, I said, I think you're battling the Vikings to win the division.
You said 9 wins. Like Mike just said, he says, if I say 9 wins, I'm looked at as a coward. It's true.
Well, I don't think because I don't think that
they-
the North is going to be a great division. So I do think that 9 wins could possibly win you the division. 9 or 10 wins and you win the North.
Do you think they should be favored to win the division?
I think you should be split with the Vikings. I think they're 1-1.
That's such a cop
That is not a cop-out. That's my opinion. Wait, he asked me my opinion. I gave it to you. If you didn't want to hear my opinion, then don't ask my opinion.
I like that Sean asked you, should
And I
they be
answered.
favored? I know, but like Stoney.
You didn't like it.
You did the shaking
No, I
both
didn't.
hands.
No, I didn't. You just didn't like it.
Co-favorites.
You scared.
Oh, I'm scared because I answered the actual question. No, then don't.
Everybody
Then
relax.
hey, guys, do me a favor. Don't ask me my opinion if you don't want to hear the answer.
David's putting up the peace sign. All right, Sean, appreciate it. Hold on.
I'm sorry. I didn't
I
say
am
what
just-
everybody wanted me to say.
I'm
gave,
just saying-
You gave your honest opinion last year and this year saying they're going to win the division. But because you said what the people want to hear, you're great. Let's give Mike a parade. I say,
Wait a
I
minute.
think it's going to battle it out between Detroit and Minnesota. Oh, you're stony. Look at what you're doing. It's my opinion.
I just think it's a yes or no answer. Should they be the favorite or not? That's all.
And he said
He didn't-
co-favorites, and
he
I
didn't
just
ask
thought that
He-
was a little
He
convenient.
didn't ask it that way. Should they be the favorite or not? No, they should not be the only favorite.
Now we've gotten to the truth.
My goodness, I can't give my own opinion.
I want
you know
the
what?
truth.
Hold on. Here it is. My opinion is whatever Mike says from here on out. Whatever
earth?
Mike says,
all right.
that's my opinion.
Oh,
Peace sign is up again.
That's my opinion.
Relax.
That is not.
If Mike
at
wants to go
all.
to break, we're going to break.
Oh my goodness.
LAX.
That is not.
No,
what the
because if
point
I
was.
don't agree, then well, you're on the fence and you're stony and
Hold
you're
on, hold
this,
on, hold
you're
on.
that.
In fairness, you answered.
I've said it since the end of last year to today. The Lions and the Vikings are going to battle it out for this division.
So in your mind, they are absolute even Steven co-favorites.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Your quarterbacks are yin and yang. They're the same person.
I think the Lions roster is a hell of a lot better. It really is. You know what the Vikings remind me of? They remind me of what the Lions used to be. Studs and duds. They're not a well-built team. Like Justin Jefferson is a stud muffin.
But see, and I still need to see, is it the Lions of the second half of the season or the Lions of the first half of the season going to show up this year? Because everybody forgets that start of the year. That quickly gets dismissed. Oh, it didn't count. Well, it counted. You battled back. Let me see you do it consistently.
248-539-97. Kenny, go ahead quickly.
I said if the start of the season counts, then their hot finish counts too.
Hold on, we have a microphone issue. Hold on.
It does.
There we go.
It does. I'm just saying, people just dismiss it like, oh, well, didn't matter. They went 8-2. I can't wait for them to hang. They almost made the playoff battle.
All right. You know what? We'll get to the calls in a moment. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. They covered 26 football fields with the product they moved last year. And they're ready to do it again because everything's in stock all the time. No special orders, no lead times, no rush orders. It's in their warehouse about a mile down the road. You need it, they got it. Price guarantee to top it. Deck season's here, so if you want to get something built, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do is take the simple step. You call Northville Lumber today, or you go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The new season has officially arrived for the Lions. Rookies reported to Allen Park today for training camp. Veterans, they'll join camp on Saturday. The first practice that is open to fans is July 29th. The Lions and Chiefs will open the season in exactly 50 days in Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium. And the Tigers are looking to keep pace in the AL Central tonight as they take on the Royals for Game 3 of a 4-game series in Kansas City. Eduardo Rodriguez will take the ball for Detroit, his second start since the All-Star break. Lefty Ryan Yarbrough gets the start for the Royals. That series tied at 1 game apiece. The Tigers entered tonight 6 games behind first place Minnesota. First pitch is at 8:10. You can hear the pregame show at 7:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 97onetheticket.com.
All right, straight to the people. We'll get a football today in the mix. We've moved up deal breakers, and Rico is already wagging his finger at me in disapproval. Yes.
No, you're fine. I would just simply say this. The league also believes what I believe, that this is the Minnesota-Detroit division. Why? Because 2 of the last 3 games that the Lions will have to play, the Vikings.
Yeah, I will tell you.
They've set up the drama.
They did this with the Giants and Redskins, not Redskins, football team,
Eagles.
Commanders, whatever the hell they are. They did this with the Giants last year where we played Washington twice in 3 weeks. I don't like it.
So.
That's not natural.
Right, but when you look at the end of the season, you're looking at January 7th is a de facto playoff game,
We'll be up
in my
3
opinion.
games. They'll have that little Y next to their name or X. They're out. We're good.
Or it's like the Packer game last year. Winner moves on, loser doesn't.
It's all right. Cousins can go put in that praise music. You're going to need it.
All right.
Tough to make up a 3-game gap when you only got 2 cracks at it.
Okay.
Might want to turn up the volume on the ear pods, Kirk. All right, let's go to Ike 97.1. David, I'm just saying. Let's go to Ike 97.1. What's up, Ike?
What's up, man?
How are you?
Look, because here's the thing. I've played this game, into my adult years. And so I'm going to, and this is kind of an unsexy take, but I'm just taking it 1 game at a time, like the players do. I will say this, one of the things from listening to Dan Campbell's press conferences, these other coaches that we've had, like Schwartz, Patricia, Caldwell, they all have this, like, I know more than you kind of attitude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that sense from Dan Campbell. So I think that, and that makes the difference. I don't know how, but I think that makes a little difference. And, I think so many people made fun of that, biting the kneecaps. And first off, I think the Kansas City game will be the ultimate kind of, we're going to bite your kneecaps kind of game, like that's going to make
Here's
that,
what I compare it to. The comparative I would give you is, and look, I know we're 50 days away, so we're not going to preview it, but Kansas City has a propensity when they get punched in the face, and look at their games they've played against the Titans, look at the games they've played against the Ravens. You turn it into a damn street fight. You take the air out of the football. You limit their possessions, and they find themselves in some trouble. They had plenty of comebacks late last year. They were not some dominating team. So, yeah, Ike, my expectation, you're going to go down there, and you're right. Your whole way of doing business is going to be put on display. And I'd like to think you're going to play really well in that opener.
Yeah, the only thing that I think that will help out the Lions is maybe just that hangover.
I'll take it.
They're getting their
Oh,
rings.
and by the way, it was Joe Lombardi that got fired after the Kansas City game the last time in London.
No, you're saying Caldwell got fired.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, misspoke.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you for the correction. 4-hour radio show. I made a mistake. My bad.
But yeah,
Christ, Ike sounds like a blast at parties. Jesus, man. Let's go to Ray, 97.1. What's going on, Ray? How are you?
Not too much. Good afternoon, Mike. Good afternoon, Rico. That's right, Mike. We're having a good afternoon. And you know what? You don't have to listen to Rico and his opinions on the Lions because he roots for a privileged team. Don't ever forget
It's a life
that.
of privilege. It is. Must be nice. $16
I hope you
million
have a quarterback,
running backs.
Rico. But, I
We'll
mean,
see you
I
in the
believe in the
playoffs.
Lions, so much here that I'm actually going to the Kansas City game.
Nice.
And so, I mean, it's going to be a fun experience. I'm looking forward to, what the Lions are going to do. But don't forget, Kansas City's also replacing a bunch of the receivers. They lost a couple offensive tackles. Oh, and they might have lost an offensive coordinator along the way. So, don't think that Kansas City is just going to be some, juggernaut when we go to play them. But, getting back to the Lions, when you look at the physicality that they played against Green Bay, especially in that finale, there is something to that. I can't put my finger on it, but that defensive line is only getting better. I know they made a couple of additions, and some guys have slimmed down, but that defensive line is going to allow that secondary to just shine. And don't forget, when we played in Green Bay, it's not like we had some great cornerbacks. We were playing in fumes. I think Okuda might have even been sitting in that game. So holding Aaron Rodgers to 15, 16 points, that wasn't like just some fluke. This defense is going to be pretty good.
Well, Ray, but the thing is, you're saying Kansas City's missing receivers, and you got a brand new secondary. So I think that's kind of a wash.
Absolutely. But I mean, just, kind of getting back to, I guess, the offense. I mean, Ben Johnson, sticking around. It's not like, Josh Allen losing his offensive coordinator to the, Giants. And then, of course, Josh Allen turned into a completely different quarterback. I mean, this offense should be pretty good, and that's going to keep us in a lot of games.
I think it's got a chance to be one of the 5 best offenses in football, if you want me to be honest with you.
I mean, the Kansas City game is going to boil down to if the Lions can eat clock and use that useless position in the NFL, the running back, and keep Mahomes off the field, that's how you beat the Chiefs.
Well, here's one thing. Do you agree with this? I'd much rather play Kansas City in week 1 than week 8, week 12.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying if they beat them it's because of this, but you could possibly catch them just hungover.
I'll take it.
Ring ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's worried about tickets for Nana and everybody there sitting there. And they kind of forget, oh, yeah, we were supposed to play a game today. And the Lions just come in, take care of business. But I'm not holding them to this Kansas City. It's what happens the next week. Win or lose,
just play well.
How do you rebound and come home with Seattle? Because Seattle is the team that kept you out the playoffs.
Yeah. No, it's very, very true. Go to Marcus, 97.1. What's up, Marcus?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
How are you?
Mike, Rico.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm a Lions hater, so I'm going to tell you straight up, SOL. The golf has got a rubber arm. They talk about how we got all these good receivers, can't throw the ball deep. That's not going to last long. And I think they're going to expose them. I think the Lions are going to be third, if not fourth in the division. Like, seriously. We sleeping on Justin Fields and we sleeping on Jordan Love. They ain't let Rodgers leave for no reason. So, I just don't believe in the Lions, and I think it's going to be a big SOL and a big letdown. And, Mike, I think you the one out there on the corner selling the Kool-Aid, hyping everybody up like they're going to be good, and they're not. So I just wanted to go on the record. So
I respect it. Marcus,
and
hey,
let
man,
them know,
put your name to it. That's fine. I respect
my
it.
name. Yeah,
no.
go on the record, yeah.
My deal, hey, man, I'll be here from right. I'll be here from wrong. You know that, and that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm willing. Hey, look, unlike other people in this business, I'm not going to sit here and not give you an opinion or let's see how it plays out. That ain't what we do. So I get it. I'm cool. If I'm wrong, come and get it.
I'm right here, man.
No, I didn't mean you.
I'm right here.
Oh, man. This guy. Woo. It is spicy today. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the calls. We have a football today to take care of. And we're going to do deal breakers today because the Tigers have a weird Central Time day game tomorrow. We'll reslot that into the 4 o'clock hour today. Whether it's an IRS collection or audit, civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, you need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. Legitimate representation. And whether it's personal income tax or business payroll tax, you need Abraham and Rose. These guys are experienced. Jerry used to work for the IRS, and they will be the buffer. You do not want the IRS calling you. You do not want your tax issues getting worse. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, let's go around the league. Lots of football. We're 50 days from kickoff. Lions, Chiefs, Thursday night. David, floor is yours. Subpar production, please.
I'm just going to start off with this story here.
It's so stupid, but I laugh every time. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and move on. I'm going to start with a different story.
Okay.
I don't want us laughing going into the story I was going to start with.
Good move.
So I'm going to start with Zach Martin maybe holding out for the Dallas Cowboys. Adam Schefter says that Martin believes he is woefully underpaid. Well, I looked it up. Spot Rack ranks him 9th among NFL guards with an average salary of $14 million.
And?
Should he get an extension? I mean,
no.
Wow.
Listen, David, I understand that he may feel, hey, next to Quentin Nelson, who, by the way, wasn't very good last year, I'm the best guard in the league. But reality time. You signed a mammoth extension. You're already paid amongst the elite at the position. It is not as if he is on a rookie deal and is an all-pro and is making $3 million. He makes $14 million a year as a guard in this league. When his contract's up, he's either going to be worth it or not. No, if I'm the Cowboys, go ahead and hold out. Do whatever the hell you want to do.
And at some point, you're not going to be when he signed that extension, it was like, okay, you're the man. And then life went on. Other people made money. Cap went up. You deal. It's not like he's making peanuts.
He's a very good player.
He's still in the top 10.
I apologize if I yawn when I hear a guard hold out.
Yes, he's not a tackle.
Not to be rude. I mean, Jesus.
TJ on line 1.
Oh, stop it. TJ would never. Even TJ laughs at that. A guard holding out. I mean, who are you?
So let's talk about this next extension that came today for the Pittsburgh Steelers and Alex Highsmith. A lot of people on social media are saying they overpaid for this guy. Alex Highsmith got a 4-year, $68 million extension, $17 million average, which is tied with Chandler Jones and Shaquille Barrett in the league.
That feels like they're betting on the come a little bit.
Well,
I don't know, man.
Last year, he was 6th in the NFL with 14.5 sacks.
I know.
Had a pressure rate of 13.8, and he did a lot of this damage when TJ Watt was gone.
Yeah, and here's, okay, David, look, I'm never going to make fun of paying your edge players. You set the backdrop that feels like a little bit of an overpay.
Yeah.
It does. It doesn't mean he's bad, and the thing you need to do, and really, this is where Lions are pot committed to Charles Harris. You need an edge pair.
Yeah.
Well, him and Watt together, that's a very nice deal, but that does feel a little expensive.
It does, but I think that they're betting that even if he gets better, we've locked him up. So we don't have to worry about holding out and franchising him.
And then needing to pay him $4 to $100.
We overpaid you at the beginning, so don't forget about that. You didn't deserve this, but we believe in you. So we're going to go ahead and just give you a little bit more than what you probably deserve.
So I was reading a few articles, and I pulled some questions from it. I want to know what you think here going into the season on a couple of these. Russell Wilson, we all know what he had last year. He was awful last year. Which quarterback or quarterbacks do you expect to possibly have a Russell Wilson type year in 2023?
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Where they're bad.
Yes.
I don't like the Jets O-line. I don't like Aaron Rodgers. When he was at his best in Green Bay the last couple of years, he was a game manager on a primary running football team. I don't love Rodgers to New York. And you know what? Maybe I'm proven wrong. New York will have a way with effing with your brain. And that guy does not want to play those games. That guy does not want 80 microphones in his face on a daily basis. I am very skittish about this Rodgers thing. I wanted it because I'm in the interesting business. And it's interesting. But no, I don't think all of a sudden the Jets are going to win that division.
I'm going to go with somebody who technically was on the team last year, but only played in 4 games, Desmond Ridder for the Atlanta Falcons.
You just think he stinks.
I don't know if he stinks. I just don't know if he's ready. And Atlanta is ready to just hand him the keys. And we got you more toys. Go out there and win for us in a division that's kind of wide open. So, Yeah, that's the one I don't know if he'll I don't think he'll succeed.
The other side of the equation, which quarterback might have the Jalen Hurts type success in 23?
Trevor Lawrence? Am I allowed to say that, or has he already arrived?
I think he
Well,
kinda
no,
arrived.
Jalen Hurts made the playoffs.
Yeah,
lost,
you know what? You're right.
And then had a huge step.
I
So
just
I'll
feel
accept it.
I feel like Trevor Lawrence, it wouldn't shock me at the end of this season if he threw for 5,000 yards. I think he's fabulous.
I got one because I think now that all the drama is over, he can go back to
Lamar?
just being himself. Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar, because now he could just focus and play football.
Oh, you mean not quit on his team?
Now he could just focus and play football.
Mm.
So, yes, I think that you may see Lamar Jackson going the Jalen Hurts route.
I find it hilarious that Justin Herbert was not named
David, I just feel like it is what it is. I'm done. I can't. That playoff loss to the Jags was atrocious.
Yeah, I mean, but they did go out and get the OC from Dallas. So,
But this is the problem I have. Every year the Chargers are the masters of sex appeal. They sign the best players. They have the best uniforms. They're the it team.
They
And
do
then
have the best uniforms.
cutscene. Stugotz.
I'm with you. Especially how they lost the playoffs, man. It's like the Lions are getting a lot of love for how they finished the season. We're all punishing the Chargers for how they ended the season.
They should.
And then we can close it out with this because I'm still up in the air of what we'll see with this guy. And it's Deshaun Watson.
Good
Had
luck.
a full year
I know.
where he can focus on football. What do you see coming for 2023?
I think he'll be closer to old Deshaun than what we saw last year. I think if the Browns can get 80% from that, I think the Browns could probably, it'll be the Browns and the Ravens going for that division. But I do think
Bengals?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah,
Jesus.
You know what? The Bengals. I'm so used to the Bengals not being worth anything. I forgot they got Joe Burrow.
Look, I'm with Rico. I have some PTSD from what I watched. He wasn't just meh. He was bad. I mean, okay, yeah, closer to Houston, but if he's good, if he's Houston Deshaun, the Browns will be a problem.
I'm about to say, if he's 80%.
Because they can line up and smash.
But before you close it out, David, speaking of the Browns,
New helmets.
did you see their new helmets?
I love them.
Yeah,
they're cool.
I did.
I like that.
Clean, white with the orange and brown stripes.
As long as they don't put that creepy little fella on there.
Because I thought they were going to put the new logo that the fans picked out.
Oh, the dog.
But no, it's just
the dog is sweet. It's that little satanic
the
elf. I don't like that guy.
I have no idea what an elf has to do with a brown.
Brownie the elf.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's terrifying.
Yeah. But I like the all white helmets. That was
Me too.
Yeah, the stripes
I was
in the
wondering
middle
if
are nice.
the Steeler fan liked it.
Oh, I like it. I can like the helmet. Still hate the team.
Yeah, but I was going to say, there it is. All right. Thank you for that.
I'm so sorry. That isn't football today.
Brought to you by Avis Ford. The Tigers are looking to keep pace in the AL Central as they take on the Royals tonight for Game 3 of a 4-game series in Kansas City. Eduardo Rodriguez will take the ball for Detroit, his second start since the All-Star break. Lefty Ryan Yarbrough gets the start for the Royals. The series tied at 1 game apiece. The Tigers enter tonight 6 games behind first-place Minnesota. First pitch is at 8:10. The pregame show at 7:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Michigan State fans may be able to enjoy a beer at games this fall at Spartan Stadium in the Big House. Governor Whitmer has signed legislation that allows liquor licenses to be issued for sporting events at public universities. Before the legislation was signed, MSU and U of M were 2 of only 3 Big Ten schools to prohibit the sale of alcohol at sporting events. And the new season has officially arrived for the Lions. Rookies reported to Allen Park today for training camp. Veterans they'll join camp on Saturday. The first practice that fans can see in person is July 29th, and the Lions and Chiefs will open the season in exactly 50 days in Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock, Odyssey.com Rewind. You can get the Lions topic we covered. We're going to knock out some calls right here, some ticket texts, get to deal breakers, because tomorrow will be an abbreviated show, Tigers in Kansas City. And we've talked about it, whether you're comfortable with the hype or not. Lions, an over 5,000-person online queue to get tickets to a training camp scrimmage. And look, the hype is real. I think it's justified, and it's just a matter of whether you're comfortable with it. Because 50 days from today, you're kicking it off in Kansas City. And that does not frighten me. It doesn't scare me. I think this is going to be a good football team. Let's go. I'd rather play Kansas City in week 1 than week 10.
You know what? That's true, because you're going to find out exactly who you are. It's almost like the college non-conference games where you immediately know now, man, we got a lot of deficiencies. Or, you know what? We're a lot closer than we think we are. And you know what? We tweak this and this, and we're good.
It reminds me of the Washington game. 248-539-9797. David, a few ticket texts, and then we'll get to the callers.
I agree with Rico. The Lions are a 9 or 10-win team, not a shoe-in to win the division. That is Brian and Monroe.
All right, but guys, no disrespect. How many shoe-ins are there? Realistically.
Kansas City, that's it. On the top of my head.
I would say probably Cincinnati, Kansas City.
Cincinnati?
I think that division's brutal. How about Jacksonville? Is that a shoe-in?
No.
That's a bad division, Rico.
That is a
Colts, Texans, Titans.
You know what?
Jacksonville feels.
Yeah, no. They're literally playing college teams, so yeah, they're in.
Okay, I'll give you Jacksonville.
But I'm not trying to break your stones. I was just saying there's a couple in this league tops.
I got Philly. I think Philly's in.
Yeah, well, Giants won't challenge.
Don't forget about that Super Bowl slump for the loser.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
I think they can win their division.
Yeah, and Giants can't stop them.
I mean, the
Commanders won't be able to do it.
The Cowboys will fall in their face.
Rico's probably right. All right, go ahead, David.
Lions are currently underdogs in only 5 of the 17 games. That scares me.
No, see, that's why I did the topic. I'd love to know why you're scared. This team is built entirely differently than any team you've had in the last 20 years plus, okay? Like, you are going to show up to town, and you have an offensive line that is a non-negotiable. You have a running game that is a non-negotiable. You have an offense that, frankly, if they're firing on all cylinders, this is without J-Mo. If J-Mo's any good, well, it'll only further my opinion. You could be one of the 6 to 8 best offenses in football. So I just look at it, and then I go defense. The last 10 weeks of the season, you were a top 10 defense. You remade the secondary.
They did.
And you upgraded the front 7. And frankly, I don't need you to be dominant. I just need you to be okay. You could have a middle-of-the-pack defense. I still think you'll win 10 games. So I just want to know why you're so damn afraid. Some of you, not all of you.
Because when you put your faith in them before, they let you down.
I mean, that's the story of Roberto, but here we are.
Yep. Okay.
I can't throw a flag.
Has he officially been replaced?
The mentor's gone, and mid-show replacement. I don't even know what Roberto is. How are you mentoring someone and teaching them the business, and you're not here? I made the joke, and I waited for that peanut head to pop up and go, ah, he's not even here. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Oh, my God.
Jack, you're a fine young man.
God
You'll get
almighty.
this.
What on earth is
You'll get
happening?
this.
David is completely disgusted. You know what? It's probably best just
let's go to a call.
Yeah, we're doing exactly that. We're going to Brian, 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, Mike, I can understand your confidence in them. I hate the Lions, but I could see some positives going their way. But, Mike, these are the Lions. It was a whole season. And that Carolina game last year, that was in the second half of the season. That was the playoff game right there. I'm like Rico. I can admit they moving the right way. I can see the confidence, and I can see everybody around the country talk about them. But I still need to see it on when it's on the field because it's the Detroit Lions. That's why I need to see it because I've been through this many a times. How they're on their way and what usually happens. Mike, it's like the bet of the millennium. It looks good, but let's see it first. I just got to see it first.
That
Mike.
was Brian. That was what 08 or 09. They opened up against Atlanta.
I remember Mike, the reason I remember that so good because I was the first call to call in and talk to you about it. I thought them clowns would go win, and what happened?
Me
I
too.
just got to see it first. I just have to see it first, Mike, and I have to admit, and I hate the Lions. They have made some good moves. They looking positive.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely. Let me see it on the field first.
No, it's fair,
Take care,
Brian.
fellas.
And it is. Yeah, and I think that the league sees exactly what I'm saying. Christmas Eve and then Sunday, January 7th, you got at Minnesota, then you got at Dallas, and then you finish with Minnesota again.
They'll wrap the division on Christmas Eve.
I think Kenny said that.
Hey, look who's back. Mr. Miyagi's back. The teacher. You left the poor guy out here. What? Where are you?
You know what? You don't have to answer that. We may not want to know.
I had to do my ablution.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
See, that was
David.
No, it's on me.
Great audible.
It was excellent.
You read the defense correctly. Yep.
I made the wrong check at the line of scrimmage, and David just called a timeout. Went nope.
Right. I'm sitting up here yelling to this ref. No. Time.
Go to TJ 97.1. What's up, TJ?
What's up, fellas?
How are you,
TJ?
Hey, Rico.
Yes, sir.
I'm good, man. Look, I want you to think back right quick. I'm gonna run you through the first 4 games last year.
Let's
I
go.
remember sitting up talking to my buddy and telling him, man, I've never seen the Lions have people this off balance on defense.
No, you're right.
They couldn't. Defensive coordinators were struggling stopping us the first 4 games. Lo and behold, you said this to another caller. Well, why did they come out of the gate so slow? Well, I believe that Campbell and them understood that they would score points. I don't think they had a clue that their cornerbacks would be that terrible. So
no, TJ, I'm gonna let you finish. Yeah, they kind of gave Jeff Okudah a prove it year, and he proved them to be wrong.
He absolutely did. So after those first 4 games, if you look at our scores, we were putting up all kind of points. What happened was, and this is why I like Johnson, our offensive coordinator. This is why I got a hard on for Dude, man, because he's a phenomenal coordinator, man. After Swift went down in the 4th game, look at our rushing statistics for the next 4 games. Like crap. They went, and you know why that is? Because he had changed his playbook from what he was normally doing those first 4 games because Williams wasn't that kind of back. Now, if you look at our backs now, we've got 2 backs that can run it and catch it. So even if one goes down, I like that move by getting that kid Gibbs in the first round because I see where he's going. Like, well, you know what? If we lose one, We still won't have to change our playbook. And I'm gonna give you guys three unsung heroes this year. Watch out for them. I know you kind of know them already, but my X factors for the Lions are McNeil, Houston, and Joseph. And with these cornerbacks, I just see us winning 11 games, man. I'm giving them 11-6, man. I'm a clappy.
No, TJ, here's the thing. If they play defense, because in the NFL, if you score over 35 points, you're supposed to win that game.
Hell, score over 30.
You're supposed to win that game.
And
You're supposed to win that game.
against the Eagles, they scored 35 and they lost.
Yeah.
The one that should
Seattle?
be embarrassing is Seattle. You score
Yeah,
45
I mean,
points.
that was my thing, man. Like, and those corners were atrocious, man. You've got to know that I'll take these DBs where we got right now, and I'll tell you they're twice as better than that. So I can just see our defensive line getting to make some plays because there is some coverage now. You can't get a lot of sacks if you got cornerbacks that are just totally blowing coverages. You're not going to get many sacks because you got a lot of quick out routes that's wide open because we just doesn't have the players. Well, now I think we got the players, guys. So, Mike, 11-6, man. This is the first time in years, Mike, I've heard you really on the Lions team right now, man. So you got me excited, Mike.
TJ,
Let's go
here's the
Lions,
thing.
man.
From here on out, when the Lions score, check and see who's singing that fight
stop
song.
it. Oh, please.
That's this guy.
TJ, I've waited years for them to put a product on the field that's worth talking
You
like
have,
this.
Mike. You have. I've talked to you many a days walking that mail, man. Years and years ago, man, when you first started, man. And now we got something to talk about.
That's
man.
right.
So
Hey,
that's where I
let's
don't
be
shy
sure to
from
learn,
it.
man. Yeah, let's go 11-6.
Oh.
I'm down. Let's do it.
Wow.
Win the division, home playoff game.
I'm looking at their season last year in the 5th week, man. I will simply say Bailey Zappi.
That New England game was special. You could put the Benny Hill music to that game. That was something. You realize you spend a third of your life sleeping, so now that you know that, why are you not doing more with that time? The brand new iComfort Eco by Circa. It is supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Check out the Serta Perfect Sleeper. Premature, pressure-relieving comfort. Support while maintaining a balanced sleep temp. Guys, you're not going to wake up, sweating your ass off. Serta mattress, made in Michigan. Been for 110 years? Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we got to make a programming note here at 4:15. We are going to do deal breakers today because Tigers play at 2:10 tomorrow. We'll be a little pressed for time, so we'll shift it to today. Sports and life intersect. Terrible detective music for no reason, and Roberto with uncomfortable remarks. It's deal breakers. I'd like to point out that Roberto is sitting here.
I'm here.
And the person he's mentoring is running the cameras.
Good job, Jeff.
Yeah, the shadow became alive.
Some of that hands-on experience.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Way to go, Miyagi.
All right.
Yoda.
What do you got?
All right, here we go. First one. Your workplace has a golf tournament every year.
Nope.
The problem is your coworker who organizes the tournament likes to invite ex-employees that you and others don't get along with.
Oh, Christ.
Do you suck it up and play or make an excuse to get out of it?
I only speak for myself. Any of these office events are hostage situations. You are not required, just because you work with people, to spend more time with them. I am not here to be friends. I am here to make money. I am here to generate revenue. So I would never be caught dead playing in one of these. Now, the idea you're bringing people there who got bleep canned and or left is even more offensive. And I wouldn't want to spend time with those losers. So my answer is no to all of it. And the rest of you can do whatever you like.
Why would you even want to come back? Why would you ever want to go back to a place
But you used to work.
and then go look them in the face and like, hey, no, nothing's wrong. Yeah, still unemployed. Don't worry about me. Don't got a job.
Do you care to say who this was about, Roberto?
This is totally made up. I don't know what you're talking about.
But yes, no, this is a no for me. I'm not going to this event.
I just don't like work function.
No, I don't either.
I don't mind the work function. I just mind the people that are invited.
Correct.
Not that would ever affect me personally, but I'm just saying in general.
Because you all have people that you hung out with that no longer work there, but that's something private that you do. Like, hey, let's go out to eat or let's do something like
I don't
that.
hang out with anybody that formerly worked here.
I don't hang out with anybody that works here.
That's right.
So,
yeah, no, I don't do that either. I mean, Will, every once in a while, I'll see him downtown.
That's fine. And it doesn't mean you
I
can't
got
be
to
friends
hang out with you twice,
Time
David.
out. No. I'm saying it
Was he in the
doesn't
Jazzy Cat
mean
suit?
you can't be friendly or friends with some people you work with. What I think is obnoxious is the forced hangout.
Yeah.
The concept of the office event. I hate them. Do away with them.
Yeah, the play date. Yeah.
Oh, my God. The office party will be 1:15. I don't care.
He's getting an invite for now on to all of them.
You can invite me. I'm not going.
We'll entice you. We'll be like, Saquon Barkley signing autographs.
I want him traded. Next.
Eli Manning.
There we go.
Out.
Jeff Hostetler will be here at 5.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. Your new girlfriend has asked you to put the location setting on your phone so she can see where you are in a, quote, emergency.
Yeah.
Would you totally consider this or absolutely not?
No. It's ridiculous.
Your
It's a
new
complete
girlfriend.
violation
New.
of trust.
Brand
Absolutely
new.
not.
No, what she is telling you without telling you is I have relationship issues and I don't trust what you are doing because the last guy cheated on me or did whatever. So I need to know what you're doing at all times.
The only people that should have locators on their phone are children who have a cell phone for the purpose of calling home, etc.
Right. Because here's the thing. If you want to know what the person is, I know you paid thousands of dollars for this phone, call the number, it rings, and they answer, hey, where are you?
And usually it comes from the other way. When they're asking you that, that means they're doing something suspicious because why else would they be asking you that?
Yeah.
But I would turn it on. I don't care. I'm not hiding anything.
No, that's a major red flag for me. I'm out on that.
And that comes from the guy who stayed in a relationship for lunch meat.
Well, sandwiches are good. Tracking my phone is bad.
What if you're tracking the phone and you see she's at a sandwich shop?
Right.
Well, that's a different story.
And what do you got to hide?
No, it's not anything to hide, but it's more so
the trust thing.
If this is how it starts, it's not going to end well.
You guys want my location shared with you guys?
No, I'm
I'll
good.
share it.
I don't.
I'm
No?
good.
All right. Saying I'm open.
weed shop in the golf course.
Yeah. Dispensary and the turn.
Mine's the men's
I
room.
think we know already.
Oh, it's a Saturday. I know where Evan's at. Oh, it's 6:30. I know where Evan's
I got
at.
a deal breaker. So you're asked to mentor somebody, and they've taken your job 2 hours into the show.
Do you give him a goodbye gift, or do you give another guy the welcome gift?
But I can still go to the golf tournament.
Oh, you'll be invited there. I got a perfect mate for you there.
Oh, wow. Okay, next.
All right. Your father has always been an avid motorcycle rider. Now that he's in his late 60s, you're getting more worried about him riding. He also refuses to wear a helmet.
Oh, jeez.
How do you convince him to be more cautious?
It's a lost cause, right?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, old people don't change.
No. And if he's already chosen to not do the helmet, he's never going back.
I'm always terrified for people riding with no helmet. I don't even
only
like
bring
being
this
near.
up because I saw a guy on 696 yesterday not wearing a helmet, and it just looks so weird to me. But you're allowed to do it.
I don't like being near him on the road. Because I
Either do
feel
I.
like all I envision in my mind is like Final Destination, and the guy dumps off the bike, and then I kill him. And I'm like, I don't want to be near
You
that.
never get that out of your head.
I don't. It makes me nervous.
No, I got you.
I don't like it.
It give you PTSD.
I'll tell you what else kills me too is when they got a passenger and they're like holding them around
Oh,
the
on
neck,
the back?
and I'm like, oh God, get me away from this. I just imagine the person
It's-
falling off the back, and once again, I kill them.
Yeah, the level of trust to sit on the back is just like.
I love the guy that's just blowing lung darts while he's riding on it, too. I'm like, how are you doing that? Like, it blows my mind. That's just hanging out his mouth, and he's going 65.
The best thing I ever saw a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know what the hell are the things called with the 3 wheels. It's got the one. All right, so this guy. This guy was in a John Smoltz Brave jersey, hat sideways, and just blasting music. And I had a care in the world. Dude was driving, looking up at the sky, just vibing. I'm like, I'm going as far away from this cat as possible. He's paying no attention to the road.
I've always been
in a Braves jersey, just fluttering in the wind.
I've always been a big fan of the sidecar, like a side.
You and Kenny should roll around in one of those.
A tandem bike.
Yeah, call it the SS Degenerate.
Yeah. We'll start having like events and they show up.
You just see me, Kenny, riding by in a tandem bike.
Toot toot.
Who would drive it though? I don't know who would drive that one.
When I was a kid, my grandparents had a 3-seat one tandem bike.
What?
Really?
What, did you grow up in a family of clowns?
It was always just hanging in the garage. I don't know.
What? That was, I think, 10 feet long.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
Are
take
you
that thing
related
to
to
back
Ryan
it up.
Leaf?
That's awesome.
Next.
All right.
I like how you get serious now. Okay.
All right,
All right,
everybody,
Walter
settle down.
Cronkite, go ahead.
Your girlfriend's father's favorite sports team is the team you hate the most. He's always bragging about them and rubbing their success in your face. You try and bite your tongue and not get heated with them, but you don't know how long you can last before you can explode. What do? You tell him that?
You yell at him. You go back and forth and you debate. What's wrong with that?
That's perfect.
Right.
I mean, that's the best way you two can bond. It's over the fact that you hate each other's team.
I thought you were going to end it just hate each other.
No, because you hate each other's team. He at least now knows, sports, whatever sport it is, and you have something to discuss. So you won't ever have awkward silence.
Right.
If anything, you just walk in and say, you know what? Your team blows.
You're exactly right.
But you're going to have a conversation rather than you're sitting there at the table and so, what do you do, David?
And look at how, by the way, look at how comfortable Jack is. He's hitting all kinds of buttons.
It's on point.
I actually just got a text from people in Philly. They're like, this is the best this thing's been ran all year.
This is on.
I just looked over. Jack's standing up, complete control. He looks like the captain of a cruise liner, just hitting buttons.
When you when you were talking about the sidecar, I'm like, well, he'll be in the sidecar because he's going to have plenty of free time.
What's that movie? Dead Man Walking.
Dead man. Roberto's going to walk back in there and text me, what are you doing in my office?
Yeah, get out of here.
Hey, I learned a few new things. Did you know this can do this?
I bet you if we would have had enough time to put together a technical quiz, the winner's probably in there.
Wow.
Oh,
you know what?
my.
That's uncomfortable.
Wow, Evan Jenkins. I mean, Roberto, are you going to take this?
He's not disagreeing.
From the top rope.
Oh, my.
Macho man.
Say, I love you all very much.
You know what? That's
Exactly.
uncomfortable. Where's your favorite football team rank?
And we'll see Roberto at the golf outing.
Oh!
How about we just do a blitz? Where's your favorite football team rank in a 3-year span? 97-1.
Oh.
Laugh it up. Laugh it up.
How am I going to laugh it up? I got to talk about an injury attorney, David Femin.
I'm going to need him.
If you've been injured in Michigan, get David, get paid. We got to tell you, for David Femininio, you get communication, you get the best legal team in the state of Michigan, and when you get David, you know, I can't even look at Roberto. You don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you're injured or know someone who has been, call David, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, Get David, getpaid.com. That's Get David, getpaid.com. Uplifting. So let's get into it. Today, tickets to training camp and the joint practices went on sale at APHQ. And if you tried to buy them, you would have been in a waiting line that had at least 5,000 people in it. People lined up like this was a playoff game. Now, I'm not making fun of anyone. Just because it's not my cup of tea doesn't mean it's wrong to be excited. The point is, the hype is beyond real. And the question I have is the following. Have you become comfortable with the hype? That you're excited, you're not worried about being hurt, you're not worried about being disappointed, and you're just going to ride into the sun. I go on the air every day and I say the following. We are winning this division and we're winning a home playoff game. I have no fear of it. I have no fear that, oh my God, I'll be too emotionally destroyed. No, this is what I believe. You're winning this division. You're winning a home playoff game. Or you're on the other side. You have Lions PTSD. That while you are excited for this season, you're scared. You don't want to admit it, but you're afraid. You're in your underoos and you're making a mess. And they've always let you down and they never live up to things and you're in fear. I'd like to know 50 days from kickoff. We are 50 days from Lions Chiefs on Thursday Night Football to open the 2023 NFL season. You've either become comfortable with the hype or you're in a state of discomfort. And you may never get comfortable until you get the result. I'm flying right into the sun. I believe in them. I believe in what they're building. And I feel like they're going to have a really nice year. Oh, what about the over 9.5? Like I think they're capable of winning 11 games. I think they're going to be a really good football team. So I don't fear it. Now, you'll say, well, you're a Giants fan, so it's not the same. Okay, I tell you how I feel with the Giants. I think Giants are going to take a major step back. I just keep it all on the level. I can like something or like yesterday, I dislike Michigan, but I defended you. For the Lions, all I've ever asked is put a legitimate product out there, and I'll support you. I think they got a really good football team. So I want to know where you're at because Rico, think about buying tickets to a practice. Now, they were free. You just had to claim them. 5,200 people in the queue while you're sitting there in line. People were calling Doug and Scott saying, I've been in line for hours. There's still 4,000 people ahead of me.
Yeah.
The hype.
The excitement.
Is real.
The anticipation is there. Probably the first time since the start of the 2015 season. They went 11-5. They lost to the Cowboys in a wild card game. Not going to talk about what happened in that game, but coming off of that game, they picked up Peloti Nada in the offseason. Prater, they brought in the kicker. It looked as if you had the final few pieces for this team to go from wild card to winning the division. I think that they'll battle Minnesota for the division. I think that the winner of this division will probably finish with either 9 or 10 games. So I can see they're going to be, unlike last year where it was god-awful and then red hot, I think it's going to be a little combination of both. But I do see them as one of the best two teams in this division. I can understand the hype. I see where people are coming with this. And, yeah, you're the best thing going in this city. So, absolutely. We've always said this city is ready to attach itself to a winner. Well, it's the Lions' turn because how they finish off the season, knocking off the Packers. People want to see that train keep rolling. Man, 5,000, free tickets, but you had to wait in line. I'm not shocked because they could have said 10,000 and people would have said, okay, yeah, I want them.
But I want to know people's comfort level. Like, to me, I don't see any sense worrying about it. I don't see any sense being scared.
Well, here's why. The comfort level, I think, for some is very uncomfortable because they let you down. Because every time you feel like, okay, this is the year, and they fall on their face. And you're like, wow, I did not see that coming.
Well, Stafford was the king of that. If we just use recent history, Go look back at Matthew Stafford's career, and every time there was a high, there was an absolutely horrendous next season.
Yeah.
Didn't 2015, didn't they start like 0-5 or something following the Dallas playoff game? Didn't he get Caldwell fired in London? Wasn't that when that took place?
Was that the London?
When was London? And they played the Chiefs, and like they left Caldwell on the plane. The point is, every time they have a good year, they followed it up with something terrible.
And that's why some people can't buy into it because it's almost you almost like superstitious, like Kenny in the pre-show. You're superstitious. You don't want to believe because if you do, disappointment comes, and you're like, it's a reason why the same old Lions thing won't die.
Like I'm going into that opening game against the Chiefs. That's loose as a goose. I think they can beat them.
Chiefs?
Yeah. No, I don't give a damn. They're going to have their Lombardi trophy. They still got boners from last year. Lions are going to come in, show
hangover.
up, and punch them in the face.
You think the Chiefs have a hangover?
Maybe. My point is I don't walk into that game scared. I don't walk into any of those games scared. I'm a Lions fan, and look, it does not make sense for me to go on the air and tell my listeners I think they're going to win 10, 11 games and then sit here and curl up in the fetal position because they have to play Kansas City on opening night. I view every week in the NFL you could lose. So if you're going to go with that approach, you may as well just be afraid of all 17 opponents. So I'm riding into this season, there's nothing to fear. I've waited years in this town. I've worked 2 decades in this town to have a team I feel this good about, to have a team that I believe is built on a foundation that's built to last. And they're here. So I'm not going to sit here and be scared about it. Now, I don't know what the comparative is. Lions fans will say, well, you're a Giants fan. All right, well, then take it to being a Spartan fan. I mean, my whole adult life, MSU was SOS until Mark D'Antonio got there. Right. But the minute you change the narrative, the minute you don't behave that way, that all goes away. I don't watch games now like I used to watch them when Nick Saban was the coach. I used to have PTSD, and I know Nick Saban for the young crowd out there like Kenny, they don't even remember he coached at State. But like, Nick Saban was the king of choking games away in horrendous fashion. Shout out Roosevelt Colvin.
Yeah.
Shout out Billy Cockerham. Shout out missing a 10-yard field goal or whatever it was at Northwestern. Was it Chris Solani? Yeah. Look, bottom line, when that changed, I've never gone back to that, although Mel Tucker's doing his best to bring me there.
Oh, no, you're there right now. You're there right now.
I'm close.
You're
Last year, really, I had PTSD from like fall of 98.
And right there is why Lions fans still have PTSD, because even though you experience good years,
right,
one little slip up, and you immediately went back to your comfort blanket.
What this team was able to do last year after stumbling out of the gate.
Right. But, Mike, if the team starts off 0-2, Lions fans will feel the same old line. Going back to what you said, they had just lost to the Cowboys. You got Haloti Ngata, you got Prater, you got a lot of pieces. You thought this team was going to get better. You were right, Mike. They started off the year 0-5. Then they beat Chicago. Then they lost to Minnesota. Then they went to London and lost to Kansas City. They were 1-7 after such hype.
Huge
and
hype.
Believing
Huge hope.
that this team had won 11 games the year before. They're about to take that next step. They fell off a cliff.
And again, I believe in the GM. I believe in the coach. Dan Campbell's earned that belief. Last year at 1-6, I absolutely told you. If he goes out and loses these next 3 games and is sitting at 1-9 and is 4-20-something as coach, guys, he may end up costing himself his job. I stand by that. But you know what he did with his back against the wall? They went out and won 6 out of 7. They went out and beat the Packers. They went out and won difficult games. They body bagged the Giants, who made the playoffs and won a playoff game. They did the things they needed to do, and I think turned a corner. So I'm not afraid. So 5,000 people sitting in line for free training camp, group practice or whatever it is.
Right, because you're undefeated right now, and you're still high off of beating the Packers and sending Aaron Rodgers off to New York.
Big time.
So a lot of people are buying the hype, but I understand for those who say, I can't because you don't want to get hurt again, because this team has hurt generations of people.
248-539-9797. I want to know, the hype is clearly real. Nationally, locally, it's real. Are you comfortable with it? And if you're not, I just want to know why. And if you're like, hey, look, if you think I'm crazy for being all in, that's fine. But I told you I thought they'd win 9 games last year, and they sure as hell didn't take the route that I thought they'd take to get there, but they did get there. And I believe they're going to take that next step again. I believe it's your division to lose. So I'm just going with it. And you know what? Hey, I'll be sitting right here 2-6 on that Friday afternoon if they lose to the Chiefs 38-3 and 17 guys blow their ACL out.
Yeah, and you know what? Say what you want. I'm not really counting that Chiefs game. I'm not.
Oh,
you go out there, you win, great. To me, the most important game is the Seattle game because either you go 0-2, and that's not a good recipe in the NFL.
No, your back is against the wall, and
you got to show me, can you shake off beating the Chiefs and refocus again?
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and beat the Chiefs. Let's just get that done. And we'll have a party on that Friday. Enjoy a long weekend. It's going to be exciting. Let's just do that. Let's do that. 248-539-9797. David, you look in pain when I said what I just said. Are you okay?
Because I do believe they go into the division, but I'm leaning I'm starting to get worried about all the hype here. I'm starting to get nervous about this here.
Why?
Because I think about their past, and then I talk with people, and it's like, am I really talking positive about the Lions? Am I really believing that they're good? Like, it feels weird to say.
Because when you speak good things about the Lions, history shows they leave you out to dry. You start writing checks and insufficient funds.
See, but then again, I look at it, and that's why I still can't get off the division, because I look at it on paper, and they are the better team in the division.
They're one of the better teams in the division.
Because of the past creeping in my head, I'm starting to question.
Well, I still laugh at the fact that, how they're going to win the division, but it's so quickly we dismiss Minnesota, which they got lucky. Well, okay. You went 8-2 to finish your year off. A little bit of luck was involved in that. But I do think that a lot of people see, man, every time I want to believe it's Linus. I mean, it's Lucy pulling the ball away from Charlie Brown. You think that this time I get to kick the ball. And in the end, even though she promises, not going to move it, it's going to stay there. You can do this.
Don't say that. Jesus. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. We'll get some ticket texts as well. Got a football today later in the hour. We are going to move deal breakers to later today because tomorrow there is Tiger baseball at 2 o'clock. We'll join you after the game. We'll get deal breakers in the mix today instead. 97.1. Uplifting. All right, David, a few ticket texts before we get back into some Lions conversation because we are 50 days from kickoff. Thursday Night Football, Lions Chiefs. And we have a couple of questions for you. David, ticket text first. What do you got?
Someone says, Kenny must have made this list. He's too spot on with it, someone says.
No, 2 days in a row. From LeGarrette Blount to he named everything.
Kenny Blunt Cott is in the zone. Here we go.
His ability to, he got 5 or 6 of them right, which is scary, but you know what? It makes the game more fun. It's better than if these guys were way off.
Kenny, I say we go in half on a Powerball ticket.
What's that up to?
$1 billion.
For real?
Yeah.
When's the drawing?
Tonight.
All right. Well,
wait. Today Wednesday?
That is
tonight.
correct.
Yeah.
Somebody's life won't change tonight because they won't be a winner.
What do you mean?
I don't think there's going to be a winner tonight. I think it's a conspiracy. They wanted to keep rising so they can continue to have the story of the highest ever. And
well,
all
what
this
is the
stuff.
highest ever? Wasn't it a couple months
It's like
ago?
1.2, I believe, right?
No, it was 2 point something because then there was a controversy. I've seen this in the New York papers a bunch.
It was a pause that night, yeah.
The guy who won it, it was alleged that he stole the ticket or something.
But he was sick.
I don't know. I don't follow it that close.
Yeah.
I just know that.
Yeah, it was one time where all of a sudden the people got angry and was like, oh, he took the money. And he was legitimately out cold on NyQuil and woke up the next day. It was like, why do I have all these messages?
2.04 billion was the highest. We're at 1 billion right now.
And still not enough to buy a team.
That's true.
But.
No, but that's okay. Owners will still tell you what a horrible business it is.
Well, if you're sitting here across from Roberto, you know something happened last night with me.
What? Wait, what?
No, I'm saying if I win and Roberto's filling in for me tomorrow.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, we know who will be filling in for Roberto tomorrow.
Someone says, Roberto who? Hi, new guy from Brian.
I mean.
Hi, it's Jack from the parking lot.
The double entendre of hi, Jack.
Oh, my gosh. Someone says, yeah, the 3-wheel vehicles are called spiders, Tony and Oxford.
Oh, man. That guy I saw a few weeks ago, he was having the time of his life. The soundtrack may as well have been Sergio Dip on the sidelines of that Bronco game. That dude was partying.
Those things are expensive. I didn't realize. I thought they were just adult toys. And I'm like, wait, how much?
All I'll tell you is his sound system was loud. That Smoltz jersey was blowing in the wind, and he was staring up at the sky while driving. It was a special moment.
Someone says 7 for the Steelers. I was waiting for the word teen, as in 17. Wow.
Yeah, but hold on. If you take your bias away that nobody likes them, think about this. They have a star running back. They've got 2 star receivers. They've got a really good young tight end. It's up to the quarterback to elevate that offense. Defensively, they've never waned.
But in 3 years, your star running back will probably be gone.
Which is fine. The point I'm making is they have it right now to kick off the 3-year window. Tomlin's elite. The front office is elite.
Yes.
And it's. I think the Steelers are very similar to the Lions, is what I was about to say.
I think that's a lot of faith in Kenny Pickett.
Fine, and it's a lot of faith in Jared Goff. But the reality is the rosters are very similar. Now, I know what you'll tell me, and I won't be able to argue. Well, the Steelers have a couple of stars. Minka Fitzpatrick, having Numbnuts, Watt's brother.
TJ.
Yes, thank you. I get it. They have bigger stars. But the collective, well, Steelers don't have an offensive line. But the rosters are pretty comparable, man. I'm telling you.
But they always seem to have a decent line, even if it's not great.
Ask David about that. All he does is complain about it all fall. All right, go ahead, David.
Remember when they were 10-0? Yeah, but it's not a real 10-0.
Well, it wasn't. They were frauds.
It wasn't.
They were frauds.
It showed to be true.
They were the Vikings last year. The Vikings are the biggest fraud in the league. All these miracle little wins.
That's because the wife is listening to faith music.
No. It was
That's
just
why.
People, if you missed the start of the show, Odyssey.com rewind. Rico's review of quarterback. I can't stand Kirk Cousins. He's Ned Flanders. I can't do it. And I'll leave it at that. Next.
I mean, I'm just surprised Target has not come out with their own Cousins collection.
Oh, please with this guy. I can't. The Lions must win to end the nightmare of Kirk Cousins. Go ahead, David.
Someone says, wait, so Goff is 10th or the Lions QB situation is 10th? Is it factoring in Hendon Hooker?
What's to factor in?
Because it's about the future.
The guy's Lieutenant Dan this year. He's never going to play.
The future's not this year.
Future, though.
It says 3 years.
That's actually a great point.
You got new legs. He's not playing this year.
No. But
my wife, Susan.
It's a 3-year type of thing. So by year 3, have they moved on? Because Goff's, his contract, they didn't renew it.
You know what? Fine.
No. It's a valid point. Because we just assume that Goff is going to get re-signed, but maybe he has to train his replacement.
Oh, Rico's already getting rid of him now. Tremendous.
Hendon Hooker. Let me show you how to hit these buttons.
Job shadow gone wrong.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Jesus. A lot of people are saying
what?
Foberto is the intern.
No, this one's even worse.
It is.
They brought in an outsider to take him out. At least Foberto's a known commodity.
Right. Someone says, Roberto, don't you know? You never go to the bathroom and let your replacement step in for you.
Nice.
I mean, I looked over during Deal Breakers. This guy's doing the remix on the 1s and 2s. I'm going, what is happening?
Spinning around, going to the floor, doing the splits, coming back up.
Hey, guys, can we do a second take, please? That's not how it works, Jack.
I think I can do this better. Hey, Roberto, did you know if you combine these two things that it can do this?
I've never seen that menu.
Huh?
What screen is this?
Right. Roberto sounding like the Yin Yang twins.
Says I almost crashed my car when Mike did the Lieutenant Dan impression. And then someone else says Rico and Target's Kirk Cousins line is classic.
Yeah, I just watch.
I mean, the Cousins collect. I mean, if seriously,
I'm so humble. I'm wearing Target. Okay, get out. You make $40 million a year. Wear whatever you like. We don't care.
My wife picked it out for me.
Oh, it's please. You know, I'm not. You know, I could say something mean, and I'm not going to. I'm in a good mood. Forget about it. No, I'll say it to you off the air. All right, let's get.
I'm on my way in there.
Yeah, let's get to this Lion stuff next, please, because the hype is real, and I need you to tell me where it ranks. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. The Tigers are looking to keep pace in the AL Central as they take on the Royals tonight for Game 3 of 4, a 4-game series in Kansas City, where Eduardo Rodriguez will take the ball for Detroit, his second start since the All-Star break. Lefty Ryan Yarbrough gets the start for the Royals. That series is tied at 1 game apiece. The Tigers do enter tonight 6 games behind first place Minnesota. First pitch is at 8:10. The pregame show at 7:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And the new season is officially here for the Lions. Rookies reported to Allen Park today for training camp. Veterans will join on Saturday. The first practice that fans can see in person is July 29th, and the Lions and Chiefs will open the season in exactly 50 days in Kansas City. Michigan and Michigan State fans at the Big House in Spartan Stadium could also enjoy a beer at college football games this fall. Governor Whitmer has signed legislation that allows liquor licenses to be issued for sporting events at public universities in the state. Before that legislation was signed, MSU and U of M were only 2 of 3 Big Ten schools that did not allow alcohol sales at games. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, well, I've just been told by our update guy, quote, boy, it seems like quite a while since the Yankees have won a World Series. Hey, Luke, GFY, figure out what that means. I mean, the guy walks in, does an update, breaks my balls, walks out of the room.
The only thing he didn't do was crop dust you on the way out.
Yeah. Oh, hey, guys. Boy, I don't really see a pathway forward for the Yankees, do you? You know what? I don't see a pathway forward for you.
Is there a new intern coming in to replace him?
Yeah. Hey, can we job shadow Luke? Somebody have his job by 5:30. Oh, gee, boy, it seems pretty rough there in the AL East, doesn't it? All right, let's get... I mean, what the hell was that? Yeah, you were here for the whole thing. Unbelievable.
Great conversation.
Okay, all right, what, David? What?
I'm saying Rico's in there shaking his arms like, Luke, no!
I couldn't make eye contact with him, so it was just like, yep, okay, just keep poking the bear. Go ahead. I mean, I almost feel sorry for the Yankees. I mean, I don't like them, but I almost feel sorry for them because they don't win.
Oh, boy, I hate to say it, but it seems like it's been a bit since the World Series. Yeah, it's been 15 years, jackass. Now, on the brighter side of things, today, Lions, not a giveaway. You had to go get the tickets. You didn't pay for them, but like training camp and the open scrimmages. And there was a queue at one point today of over 5,000 people. You had to be online, waiting in line for hours to go watch training camp. Now, I'm not making fun of people doing that. You do whatever you want. It's another indicator of where the hype is for this team. So we did it one way earlier, and I want to kind of just alter it a little. Earlier, we had asked whether you've grown comfortable with the hype, that you've accepted it. You're a marked team, that you're going to be the hunted, and you are the favorite to win the division. And I continue to say it. I think you're going to win the division. You're going to win a home playoff game. I'm comfortable with it. I'm comfortable 50 days from today. We're going to play the Kansas City Chiefs. And I have no problem telling you, I will go into that game expecting to win. Because this is the NFL. You're not going to roll in there and be some 10-point underdog. You're not going to roll in there. This isn't Michigan versus ECU, where Michigan currently 38.5-point favorites. Like, my expectation is You're going to get put into the fire early in the year, and we're going to see what you got. And I'm good with it. Many people are scared, though. So here's my question. When is the last time the hype was where we're at? And what I mean is, your win total over under is 9.5. When is the last time you started a season with a win total like that? When is the last time you were favored to win this division? Now, I get it. You're going to tell me Aaron Rodgers played here, so we weren't favored. Guys, it's part of my point. I wonder if it's been 30 years since you've been favored to win the division. So have you grown comfortable with the hype machine?
Oh, and by the way, Kansas City is a 6.5-point favorite.
There it is. So you know what? Let's go. I have no problem with that. And if it's 5.5 by kickoff, you know what to do.
Devils know.
You know what to do. So I want to know from the people. And again, I'm not, if you're lining up and waiting 2 hours online to get a ticket to go to the scrimmages, do whatever you want. But the hype is real, and I want to know if it scares you or if you've grown excited about it. Like, juxtapose it with Michigan. And let me be very clear, this is not a shot. Hell, I defended you yesterday against that boner Paul Feinbaum. For a long time, Michigan couldn't get it done. Basically 20 years. Couldn't get it done. And they've only gotten the big job done once since like 1948. But the minute Michigan's good, the confidence and the arrogance of the fan base rises through the roof. Now, I think your confidence is earned this year. I think the Big Ten goes to Ann Arbor. I think you've broken Ohio State. I think you have every right to believe it's national title or bust.
Right.
Now, the reason I bring it up is to juxtapose it with the Lions. Why is it wrong that I believe the NFC North goes through Detroit? I don't believe Minnesota got better. The Packers sure as hell didn't get better. And while the Bears might have, they're so far away from being relevant, I don't think it matters. I believe you got a really good football team. You're built well. I think a number of guys on this roster have every right to get better year to year. And Rico, I'm comfortable being confident with this team.
No, and I get that. And I don't think Minnesota got better, but last year they were far ahead from you. So far ahead, you've closed the gap that now the NFL, I believe, agrees with me. 2 of your final 3 games are Detroit Lions, Minnesota. First game's in Minnesota. Final game is a de facto playoff game at Ford Field on January 7th. So that's why I say I think it's down to just those 2 teams. The Bears, the Packers, it's a lot of wait to see what's going to happen with that. But yeah, you're right. It's probably been a long time since they won the division. 'Cause you're right. Aaron Rodgers was sitting there in Green Bay, so nobody was going to pick you in 2015 to beat them. Man, it's all there. Now, the problem is, historically speaking, when the Lions have the hype, they never live up to it. And I think that's why a lot of people believe that they're going to win the division. A lot of people believe they're going to do a lot of stuff, but they just don't want to get hurt again. They just don't want to fall on their face because they bought into the Lions, and then the Lions turned around and started the season off 0-5. And now you're looking at, same old Lions. That's why same old Lions won't go away, because you got to win. You brought up earlier, all of a sudden, Mark D'Antonio started winning and beating teams and following it up with another win, and then you had successful season after season, and SOS kind of went away. And all of a sudden, you just start saying, no, this is just a good team. This year is critical because the division is up for grabs. You're one of the best 2 teams in it. I think it comes down to the final game. I know you think they'll clinch by
Christmas Eve.
Right.
Merry Christmas.
I think we're sitting here talking about this game, kind of how we talked about the Packers and the Lions. Like, this is it right here. This is a playoff game. It starts right here. Wild card weekend starts this weekend. It's there, but people just don't want to buy in because they've been hurt too many times.
248-539-9797. I want to know, 50 days out from kickoff, are you fully bought into this? And if you have reservations, what are they? Because, look, I think in a lot of ways, you've earned the right to be confident. I think you've earned the right to just enjoy it. But if you're scared, if you want to be all nervous nilly about it. That's fine.
But you also got to remember, momentum does not carry from season to season. And how you beat the Packers and how you finish the season 8-2, it doesn't mean a thing when you go to Kansas City. You start all over.
That's
again.
all true. I cannot argue a single point of it. You're right. I just feel like they're a well-built team, and I just don't respect the other teams in this division.
And while I like playing Kansas City right up front because you're going to find out exactly who you are. You kind of wish that they would play the Cardinals or the Texans.
A free square?
Right. Because that's where the confidence will be like, okay, we kind of treat that like that preseason game. We get that out the way, and now let's roll into Kansas City.
248-539-9797. David, where are you at with it? I mean, you're on the journey with us here where, I mean, in our career together, you and I have worked together for damn near 15 years. I don't ever remember hype being like this. The over-under at 9.5, favorites in the division. I've grown comfortable with it. I'm guessing you have not.
I'm not as comfortable with it anymore. I still believe they can win the division, but it just feels strange to continue to say, wow, the Lions are the favorites to win the division. I believe in them. They're better than the Vikings. They're better. And it feels strange to continue to say that over and over. And in the back of my mind, SOL continues to pop up and say, well, they've.
And I think a lot of Detroit is you, David. You want to say it, but you don't feel comfortable saying it because you've been hurt too many times.
Yeah, I'm almost not comfortable saying it. I'm still comfortable, but it's kind of like,
Let's just wait and see. Let it happen.
Yes.
Yeah, because every Lions fan I know, Mike, has made that declaration that you have done in the past. And said, you know what? I'm telling you, Super Bowl right here, they're going to do this. And those are normally the years where you just look and say, how did you start off 0-5? What happened? We had such high expectations for you.
Kenny, have you accepted the weight that has been placed upon you? Or are you like these two and you're like,
yes and no. This is the most excited I've been as a Lions fan in my life for a season, ahead of a season, I should say. But there always is that little piece of you as a Lions fan right in the back of your head that goes, you know what? It's not going to happen. And there's no football reason behind it. There's no logic that I can give you besides it's the Lions, and that's very stupid. But I'm allowing myself to believe the hype because this is the most comfortable with a GM I've been in a long time. It's the most comfortable with an offense I've been in a long time, maybe ever. Those are my football reasons for buying into the hype. The defense got a little bit fixed in the offseason. Rebuilt secondary.
I think it got a lot fixed. See, that's the difference. Look, I think it's absolutely plausible. Aiden and Houston should both get a lot better in year 2. All right? And look, the Aiden thing, I'll continue to say it to you. He has got to improve his win rate, his pressure rate. You don't just look at sacks, but he has every right to get better. Houston's got every right to get better. This secondary is a night and day difference from a talent and experience standpoint.
But it's all new, never played together before.
I'm thrilled it's all new.
No, I like the fact that it's all new, but it's now they got to work out playing together. Yeah, it's the pieces are there. The division is there. I think it still boils down to January 7th. You think it's Christmas Eve.
Nah, we're going to be chilling.
January 7th.
Okay.
Merry
Christmas, kid.
You're going to be stressed out.
No, I'm not.
I can't believe it comes down to this.
Even if it comes down to January 7th, them and that stupid skull chant will beat them because they're fake and their quarterback's a dork.
Well, no, it'll be here, but
oh, good, but even better. You know what? Hell, lose the game on Christmas Eve for drama purposes. We'll just win it on January 7th.
So if they lose on January 7th, will you dress as Kirk Cousins on Monday?
What do you mean, in like a pitiful flannel or something?
Yeah.
I mean, he wore a short sleeve flannel for Christ's sake.
Well, you know.
That is like.
It was fall.
No, that's awful.
But it was summertime. That's why I was short sleeve. So what are you doing? Either you're wearing fall colors or it's summertime.
Well, first of all quarterbacks should be wearing a suit to the game. You make $40 million a year. Can you dress like an adult, please? But then again, the man's wife picks his clothing out.
But yeah,
you want to know why you don't win a division? Because you don't pick your own clothes.
Yeah, but then that would hinder Joe Burrow. And I like
no,
Joe
Burrow's different. He does what he's Joe Namath. He wears furs.
I like his
bling.
swag.
He does whatever he wants. At least he tries.
Right. Burrow is invited to the cookout.
can't stand Cousins. 248-539-9797. We get your calls. I can't do it. Watch Quarterback on Netflix. You'll know why.
Cousins brings the potato salad.
Hey, everybody.
With raisins.
With raisins.
Oh, my God. 97-1.
Hey, guys. Baseball team is in a kind of division race here, and you need the fastest internet to keep up with all the action. Xfinity connects me to more great games that I love. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. No more frozen screens, pixelated videos. Nope, none of that. Just pure, uninterrupted streaming bliss. With Xfinity Internet, it's built to handle all your digital demands with speeds that just make your head spin. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruptions. It means you can get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, and you could also watch the latest things on, Netflix or whatever. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, depending on gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just stop by a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for that 95-degree day to find out the AC's on the fritz. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has you covered. $78 AC tune-up. Get your air conditioner in tip-top shape, save on that energy bill, and they got generators in stock too. Simply schedule your tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. David, a couple ticket texts. We'll get to the callers, get a football today as well. Lions hype is real. 5,400 person line online to get these tickets to go to training camp. People were waiting hours on their computer. And look, it's just a sign how excited everybody is. We are 50 days away from kickoff against the Chiefs. I'm totally comfortable with the hype. I think you should just enjoy it. It's been way too long. I don't know. I guess they could disappoint you, but I really believe in my heart they're going to get this done. And I just can't take any more Kirk Cousins. David, go ahead.
I'm 1,000% in. I already have my bets placed for division winner, coach of the year, first game money line, and with the points. Bring it on, Tony and Oxford.
Oh, dear.
First game money line is plus 250.
Not nearly enough. What do we say about points, David?
Take the points.
Take the points.
Points are like vitamins. Take them. You just take the points.
You're right.
Because this is what Cookies always does on Cash the Ticket. Oh, value. I go, there's no value in losing by 1. Take the points. Oh, but it's only 2.5. Yeah, F kickers. Take the points.
Yeah, Steelers plus 2.5.
Who they playing?
Some low-life team.
Yeah, you take plus 2.5 for sure.
Always.
Against the Niners.
Especially because you idiots always go for 2 on your first touchdown. Tomlin thinks he's Einstein.
Yeah, pay attention to week 1 for the Steelers. I'm just, not just this year. I'm saying look in their past.
I'm saying, yeah, you're going against
What did
some
they do
low-life
last year?
team.
Who did the Giants got week 1?
They
It
do.
doesn't matter. We'll lose. All right, go ahead, David.
I am bought in on the Lions. They've improved in almost every way from last season. I think they are one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the NFC and will win a home playoff game this year.
Outside of Philadelphia and San Francisco, based on how damn good that roster is, there is not another team that I would unequivocally put ahead of your Lions. Now, you can discuss who's number 3. You can debate it, but the Lions are in that grouping.
Well, you're also your Giants are playing that team that could be number 3.
Who's that?
3.5-point underdogs to the Dallas Cowboys, your home dogs.
Okay. I got a little PTSD from watching. Micah Parsons ruined my life last year.
Ruined a lot of lives.
Oh,
last
my
year.
God. Oh, my God. All right. Let's go to the people. Is this Vern?
Oh, yeah. You know, how are you guys today?
Excellent. Hey. What's going on?
All right. So I'm not going to segue this with the talk about the Netflix show or the Vikings-Lions race. We need to sit down and talk about how you guys thought Kirk Cousins. He has a record for the greatest comeback in history of the sport. He had 8 other comebacks. He's a top 10 elite quarterback, and he's a threat in this division. So are you guys going to agree with that, or what do you guys think?
No, I don't. I mean, I'm not trying to bust
the
your
comeback
chops.
thing is facts. I can't argue that.
No, I can't. Here's your problem with Kirk Cousins. Go look at that playoff game as an example. Go look at any big-time game, chips down, prime time. I think he's 2-12 lifetime. He is not a big-time quarterback. He's always good for that fourth quarter pick 6. Now, you guys lived a charmed life last year. You had all of these dramatic one-score wins, 8-1 at one
Which
point.
were engineered on the arm of Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, and you know what? That arm of Kirk Cousins engineered a home playoff loss to a butt Giants team. So I don't want to hear it, Vern. He ain't that good.
How about that home playoff loss? Just before I leave, before you get me off,
You're
that
fine.
home playoff loss. You went 31. You went 31 of 39, 273, 3 touchdowns. You made 1 bad play, and that was because T.J. Hawkinson ran a bad route in the 4th and 8. All right, so
It's empty calories.
Agree, disagree. Agree,
No,
disagree.
I just disagree.
I
And here's the other thing, Vern, your defense is atrocious. Your defense is
I can't deny that.
They've
but
aged
Kirk
out.
gives you a
They're
chance.
atrocious. And by the way, your second best player on the entire roster, you released. Dalvin Cook is gone, and I'm sorry.
Madison's no slouch.
No, but he's not Dalvin Cook.
Why did we release him, Mike?
Because we don't pay running backs, Vern. Out. We don't pay running backs.
Yeah, that's they must really believe in the backup. Because,
Madison is fine enough. He's not Dalvin Cook.
right.
Come on.
No, I would have tried to at least get Dalvin for 1 more year if I were the Vikings. But
Kirk Cousins. Stop it.
He did lead them back.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
But it was against the Colts.
Let me ask you a question. If Kirk Cousins is so sweet, where's his long-term extension?
Well, they're still celebrating the Colts victory.
Yeah, exactly.
James.
James.
And didn't they beat the Bills, too?
97-1 on the fumble from Josh Allen in the end zone. James, what's going on?
Hey guys, just calling in about the Lions.
Yes.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, first of all, Kirk is out here, Vern, but it's real this time. You know, you can point to all the things. You can point to a bunch of different things. You can look at person. You know,
Uh-oh. James, your cell phone is pretty atrocious, man. I can't help you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not being disrespectful. We could not hear a word you were saying, man. David, a couple of those ticket texts, and we'll go football today. Sorry, James.
Someone says Minnesota was not better last year. Fluky wins. We had them twice in the last minute.
Yeah, my Vikings.
Okay, here's where I'm at with the fluky wins.
Ooh.
They're fluky wins until your team does them, and then it's talent and it's skills and it's coaching and it's comeback and it's quarterback.
Or as I like to call it, championship DNA.
Right. But when other people, it's fluky wins. Yeah, they found a way to win, but they found a way to win. That's it. So I dismiss people when they say, oh, it was luck, it was fluke, because that's like saying, well, look at your 8-2 record at the end of the year. You played bad teams. No, you won the games. That's not your fault that those other teams weren't that great.
I hear you, but I just think that it showed at the end of the year when they lost in the playoff
Okay,
game,
but David,
who they really
okay,
were.
But here's the thing. For Lions fans to make fun of them losing in the playoffs, where were you that weekend? Not you.
Okay, that's true.
But you weren't there. So you don't get to laugh at the people who are not dancing with the girl in the party when you're still outside in the rain behind the velvet rope.
Can I offer you something?
Go for it.
If what I'm reading is correct, just a fun note. What do you think Kirk Cousins' record versus teams with a winning record? Okay, teams that finished the year with a winning record. What do you think Kirk Cousins' record is in a 52-game sample size?
Okay, 52 games. 20-32.
Okay. 10-42. Have a nice day with your dorky shirts.
Diddly.
But here's a shelf for the Lombardi.
Yeah.
Bubba, my builder put a notch in here.
Yeah, okay, pal. Hang your cowboy hat on it. Ain't going to be a Lombardi in that piece.
You never know.
No, okay, fine. He'll get the Chad Henne plan.
Still counts.
He's not a big time quarterback. He's just not. 248-539-9797. Your garage floor, does it look bad? Is it dull, gray, concrete, cracks, stains, or worse? An old epoxy job in one day. You can transform your garage to the gold standard, a new Comer & Cross premium garage floor, and they make it really easy. They do everything. They'll go into your garage, move everything out. In one day, they get that job done. Grind it down, lay the floor, and they'll put all your stuff right back. And you've got the gold standard, a garage floor that is 4 times stronger than epoxy, guaranteed to not chip, crack, or yellow. And there's no tire tracks. In one day, you're going to love your new garage floor. Call Comer & Cross right now. Your free estimate, 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443. Or you mention me and just take $250 off the best price while you're at it. Schedule online at ComerandCrossGarage.com. All right, let's go around the league. Lots of football. We're 50 days from kickoff. Lions, Chiefs, Thursday night. David, floor is yours. Subpar production, please.
I'm just going to start off with this story here.
It's so stupid, but I laugh every time. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and move on. I'm going to start with a different story.
Okay.
I don't want us laughing going into the story I was going to start with.
Good move.
So I'm going to start with Zach Martin maybe holding out for the Dallas Cowboys. Adam Schefter says that Martin believes he is woefully underpaid. Well, I looked it up. Spot Rack ranks him 9th among NFL guards with an average salary of $14 million.
And?
Should he get an extension? I mean,
no.
Wow.
Listen, David, I understand that he may feel, hey, next to Quentin Nelson, who, by the way, wasn't very good last year, I'm the best guard in the league. But reality time, you signed a mammoth extension. You're already paid amongst the elite at the position. It is not as if he is on a rookie deal and is an all-pro and is making $3 million. He makes $14 million a year as a guard in this league. When his contract's up, he's either going to be worth it or not. No, if I'm the Cowboys, go ahead and hold out. Do whatever the hell you want to do.
And at some point, you're not going to be when he signed that extension, it was like, okay, you're the man. And then life went on. Other people made money. Cap went up. You deal. It's not like he's making peanuts.
He's a very good player.
He's still in the top 10.
I apologize if I yawn when I hear a guard hold out.
Yes, he's not a tackle.
Not to be rude. I mean, Jesus.
TJ online won.
Oh, stop it. TJ would never. Even TJ laughs at that. A guard holding out. I mean, who are you?
So let's talk about this next extension that came today for the Pittsburgh Steelers and Alex Highsmith. A lot of people on social media are saying they overpaid for this guy. Alex Highsmith got a 4-year, $68 million extension, $17 million average, which is tied with Chandler Jones and Shaquille Barrett in the league.
That feels like they're betting on the come a little bit.
Well,
I don't know, man.
Last year, he was 6th in the NFL with 14.5 sacks.
I know.
Had a pressure rate of 13.8, and he did a lot of this damage when TJ Watt was gone.
Yeah, and okay, David, look, I'm never going to make fun of paying your edge players. You set the backdrop that feels like a little bit of an overpay.
Yeah.
It does. It doesn't mean he's bad. And the thing you need to do, and really this is where Lions are pot committed to Charles Harris, you need an edge pair.
Yeah.
Well, him and Watt together, that's a very nice deal, but that does feel a little expensive.
It does, but I think that they're betting that even if he gets better, we've locked him up. So we don't have to worry about holding out and franchising him.
And then needing to pay him $4 to $100.
We overpaid you at the beginning, so don't forget about that. You didn't deserve this, but we believe in you. So we're going to go ahead and just give you a little bit more than what you probably deserve.
So I was reading a few articles, and I pulled some questions from it. I want to know what you think here going into the season on a couple of these. Russell Wilson, we all know what he had last year. He was awful last year. Which quarterback or quarterbacks do you expect to possibly have a Russell Wilson type year in 2023?
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Where they're bad.
Yes.
I don't like the Jets O-line. I don't like Aaron Rodgers. When he was at his best in Green Bay the last couple of years, he was a game manager on a primary running football team. I don't love Rodgers to New York. And you know what? Maybe I'm proven wrong. New York will have a way with effing with your brain. And that guy does not want to play those games. That guy does not want 80 microphones in his face on a daily basis. I am very skittish about this Rodgers thing. I wanted it because I'm in the interesting business. And it's interesting. But no, I don't think all of a sudden the Jets are going to win that division.
I'm going to go with somebody who technically was on the team last year, but only played in 4 games, Desmond Ridder for the Atlanta Falcons.
You just think he stinks.
I don't know if he stinks. I just don't know if he's ready. And Atlanta is ready to just hand him the keys. And we got you more toys. Go out there and win for us in a division that's kind of wide open. So that's the one I don't know if he'll – I don't think he'll succeed.
The other side of the equation, which quarterback might have the Jalen Hurts type success in 23?
Trevor Lawrence? Am I allowed to say that, or has he already arrived?
I think he
Well,
kinda
no,
arrived.
Jalen Hurts made the playoffs.
Yeah,
lost,
you know what? You're right.
And then had a huge step.
I
So
just
I'll
feel
accept it.
I feel like Trevor Lawrence, it wouldn't shock me at the end of this season if he threw for 5,000 yards. I think he's fabulous.
I got one because I think now that all the drama is over, he can go back to
Lamar?
being himself. Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar, because now he could just focus and play football.
Oh, you mean not quit on his team?
Now he could just focus and play football. So, yes, I think that you may see Lamar Jackson going the Jalen Hurts route.
I find it hilarious that Justin Herbert was not named
David, I just feel like it is what it is. I'm done. I can't. That playoff loss to the Jags was atrocious.
Yeah, I mean, but they did go out and get the OC from Dallas. So,
But this is the problem I have. Every year the Chargers are the masters of sex appeal. They sign the best players. They have the best uniforms. They're the it team.
They
And
do
then
have the best uniforms.
cutscene. Stugotz.
I'm with you. Especially how they lost the playoffs, man. It's like the Lions are getting a lot of love for how they finished the season. We're all punishing the Chargers for how they ended the season.
They should.
And then we can close it out with this because I'm still up in the air of what we'll see with this guy. And it's Deshaun Watson.
No, good
Had
luck.
a full year
I know.
where he can focus on football. What do you see coming for 2023?
I think he'll be closer to old Deshaun than what we saw last year. I think if the Browns can get 80% from that, I think the Browns could probably, it'll be the Browns and the Ravens going for that division. But I do think.
Bengals?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah,
Jesus.
You know what? The Bengals. I'm so used to the Bengals not being worth anything. I forgot they got Joe Burrow.
Look, I'm with Rico. I have some PTSD from what I watched. He wasn't just meh. He was bad. I mean, okay, yeah, closer to Houston, but if he's good, if he's Houston Deshaun, the Browns will be a problem.
I'm about to say, if he's 80%.
But they can line up and smash.
But before you close it out, David, speaking of the Browns,
New helmets.
did you see their new helmets?
I love them.
Yeah,
they're cool.
I did.
I like that.
Clean, white with the orange and brown stripes.
As long as they don't put that creepy little fella on there.
Because I thought they were going to put the new logo that the fans picked out.
Oh, the dog.
But no, it's just
the dog. The dog is sweet. It's that little satanic elf. I don't like that guy.
I have no idea what an elf has to do with a brown.
Brownie the elf.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's terrifying.
Yeah, but I like the all white helmets. That was
me too.
Yeah, the stripes.
I was
in the
wondering
middle
if
are nice.
the Steeler fan liked it.
Oh, I like it. I can like the helmet. Still hate the team.
Yeah, but I was going to say, there it is. All right. Thank you for that.
I'm so sorry. That isn't football today.
All right, let's go around the league. Lots of football. We're 50 days from kickoff. Lions, Chiefs, Thursday night. David, floor is yours. Subpar production, please.
I'm just going to start off with this story here.
It's so stupid, but I laugh every time. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and move on. I'm going to start with a different story.
Okay.
I don't want us laughing going into the story I was going to start with.
Good move.
So I'm going to start with Zach Martin maybe holding out for the Dallas Cowboys. Adam Schefter says that Martin believes he is woefully underpaid. Well, I looked it up. SpotRack ranks him 9th among NFL guards with an average salary of $14 million.
And?
Should he get an extension? I mean,
no.
Wow.
Listen, David, I understand that he may feel, hey, next to Quentin Nelson, who, by the way, wasn't very good last year, I'm the best guard in the league. But reality time. You signed a mammoth extension. You're already paid amongst the elite at the position. It is not as if he is on a rookie deal and is an all-pro and is making $3 million. He makes $14 million a year as a guard in this league. When his contract's up, he's either going to be worth it or not. No, if I'm the Cowboys, go ahead and hold out. Do whatever the hell you want to do.
And at some point, you're not going to be when he signed that extension, it was like, okay, you're the man. And then life went on. Other people made money. Cap went up. You deal. It's not like he's making peanuts.
He's a very good player.
He's still in the top 10.
I apologize if I yawn when I hear a guard hold out.
Yes, he's not a tackle.
Not to be
Correct.
rude. I mean,
Correct.
Jesus.
TJ on line 1.
Oh, stop it. TJ would never. Even TJ laughs at that. A guard holding out. I mean, who are you?
So let's talk about this next extension that came today for the Pittsburgh Steelers and Alex Highsmith. A lot of people on social media are saying they overpaid for this guy. Alex Highsmith got a 4-year, $68 million extension.
Summer is
$17 million.
here, road trip season, whether you're going up north, out of state, or anywhere in between, Moran Buick GMC will make sure you are all set. The 2023 GMC Acadia, flexible third-row seating, make room for everyone and everything. Moran, new stock arriving daily, easy online ordering system, and if something's off with your current vehicle, you know the drill. You go to Moran Buick GMC, you get a certified service appointment, you get a free loaner vehicle, you go about your day, they will call you when your vehicle is ready. No waiting, no waste of time. Scheduling, always fast, always easy at MoranExpress.com. Stop into Moran Buick GMC where you always get that best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, so programming note, tomorrow, obviously, Tigers 2:10, Kansas City will be on after the game. What? Oh, Rico just yell. This is becoming a tradition. Rico yelling at someone before crosstalk.
I just told Kenny, I said, go get him. He's probably yelling at Wojo.
It was
again.
Wojo, yeah. Oh, I'm
the show before the show? What's the issue?
No, Wojo, I'm trying to keep the lion in the cage for Wojo. He's got a problem with you.
With me?
Yes, with you, my friend.
The hell, I didn't do anything remotely questionable.
He's got a problem with you.
Oh, all right. Well, that'll really keep me up at night. David, go ahead.
I am completely uncomfortable with the hype since Ben Johnson was rated the #1 offensive coordinator going into the season by a popular sports syndicate, Scott N. Grand Blank.
Listen, okay, how about this? I'm probably uncomfortable saying he's the #1 offensive coordinator in football, but he's clearly one of the better ones. And you got to retain him in a year that I really thought he was gone. So, yeah, it's okay. I'm fine with that.
12-5, book it, says Greg at work.
All right, now hold on. You started talking about 12, 13 wins. That's too much. Now, let's just cool out a little bit.
Lions hype is real. The team only had upgrades this offseason, like all the players last year. The coaching staff also showed significant improvement.
Agreed. Now, Wojo's plugging in, so hold on, David. Rico has said you have a problem. I have no holy idea what I could have done today that would have caused angst with you.
All right. You ready? You son of a bitch!
I didn't undersell this. I was trying to keep the lion in the cage.
Give me my hour back. The quarterback. What?
You didn't like it?
What? What was there to like or not like? I mean, it was okay, but first of all, I don't need to know anything more about these guys, but okay, maybe there's something really gonna. And honestly, the best part was Kirk Cousins' wife picking out an ugly shirt for him to wear. That was it. Everyone's pregnant, and everyone has pregnant wives. They show the classic husband Mariota in the hospital room where they show him the ultrasound. Oh, that's great. It's like, it's boilerplate, unless it changes.
It gets very good. I'm sorry you watched one episode of an 8-part series and decided to bail.
I should have known when you and Rieger were aligned on this.
It's just really good sports television, man.
Has Hatchet seen it? You
Yeah.
like it?
Yeah, I do.
Love it?
I don't love it, but I
Thank
like
you.
it. It's something to watch. I like it.
I'm busy
Football.
watching Hijack and Justified, okay?
Justified ended 10 years ago.
No, a new one just started, based in Detroit.
Oh,
Raylan Givens yes.
Stop it.
No, seriously, it's good. And there's people from Channel 2 who supposedly are in the series. It's all in Detroit.
Oh, whoa, let me line up and watch.
Oh,
That's
yeah. I'd rather
why he
see
likes it. There you go.
Kirk Cousins wearing a short sleeve flannel shirt.
Will you just give it another episode? Hey, no offense. You don't exactly have a lot going on.
Okay.
So give it another episode.
Well, hey now. Will you pay me for the hour?
No.
Hourly wage? Like $50 an hour.
No.
I'll vet the show for you.
I'm 4 episodes deep. It's great.
Okay, at least tell me the first episode is the worst.
That one just sets everything up. I think you'll enjoy it the more you watch. Hey, look, bottom line, we're 50 days from kicking off against the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
That show could take up 8 nights of television.
It's not satisfying a football Jones to me. It's just too mellow. He's Patrick Mahomes at his birthday party. Stop taking my picture, honey, now. And
That's amazing. I love that part.
Oh, it goes on and on and on. Oh, honey, no more pictures. And it's like, hey, what happened to villains in shows?
So you'd rather have a football show that sounds like this? You just want something more bombastic.
What was it? What was that? Was that? Oh.
What?
Oh, what?
Where did that come from?
Is that something new?
That was not. Don't look at me. I did not.
Rico, did you say the words adult and toys? Maybe not consecutively.
That's what I'm thinking.
But
happened.
at any point.
No, you did say that. You said it when you were talking about the motorcycle thing, the 3-wheeler, the Spider. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. I didn't do. You can't even blame me. I was blissfully unaware.
I know what you do, like buy a Corvette or something, like an adult toy, right? But You apparently were talking about something else.
Hey, I will say, did you see that a local broadcast team won a major award?
Well, I did see that they were listed. I didn't see that they won.
Fragile is a major award.
Uh-huh. The what? Which one? Which one?
Tigers TV.
That's what I thought you said. Yeah. No, that was
named worst broadcast on the planet.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, and
Mistakes were made.
Yeah.
Not good.
The bottom ones are all with losing teams, which adds to it. I get that, but
this team has championship DNA. It's no excuse.
No,
They're in the mix, only 6 out.
Did you see that comeback in the 9th inning? Oh, were you on the edge of your seat when Riley Green stepped to the dish?
I was really hoping because for radio purposes, yeah, I mean, I want this team to I want to have an interesting deadline where Harris both sells
No, you're right. I
and
do too.
buys.
Yeah, I do too. Well, I wasn't on the edge of my seat because when it was 11-6, I switched to Justified.
Oh, you are. I mean, honest to God.
11-6. You're telling me I have to watch the 9th inning.
I'm
when the
telling you
Tigers
that
are
I don't
trailing
care about
11-6.
Raylan Givens in Detroit. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, he's not a backwoods hick. He was
Yes,
just a
he is.
U.S. Marshal.
Harlan County, Kentucky. You ever see Justify?
No.
Now, that's a very good show.
Really? You gonna push your luck?
You know what?
I don't think Rico would like it.
Why?
Well, you just said backwoods hard, but no. Now it's in Detroit. Yeah.
No, it makes you know what? I don't care. What's coming up next?
There were a bunch of hicks in the original.
It was great.
You know, it was no, seriously, this
that was
new
a
one,
very good show.
better than Quarterback.
Yes.
Oh, thank
Justify
you.
is one now as an overall show, but sports TV
bless
is
you.
limited.
Yeah, I know that's true.
You and Jamie got me hip to Justify back in the day.
Oh, and I said this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, honestly, because Jamie loved Justified. So do I. So does Dapper Dan Miller. If anything were to bring him back, it would be the return of Justified. I swear to God. And I said that
It's
to all.
such a good show.
And they all agree. It is.
But I don't know about the Detroit thing, so you may have lost me.
Okay.
All right, what's coming up next?
All right. In the backwoods. Never mind.
Yeah, backwoods, Harlan County.
It's all about like meth heads
No,
and
I'm
Kentucky.
saying
and-
so. Right, but how do you make that transition from backwoods?
That's why I said it's ridiculous.
Because a case takes him north to Detroit. He's not he's not a hick. He's a U.S. Marshal.
He has hick tendencies.
And he wears a cowboy.
Right, he's a hick.
Yeah, sort of. But he's cool. No, I am going to get into the Lions too. And I'm not backpedaling at all. The hype is justified. Think about this. Are we basing everything, the entire NFL America is picking the Lions based on one 10-game stretch? Am I oversimplifying it?
A bit, but it makes for good radio.
No, I know. But I'm getting nervous because I'm picking them, of course, to win the division. But that's a 10-game stretch. That's not
When was the
multiple
last time
years.
they were favored? You've been covering them for
To
a
win
long
the-
time.
the
To win the
division?
division. Yeah, we couldn't figure it out.
93?
Before I was born. No, probably, the mid-90s, they had some teams, but they never really had the
Maybe
quarterback.
95?
Maybe, yeah.
Was that the Lomas guarantee?
That was the Eagles game.
Yeah.
But look, they're favored to do it, and I think they're a well-built team. It's okay to be excited.
I think they're a well-built team. Then you see these lists, and their players aren't rated very high. And
It doesn't matter. It's the collective.
I know, I get that, but I'm just sort of thinking through this and making sure we're not making a mistake. I don't want to mislead the people.
You know what?
Oh, Rico's on board with that, huh?
I got a comment, but I'll save it for another time. I will tell you right now about Specs at LTU.
Adult toys.
No.
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 I said no.